live long, they have no use for your song. You're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead and out of this world. You'll never get a second chance, plan all your moves in advance. Stay dead, stay dead, stay dead, stay dead and out of this world. Run fast, don't stand in the sun, there's too much work to be done. You're down, you're down, you're down, you're down and out of this world. Don't ever talk with your eyes, be sure that you compromise. You're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead and out of this world. Hear the unloved weeping like rain, guard your sleep from the sound of their pain. Long gone, long gone, long gone, long gone and out of this world. When you smile and it tears your face, it's time for the inhuman race. You're down, you're down, you're down, you're down and out of this world. Now your hope and compassion is gone, you've sold out your dream to the world. Stay dead, stay dead, stay dead, you're dead and out of this world.
You look like a good choice.
Interlink. What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlink. Interlink. Did they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlink. Interlink. Do you long for having your heart?
Everything's a copy, copy, copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cells.
Cells.
Do they keep you in a cell? Cells.
Cells.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Good morning, dog! You doing good? Wow, nice. You're doing good. Wow. I have something important to announce. Wow. I'm also doing good. Wow.
All right. Yeah. All right, we're back, and we immediately kick things off with another Memba bomb. Buddha is obviously not holding any prisoners tonight. It's gonna be kind of one of those nights. That poor motherfucker's bank account. I feel so bad for him. Still, we are back. We are back. We are back. Beginning a fellowship, yeah. And we're live and in living color. Yeah. And now Fausto's dead, and I'm the most loco in the gang. I do love that skit. That was a fun Key and Peele skit, yeah. How rich is Buddha? He's a pretty well-off guy. Unfortunately, he got fucked out of a new truck because one of his employees crashed it. I felt bad for him hearing that. It's like, those things are not cheap, man. Can you believe that Dr. Love almost killed himself for Tomoe? Yeah, Tomoe made a big announcement that she was graduating, but she was graduating from Videre. Because I guess something came up and she just wasn't able to be part of it, but... There was a little bit of time where everyone's like, oh, fuck, oh, no. Where's Max Payne, nigga? We could finish Max Payne 3. We don't have a lot left. We really don't have a lot left. Fuck you, you got me falling further in an SMT rabbit hole. Yep. Boo's punishment is self-imposed. I'm with the Suicide Squad. Is that what they're calling it these days? Favorite Red Hood design? Under the Red Hood is probably his sickest design. He has the most drip there. It's pretty good. I realize I have a unique opportunity with the DS copy of Ace Attorney 4 I bought. It takes place next year. I can play it on the exact days it happened. And we lost another musician this year, Rick Davies of Supertramp. Holy fuck, man. We're losing everyone this year. I gotta drag my cat to the vet tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta spoil them rotten so they don't kill you. Enroute for $5. YOLO just got MGSD because he confirmed it wasn't censored. Trust you more than most, so thanks. Also got Sword Collection on Switch. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think you got me into Berserk. Hell yeah. Favorite RE8 Lord? The Factory is probably the most fun. Heisenberg's, just because that's like very obviously a reference to Frankenstein's Army, and that movie's fucking awesome. I'm getting the wreck as a write-off, so silver linings. That is true. You're able to write it off. Yeah. We recommend Soul Hackers 2. It is aggressively okay. And depending on how much you enjoyed Soul Hackers 1, that could be more of a condemnation than recommendation. Black leather jacket, turtleneck, cargo pants, simple red helmet, and no bat symbol. It is hard to go wrong, yeah. And that's what I was told the P3 main character is called the Suicide Squad. Well, it's King Cobra in the same year as his idol Ozzy Osbourne. Wasn't it like a month? Like literally a month to the day. Found a copy of Across Frontier on DVD from Disc Traders and Berserk volumes 38, 40, and 41. Hell yeah. So that recent bus stabbing is awful. Yeah, some dude who, guess what? Had a history of violence. Stabbed a random Ukrainian lady in the neck and just, let her bleed out and die. It's like, huh. Kind of feel like that's, something to take care of there. That's a... Yeah, it's not... Just like Doom Eternal, you should check out Metal Eden. Plays a lot like DE and it's pretty good. It actually does sound really cool. Apparently using Konami code in Silksong unlocks permadeath mode early. Oh. I've been hearing a lot of really good stuff about Silksong. I really want to play it. Guy to the stabbing quite literally did it for no reason. Yeah, apparently he was just like a fucking recidivist who just did crimes because he felt like it. Because he was arrested, 14 times? So someone makes custom classic PS1 case for PS4 and PS5 games on Etsy. That actually does sound really cool. Woke argument aside, the Zoomers now trying to say, oh, MGS3 always had cringy writing. Everything the boss says is nonsense. Yeah, that's because they're fucking Zoomers, and they don't understand Kojima writing, which is, he speaks very poetically, but there's a point. Anyone who played the series is well aware of his writing style. Also, though, staying with Ukraine, people haven't heard a single peep, not a single one. Yeah. Recidivist? That's a new word. Recidivist is basically someone that is never going to change. They constantly go in and out of prison. Going to watch the John Candy documentary on Prime next month. I want to. He had a really interesting story. Because, like I said, I talked about it before when they talked about like bringing back his character in some way for the new Spaceballs, where it's like he had such a defined style. Like he wasn't just funny fat guy. There was a lot more depth to the characters he played. And it would be interesting to see the documentary kind of talk about how he formulated that and how he got with the SNL people. Also known as lifers, yeah. Silk Song's fun, but it's beating my ass. That's what I do hear. I do hear it's pretty rough. Like, it's unafraid to kill you. Something that isn't a big factor, but as a factor is most MGS games are not written in English first and have to be translated. That is true. At least you have a Kojima. Writing is how ungodly convoluted it can be. Yeah, Philistines, a lot of them. They don't get Kojima. Alien Earth's a lot better than I thought it'd be. I like Alien Earth a lot. It's pulling a lot from the comics, and I think that's probably what I like most about it. The fact that it's like, all right, you understand how the fucking Xenomorph works. Let's get into the weird shit. Monday Night Raw in Milwaukee tonight. Oh, that could be fun. Holy shit, yeah, so fucking Mike was there. Okay. Yeah, Mike Stacklasa was at Monday Night Raw. That's pretty fun. Apparently, the actor for Tuco from Breaking Bad was arrested for assault. The assault, he sprayed a neighbor's daughter who wouldn't move with a water hose. Yeah, right? And everything I hear is like the guy who played Tuco was like a really nice dude. He's like a great guy. The reason he didn't want to continue playing Tuco and asked to be killed off early was because he was afraid of being typecasted as this rough gangster. And like his wife is even like, that's just not you. I don't want people thinking that's you. So that's pretty fucked up. I'm genuinely confused by how much Mauler and Drinker hate Alien Earth. No, I like Alien Earth a lot. Like, it's one of those where I'm like, this is easily the best Alien thing we've had in a while. And not even as a thing compared to, like, Romulus or Covenant. Like, no, it's like, this is just genuinely a pretty good series. Apparently, John Candy's son's being barred from Spaceballs 2. Probably the best move they could make. Because I do know his son's a comedian, but I think he does mostly stand-up right now. I see all the indie devs pissed. Silk Song's $20. Yeah, and I am happy people pointed out where it's like, when are we going to talk about how game pricing is basically just price fixing, where they don't need to set the prices they keep saying they need to set. They're all just agreeing on this price. Because the devs of Silk Song came out and said, we don't need to charge more than $20 for it. Like, we will make our money back for it. And they did. And then a bunch of indie devs came out and said, well, you really shouldn't do that. It should be a bit more. You don't want to set expectations. Like, that's price fixing. Like, that's literal price fixing. Like, you need to adjust the market to be this certain way to give the illusion of value when it's not. Yeah, Doom Dark Age should be $70. Yeah. Kojima isn't even a real person anymore. He's an AI construct controlling the entire entertainment industry behind the scenes, and Kojima we see in the public is the hologram. Ever since 2008, inflation is a factor, sure, but it's 100% price fixing, yeah. Yeah, prices set standards, yeah. Brother was still at $5. Tomorrow's announcement wasn't that serious. That one dude in Discord was going through it, though. I thought he actually did it. Well, to be fair, Tomorrow's great. Yeah, Expedition was only $50, yeah. When game dev become a fucking racket? Well, it's just kind of how it is, I guess, in certain circles where, it starts off the idealist, then by the end it's a racket. It's just kind of how it goes for a lot of different things. Let's finish Macross Frontier the night before. Yeah, Macross is good. Guys, think of the poor multi-billion-dollar corporations like Ubisoft who won't be able to afford a mega yacht when they can't charge $70 for Assassin's Creed. Another highlight of Silksong pricing is that they actually use regional pricing, so in some places it's closer to $10. Oh. It's a deep slope. That is true. Yeah, Tomoe's a sweet girl. She has good stream. She's a good VTuber. I see Asmongold's taking a break from streaming. Apparently his dad isn't responding well to chemo. Yeah, it's really fucked. I know he said he had pancreatic cancer, and the minute you hear that, it's like, oh, that's not going to be fun at all. That's going to be rough. That, because that's one of the bad ones. I mean, cancer in general is not great, but pancreatic cancer is really not great. Screaming to the void until I get a horse face. No game should cost above $60. Yep. Been playing Expedition 33 on the track for Renoir's. Second fight's incredible. Also looked up translation for lyrics and has spoilers. Yeah, that's kind of the funny part where obviously you listen to the music and if you don't speak French, you have no idea what the fuck they're saying. But then it came out that like there were spoilers hidden in the French. Like some of the lyrics are like very, very direct. Like you get out of this canvas, Renoir. We won't let you destroy this world. So it's like, oh, they flat out told you what the story was. Yeah, it's cartelization of markets is getting worse. Video games are just the worst. That is true. Yeah, same cancer killed my grandpa. It was years ago, but man, it's painful seeing it. Yeah. Apparently, Banksy mural got censored. It was the judge beating a guy with tape over his mouth and gavel. Kind of ironic, because, yeah, Banksy's reputation for a while was being anti-establishment and being all, fuck censorship and this and that. Then he started simping really hard for the government and going like, no, if you don't like immigrants, you're just racist. And now that the end conclusion of that's happened, where the government's actively censoring people to protect the immigrants, he's realizing a little bit too late, oh, fuck. What'd you do if a Waffle House near you is going to close soon due to an upcoming mysterious event? I'd be very terrified. Our Waffle Houses never close. On the same end, about the price, you have the collectivist tour saying they have an obligation to other indie devs to warn them of releasing the prices and should feel bad. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that to me just screams like price fixing. Like, that's other indie devs are like, hey, don't undercut me, asshole. And it's like, dude, what do you mean? I'm frugal as fuck. I'm gonna wait until Expedition's like $40 on a Black Friday deal. Yeah. Yeah, Banksy's a silly Billy, yeah. Never closed, not even on disasters. I'm pretty sure I remember them being open even during like active tornadoes. Final Boss Theme is my favorite Expedition. It is really good. Yeah, it's not fun. Another YouTuber I watched, that creepy reading. His mom's going through cancer too. It's why his breaks between videos were longer than his last. Oof. Much you like Hollow Knight? I think a Silksong is more fast-paced version of Hollow Knight. Okay, that could be fun. I didn't play a lot of Hollow Knight, but I liked what I played. Seen in theory that the new Earth from Peacemaker Season 2 with Earth is Earth X. Yeah, there's a few different theories. It's Earth X. It might be one where the Nazis won. There's a few different theories people are having. Expedition twice. Still haven't played it. You should. It's really good. Yeah, by the way, I heard there was a huge cartel bust in Kentucky. Good timing in the Sicario video. Yeah, that ended up kind of being more prescient than I thought. Haven't scientists found a cure for cancer? Are they stupid? Waffle House is closed. Why didn't you start with that? Saw a documentary on Banksy back in junior year, and even then, I thought he was a pretentious prick. Yeah. Who's Banksy? He was a really famous underground artist in the UK. Very, very anti-authoritarian, very pro-free speech. That's how he started off. His art ended up being like the inspiration for a lot of different things. Like, what's that one graffiti game Shota talks about all the time? The like really melodramatic one where you fight Adam West. That's directly inspired by Banksy. There's like multiple album covers that are inspired by like Rise Against, Rage Against the Machine. You understand the vibe there just from name dropping those. So yeah, that's kind of his thing. Yeah, Contents Under Pressure. Yeah, Contents Under Pressure takes a lot of inspiration from Banksy. So I can't believe Alejandro showed Fausto who's boss in this gym. Yeah, he's basically Park Avenue from a regular show. Yeah. Jet Set Radio? I think Jet Set Radio was a little bit before him, but yeah, similar vibe. I was confused by your Sicario video. I thought Sicario was a Michael Moore movie. Considering your powers for predicting bad shit, it would suck 100% if you got a 7-foot-tall girlfriend. Would suck. Please get to be given uppies. Also, gaming industry refused to admit they crashed like everyone else in 2008, calling themselves too big to fail. It took until PS4, Xbox One to launch. See, it did, yeah. I've seen a Japanese movie Versus. I have not. SFO ended up supporting the murder of children of bad people over at Twitter, as well as people killed off over that war between Palestine and Ukraine. Yeah. Yeah. So what happened to this artist? Banksy, he just debuted a new piece where he drew a judge beating a man holding an English flag with a gavel, and the police came in and censored it. Yeah, I think considering Park Avenue was voiced by Troy Baker. See Conjuring 4? I have not. I'll probably see Conjuring 4 when it's like fucking 3 a.m. and there's nothing else to watch. That's usually how I watched them. I'd say the PM from Japan resigned. Yeah, he resigned because he fucked up so bad and caused a massive political scandal. Well, Asmongold got cancer. Not him, his dad, and he wants to take care of his dad, which fully understandable. Have you heard a woman stabbed to death in an unprovoked attack while riding a train in North Carolina? Yeah, I talked about that earlier. The guy had like a history of violence and was arrested like 14 times. What was the scandal? He was really pushing for mass migration, and as soon as they were bringing people in, the migrants are going around fucking everything in Japan up. Crime spiked up. They were polluting everywhere. Like, there was a really famous video of them just throwing trash and bathing in a river, and it's like, they have zero respect for this land. You like Peacemaker Season 2 better than Season 1 so far? So far, yeah, I think it's pretty good. It helps they got, what's his name? Tim Robinson, the black guy. He's really funny. The character they made for him is really funny. I think about Trump using feds in the military in D.C. I'm curious, since I got to discuss in my college class, it feels like a real nothing burger to be worried about. It's one of those where ideally it wouldn't need to happen, but a lot of those places that he's sending National Guard to actively refuse to arrest criminals. Like, it's a matter of there's no new law to help you there because they're just refusing to enforce the law. So at a certain point, you do have to come in and say, what the fuck are you people doing? Rachel survived riding a train in Charlotte at night? Well, she kind of already does. Yeah, desecrating sacred shrines, too, yeah. How come Bosnians and Albanians are the only Muslims that treat foreign lands they visit with respect? Even then, up for debate. Albanians can get rough. Yeah, when is there never a political scandal? A Batman villain do you think will be in the Batman Robin movie? I know Clayface is getting his own origin, so probably not him. I know Robert Pattinson said he wants Mr. Freeze. I also would like Mr. Freeze. But in more than likely, it's going to be Two-Face working with maybe Black Mask. He's been supported the BLM riots during 2020. Just keep this in mind. Well, that played a part in what they want to do, which is they don't want to arrest criminals. Need Name TV for fake monies. Just farted in my diaper, and the way the baby powder poofs out the back reminds me of the white phosphorus tax in Fallujah 2004. Semper Fi Marines. See, I would doubt this happened, but you do say you're a Marine, so I'm gonna list this as possible. What are Kano White's commission rates? I saw they were open, but I can't find his rates. He can get kind of pricey. He's a professional, so ballpark 200, 400 rounds. Quick thoughts on Sicario 2. It's okay. I like it well enough. It has more than a few scenes I actually think are really cool, but it just kind of feels like they didn't really know where they wanted this to go, and it feels more like they're setting up a third movie. Marina Britbong money. Yeah, give us Bane or Killer Croc. Killer Croc would be cool. Croc has never shown up in a live-action thing. That'd actually be really cool to have him debut. I see Shota Crash Out getting tiger dropped, yeah. By an old lady. Why these big cities let criminals go? Multi-factor. A lot of these problems are multiple factors. So basically, crime rates get worse, meaning they chase off people and they can buy up the property that people abandon because they don't want to deal with the criminals anymore. So you have the real estate angle. They're then able to cry to the federal government they need more resources to police, so they get federal funding. That federal funding never actually goes anywhere. They pocket it all. So the crime gets worse, but they get paid. Financial. You also have the anarcho-tyrannism aspect of people are terrified and want to give that government more and more power, more and more control, because they just want this problem gone. You know, they just want it gone. They want it gone away. Make it stop. Make it stop. So power. Alexander's not a pretty cool dude. Pretty cool dude. Croc was in Suicide Squad. No, he wasn't. The James Gunn one? No, he wasn't in that. No, that was the shark. I don't know what you're talking about. There's only one Suicide Squad movie. Yeah, Croc's in the first Suicide Squad movie. Actually, yeah, you're right. He was never adapted in live action. And not an old lady, a man who dressed like a noble, yeah. I think Flint and Saginaw are worse. I say Man-Bat. Man-Bat would be cool. If they want to get completely weird with it, yeah, that'd be fun. They can do it like a vampire movie. So what's your next video? I got something in the works. I got something pretty cool in the works. I gotta get Man on Fire, because we're doing the Mexico trilogy. Sicario, Man on Fire, Dead Rising 3. Plus, I have more of a small, quickie one that I wanna use as like a test. I thought James Gunn's Suicide Squad was still connected to 2016. Yeah, I'd like to see Hush in live action. Hush, if they did it right, could be cooler than actual comic Hush. Because the idea is cool. The problem is, the gimmick is just, oh, that's Bruce Wayne's childhood friend. Like, the guy we never heard of before. Conor McKing or bust. Yeah, Suicide Squad was an LSD acid trip you had. We took you to get clean after that. Found doing that backer girl of ASMR reading the first volume of Berserk. A guy that was complaining about Silk Song being $20 works at Riot. Yeah, of course he did. Of course he did. See Reeves Batman touching Azrael. I don't think there's a reason why they wouldn't. The question is, would they have time? Because they only want to do a trilogy. They just want to do a trilogy and then they're out. Even Pattinson said that. It's like, I just want this to be a trilogy. And from what I understand, they want to build up to Court of Owls. So I could see Azrael helping out with Court of Owls. And what about Mad Hatter? Mad Hatter would actually be really cool because he gets really weird and psychedelic. Yeah, Hush is only ever cool in Paul Dini and Ronan and never again. Yeah. Yeah, Leto Joker, Honka. Yeah. Gonna be honest with you, Hush is kind of a lame Batman villain. I can see the potential, but the execution sucks. Well, that's how I feel. It's like, the idea is cool, where it's like, oh, you have this manipulator that's going behind Batman's back and is able to set up situations to fuck him over. It's like, that's fun. But the comic isn't really a good way of showing that. Yeah, question is, which Mad Hatter? That is true. By the way, first chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen sequel dropped yesterday, and they're bringing in aliens. Yeah, Calendar Man, except he's leading 9/11 attacks. Store the Snyderverse, fuck James Gunn's cartoon. Fuck that. No, I'm way happier with Gunn's version. I don't even particularly like Gunn, but, like, dear God, it's such an improvement. What football team do you go for? My grandma likes UK, therefore I have to like UK. I'm now a member, apparently. Yeah, Buddha bought a bunch of people members. Banks reveals new anti-centerpiece. Gets censored immediately. Way to prove him right, guys. It's more of a testament to the fact that, oh, we're right back in the Patriot Act days. Right back in the Patriot Act days, and on top of that, the UK doubled the fuck down. Yeah, Scarecrow would be really good. He was kind of lame in the Nolan movies. Basically just a drug dealer with a gimmick. Yeah, you only really see him, like, do the most in Batman Begins. The other movies, he just kind of cameoed. Really cool cameos, but, yeah. Some that is able to kind of use Scarecrow more and kind of delve more into what he can do, that'd be fun. I think the Pattinson Batman movies are going to be made. Gunn wants his own Batman movie. No, the Reeves movie's already approved. They're already filming the second one. And Gunn even outright said he doesn't want to touch that. It's like, just let them play with their toys. It's fine. He's gonna do I think the subtitle they have right now that they're working with is Brave and the Bold, which makes me wonder if it's gonna be more like, Brave and the Bold, where it's a bit more goofy, a bit more of like the 60s. I said about Violent Criminals, quite literally the plane Ultor had in Saints Row 2. Yeah. Azrael's my favorite. I don't think it'll be a good fit at all, especially considering his story is a religious, absolute, just superhuman. I just won't fit with your grounded approach. Yeah, like, they want to keep it grounded, but they're willing to touch the weird stuff because they're doing a Clayface movie. It's going to be connected, and S.J. Pattinson wants to do fucking Mr. Freeze. So it's like, you can see what they want to do, and I'm kind of curious, like, when things start getting weird. Oh, Buddha bought people on 50 more, member. 50 more. James Gunn makes Batman campy. I'm going to burn Warner Bros. To the ground. No, I'm fine with it. I just want to see how he does it. Campy Batman's fun. Brave and the Bold's a great show. French government is about to collapse, so yeah, fun times ahead, nothing ever happens. Feels like we've said that multiple times the last few years. Who should the villain be for Gunn's first Batman movie? As stated, it depends on what tone they're going for. Because supposedly, according to rumor, the subtitle is going to be Brave and the Bold. Therefore, could be more campy, could be more goofy. Fuck it. There's gonna be a wild card, but in terms of Gunn, you know, he likes doing the wild card shit. Gorilla Grodd. Like, Gorilla Grodd could be a fun one to do because you already have your setup. In Superman, they had the mind-controlled monkeys. So just have one that's, like, been enhanced by the mind control and is just getting smarter and smarter and smarter, and then Batman has to fight him. Honestly, it would be interesting to see a modern-day campy Batman. Think you should go with more light, dark blue suit, Batman suit. Yeah, not gonna lie. To really set it apart from Pattinson, I think making it blue could work. What was the last good Batman villain they added to canon? Honestly, that's a good question. It must be Condiment King. And also, Japan's PM resigned for he kept making the LDP lose elections. I guess besides the WF shit, he ain't resolving their economic problems. Yeah. Ever make a video on The Wire? I do love The Wire. It's a great show. Professor Pig. Professor Pig would be fun if they, because you can do that one kind of goofy. But if they also want to tease more of that like black humor that Gunn likes to do, you can do horror movie Professor Pig easy. By the way, I had to play Water Park Simulator. They have a queso cameo. It's as funny as you think it is. Isn't Gorilla Grodd Flash Superman villain? Yeah, usually, but Gunn likes to kind of weave these different characters' villains into each other. I mean, fuck, Suicide Squad, they fought fucking Starro. And it's like, Starro's usually like a League villain. No, I mean, Pig was the last good new Batman villain. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right, yeah. Because to be fair, Pig is cool. We don't like Harvey's replacement punchline? Yeah. Those can't be Batman. Interesting to make Batman boring as fuck? No, because it can be funny. Like I said, Brave and the Bold's a great show. My buddy in Japan, the ultra-nationalist party is growing from the PM's utter fumbling of the immigration stuff. If whenever I go to Japan and I take my brother, we get called two fat white Americans that don't belong on these lands, I'll be happy. That Star was a Supes villain. He's a Superman villain, but he's usually also like a full-on League villain, because Starro is like really dangerous. Now, granted, I know Batman's also fought Starro more than once. Yeah, the Hands of Justice is unisexual, yeah. Anarchy would be interesting. Anarchy you could do fun stuff with. Let's see Clayface, Man-Bat, and the Big Screen Man. I feel like they need their due. I'm curious how they're going to do Clayface. They outright said they're taking inspiration from Nosferatu, which is like, okay. Why do people go home? Yeah, damn, finding a campy Batman villain is really hard to find. No, there's a lot. Polka Dot Man, what was it, Penny Man? Or the Penny Shyster. The guy whose gimmick is, yeah, Giant Penny. Condiment King. Like, a lot of those were Batman villains. Kite Man, he was a Batman villain. Yeah, Clock King. Clock King could work either campy or serious, because, yeah, if I remember right, he had fucking time travel power, so yeah, there's a lot you could do there. Yeah, Penny Pincher. Yeah, it was Penny Pincher. Oh, we called it Guilo, confirmed. What do you think of the Booster Gold hype recently? Booster's fun. You know, Booster Gold actually is pretty fun. I know he's getting a solo movie, and if they get him right, it could be good. Yeah, Star was the first villain the League fought. Yeah. Yeah, Joker, funny enough, can also be a campy villain. That's true. If they want to go in a more goofy direction with the Joker, yeah. Onomatopoeia would be a good serious villain if done well. Yeah, because there's a lot of fucked up stuff you can do with him. Just make him a fucked up serial killer. Pan Pictures in Hell, that's canon, yeah. I think if Gunn chose the 1970s Batsuit, it could work. I think it could be fun, yeah. Like I said, it's all a matter of tone. If he wants it to be more goofy and campy, kind of fit in line with Superman, you want that goofier tone. But he also said that he liked the way that Reeves' tone clashed with his, because that's the thing he wants to push with the new DC. Every movie's gonna, like, everything's gonna have a distinct tone and feel to it all. So I'm curious if he wants to do something more in line with the Reeves universe, where it's more bitter and grim. Jackson Barn for $5. Lolly, do you think Renoir knew that Maëlle was Alicia? I think he had an inkling, so he made Gustave to confirm, but he got trapped by his wife. I think so, given Gustave and Miles' relationship. Yeah, he definitely knew, because the curator was the first one to notice her and help her out and do all this shit with her. So yeah, he absolutely knew to some degree. And Jack Reacher, Booster Gold, do it. He would be good, yeah. Favorite Batman the Animated Series character design? I like Scarecrow. Yeah, post the art direction change. The art direction change screwed up a lot of different people, but Scarecrow they nailed. Actual biggest issue in modern games, though, is a lack of open systems. I tried ensuring gaps were across the ship, so when I depressurized it, it would be across the ship, but nope. Yeah. Brave and the Bold Batman, have eye makeup or not? How about CGI Deadpool eyes? Only Adam West worked, but no eye makeup. Yeah, that is something that's all just going to come down to we have to see it. Because, like, I would be curious. I would like them to lean more animated series-wise if they want to do more campy Brave and the Bold, even though animated series wasn't really Brave and the Bold. Yeah, Scarecrow had, like, 3 redesigns. Yeah, you're right. And Chris Pratt's Booster Gold. Chris Pratt? I could see it, but I feel like people will think he's just Star-Lord again. You ever get around to reading Dungeon Crawler Carl? I read a little bit of it. It is fun. It is fun. More thing about Booster Gold is similar to Peacemaker, personality-wise. Both of them trying to get popular than the classic hero. Yeah, yeah. Liam Gallagher, $5. Gun Batman's gonna recreate the Robot Chicken sketch where him and Robin jump some kids and curb stomp them for singing the Batman Christmas song. Yeah. First could be called Japanese Evil Dead. It's a low-budget movie about some Yakuza having DMC fights with zombies. The director, same person who directed Twin Snakes remake. Oh, that could be fun. So that first episode of Kamen Rider Z's pretty good, and it's YouTube. It's on YouTube for free officially. It's never been worse so back. Yeah, Courier is my favorite antagonist expedition. It's really cool. I love Gentleman Ghost. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, if Gunn wants to reboot Batman for his own actual universe and not bring over the Reeves, do a fucking tribute to the Grey Ghost. Bring in, you know what would make everyone happy on every side of the political spectrum? Do the Brave and the Bold movie. Whoever they get to be Batman, he's playing the new Batman, the official one, but have Ben Affleck play the Grey Ghost. Have it be a movie form of the Grey Ghost episode of the animated series. That way, everyone's happy. I'm Captain Bosch von Rosenberg of Dalmasca. Yeah, Verse Director also did the cutscene in DMC 3. Oh. Jingle Bells, Batman Smells, Robin Laid an Egg, the Batmobile Lost a Wheel, and Joker Got Away. Who's the Grey Ghost? It's an episode of the animated series. The Grey Ghost is basically the Shadow. And if you don't know who that is, the Shadow was the pulp comic character that was before Batman that has been cited as one of the direct inspirations for Batman. So, the animated series paid tribute to the Shadow, and by extension, the 1960s Batman, by creating a character called the Grey Ghost, who is the Shadow. And it was a character that Bruce loved watching as a kid. And in that episode, they have the actor who played him on TV voiced by Adam West. So it was a way of paying tribute to the Adam West era Batman and acknowledging the Shadow and its influence on Batman. Yeah, Adam West voiced him in the series, yeah. Yeah, Grey Ghost voiced by Adam West, yeah. And Gentleman Ghost, separate character that started out as a villain for a different hero. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but when you name Ghost, it kind of made me think, like, you know what, fuck it, yeah, they could do a Grey Ghost episode. Or a movie. I can see a Batman movie where it shows him off more as a detective. Yeah, the Reeves movie did it very well, to the point that I kind of wanted more of it. The scene where he's able to tell the finger was cut off after before he died. It's like, oh, that's really good. Ryan Gosling as Booster Gold? It could work. He is good at being funny. And the ending of the episode hurts now that both Adam and Kevin are gone. Necron, $5. I know it's not really probable, but I'd love to see Two-Face in the movie bring the animated shows The Judge too. That'd be fun, yeah. Adam West played Grey Ghost and anything else? Well, Grey Ghost was just made for the animated series, but he voiced in a few different things for Batman. If I remember right, didn't he show up in one of the Arkham games? I could have sworn he was in Arkham Origins. But I know he voiced Thomas Wayne in the Brave and the Bold episode where it was Chill of the Night. Yeah, didn't Bob Kane trace the Shadow? I don't know anything about that. I don't know a lot about the Shadow. So I'm just sitting in the abyss waiting to jump some fucker's funny. First time seeing his friend in years, and he runs them hands. Yeah, there's a poster in Night. Yeah. That Azabat suit was cool. It was pretty cool. I'd be confused with a gay ghost who subdues his villains with BJs and butt stuff. I do know they had West Batman movie. They also had William Shatner in it. Yeah. Make a Booster Gold movie. I feel like you should also have Ted Kord, Blue Beetle, since they're best friends. Yeah, introducing Blue Beetle in some way, because Blue Beetle's fun. He's basically the closest thing DC has to Spider-Man. Yeah, isn't Damian in the movie? If so, then it'll probably be Ra's al Ghul. I don't know what version of Robin they're going to go with. Because, yeah, they're going to introduce Robin in the new one, but having it be Batman's son this early, that's a little like, shit, okay. I just kind of assume they're either going to do Dick or Jason. Favorite Elsewhere Batman? Gotham by Gaslight's really cool, but I think, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I have to hand it to Flashpoint. Thomas was fucking crazy. Yeah, might as well introduce Static Shock. Yeah, Static, he could be fun. I think Gunn will tackle the Bat family since he already made so Batman was a few years in. Plus, Red Hood movie would be cool to see in the future. Like I said, it'll depend on certain things. Like, yeah, he wants a more experienced Batman because he's doing the thing where it's like, you know who these fucking characters are. We're not doing the origin story again, which is fine. That's respectable. So if I had to guess, I think it'll depend on what the Reeves movie will do. So, because Reeves is probably going to do Dick Grayson. So if they're doing Dick Grayson, it's probably going to be Batman who's already broken off from Dick Grayson. He's already on his way to being Nightwing. So it'll probably be Jason. He's stuck in Godzilla's basement. Yeah, imagine a movie that has Bruce and Tim that act more as a detective duo. That'd be good, yeah. Yeah, latest they should is Tim Drake. Yeah, if they want to do Tim, that'd be a good way of doing a curveball. Yeah, when Gunn first announced DCU lineup, he talked about bringing in Damian. I don't like that. Make that a sequel character. Yeah, like, you have to build up to Damian, because to get to Damian, you need Talia al Ghul. To get Talia al Ghul, you got to get to Ra's al Ghul. Yeah, whoever Nightwing is, please give him a nice tush. Godzilla video when? I do want to talk about Godzilla. It's so cool. What happened to Static Shock? Last I heard of him, they rebooted a retcon him getting his powers from BLM. And that was a few years ago. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with Static. How about Batgirl? Should Batgirl be in it? I'm not against Batgirl, especially if they do establish that Bruce's been operating for a few years. When do you think they'll do Two-Face? Well, supposedly the Reeves movie's going to do Two-Face. Now, we don't know if it's going to be Harvey and then he becomes Two-Face, or if it's just Harvey or what. Yeah, I'm fine with them skipping Dick Grayson Robin if it means I can get Nightwing earlier. I'm biased. Yeah, like, bringing fucking Nightwing into live action would be a really good idea. I see how Gunn, Twitter are losing their minds because some guy shot his rooster with a 12 gauge for protecting his nephew. Yeah. It's a chicken. You just have to, smack the chicken and get it to go away. How do you want Red Hood to be introduced in these kind of movies? I feel like Batman and Jason should still be at odds terms, no kill rule. Yeah. I would say do it similar to how Superman and the Justice League in the new movie kind of did it, but a lot more fractured. Because, the Justice Gang, which they're the fucking League, in the Superman movie, they were willing to kill. They were willing to fuck people up. And Superman mainly just wagged his finger and said, don't do that. Batman would 100% go, if you do that again, I'm not working with you, and I'll kick your ass. Yeah, we're doing Red Hood, have Jensen Ackles play him again. Yeah, fuck, if they establish Batman's been operating for a while, let's throw it out there and say, once again, it's the Batfleck thing. So Batman's been operating for like 20 years. You can have an older Jason. I think they changed the Big Bang incident from having the mutagen being chemicals and changed it to experimental tear gas. And you watch 20 days later just be with ice-themed Bucky. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Hope they don't copy the Punisher Daredevil scene and have Red Hood just trying to make a point. Yeah. How should Bane be doing? I'm not against Venom, but if they do another he's just fucking huge, I would be okay with that. I want Batgirl to be Cassandra Cain. Trying to get Comic-Con smelling here. Yeah, this Friday, new Berserk chapter. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah, you don't need a rooster. Just push him away with your boot. He'll fly away like it's been kicked out of confusion. Yeah, they're dumb. They don't remember anything. Plus, roosters are just mean by their very nature. They're going to come at you. Like, see Burt Ward have a chance to voice Batman or one of his villains. Pretty sure Burt Ward's dead. Let me make sure of that. Maybe say Red Hood is a villain for a solo Nightwing movie. That would be cool, yeah. Oh, no, he's still alive. Holy fuck, yeah. Definitely get him in something before he dies. You think Gunn could do Mr. Freeze justice? With Gunn, maybe. That's kind of be one of those of like, would he just make him a big joke because he would want to reference the Schwarzenegger stuff? Honestly, I'd be more curious what Reeves would do because they want to do the more like grounded, like sad psychological stuff, which I like. And I feel like that version of Mr. Freeze would be awesome. That's on Arkham Jason. It was kind of funny how hard they kept going, it's not Jason. It's not. And the minute they reference Jason once in Arkham Knight, it's Jason Todd. Yeah, I want Reeves, Mr. Freeze, yeah. Honestly wondering how you would get Jason Todd to stop killing criminals for good, because he's very adamant on that. Funny enough, he wavers back and forth. During the event where he was actually part of the Bat family for a little bit, he was he was trying to teach Damian to not kill, and that worked. At least in the sense of that dynamic was pretty cool. Still point to Guardians 3. Gunn can do dark and tragic when he really wants to. Yeah. I have said Irishman mewing. Arkham Knight was obviously Jason. You can't hide those daddy issues. What Boat Ward said about Adam West and went down, is that true? I only know bits and pieces where basically they didn't really like each other. They didn't like each other for a period of time. They still was some beef, but I feel like they were amicable in some way. I'd like to see them try something more obscure like Magpie, Anarchy, or Professor Pig. Yeah, like getting one of the like weirder ones in, that could be cool. Comic accurate high Wolverine. How's comic going for the casuals? You put me on the spot here. You put me on the spot. Oh, jeez. Oh, I'm so on the spot. So, pretty much most everything we need on our side is basically done. The only thing we really need done is like fucking one more template for a background we need. Just not even for the comic, just for like an extra page in the comic as just a background thing, you know, for the text to sit on so it'll look cool. And Magneto wants to go back and fix up the first cover because that first cover was driving him nuts and was just like, something feels off about it. It's not clicking the way I want it to. So I'm like, fuck it, you got time. You can, you know, fix it up if you want to or do a new version. It's fine, you know. But other than that, all the shit we need done is basically done. So that date I gave, September 16th, that is still very much our ballpark. That is still very much, yeah, we're pretty much there. Hello, Black Rhapsody Book 2 still needs some backing. It has 15 days left. That is true. You know what? Yeah, I'll be nice. Give me a sec. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Gotta let this load up. Here we go. Come on. I feel like writers just don't know how to be consistent with Jason Todd. The other one to stop killing or basically turn him into a Temu Punisher. Right? Yeah, it's like, if they can pick a lane, it'll be fine. But here we go. I'm putting a link to Black Rhapsody, because I stated, the lady who makes it, she's really nice. She's been super nice to us. Reina's good people. I think gonna add the gotcha, smarmy style MCU humor as movies have higher up mandates on scenes that were supposed to be sincere or serious, or is that just like just as Whedon like style? He goes back and forth. Some stuff he's willing to let be tragic and actually be fucked up and serious. Others, I don't know if it's like an insecurity thing or if it's a higher up going, no, you need to make that funny. People aren't going to pay attention if it's not funny. Because, I mean, he's fully capable of doing a moment that's meant to be taken seriously. Hell, I still think Guardians of the Galaxy 1 is his best movie because that has the best balance. I think beef ended before that one episode of SpongeBob with Burt Ward and Adam West guest starring as the younger version of Mermaid Man Barnacle Boy. Yeah. I think James Gunn shot the Batman origin in the opening credits of his first Batman movie. Reina knows about Doros and likes Nikki. She's awesome in my book. Trying a runner build in Cyberpunk not as powerful as I thought it would be. I feel like quick hats through walls should be easier. It was easier when the game first launched, and it was tuned down and kind of nerfed come Phantom Liberty because it was so OP. Once you build it up, it's really not that hard to still get pretty strong, but you have to work more for it. I like Jason being written. You prefer him essentially being the Punisher. I like him more when he actually tries to be part of the Bat family and not kill. Jason, when he kills, is interesting, so I kind of like both. Like, he wants to go back to Bruce and the Bat family, but because he's a killer, it's harder for him. Zim Despot, $5. Here, centrist Lollyman, totally not a parody of Father Ted meme. I can only make a group of people kill themselves, yeah. Have you heard the recent story from DC Gotham Nocturne? I have not. I see DC keeps fucking up Red Hood's design. The latest redesign is Jason wear a hoodie and big domino mask, but remove the helmet altogether. I hate it. Yeah, that is dumb. Use only one quick hack, being the Kurt Cobain treatment. What's Black Rhapsody? That's a comic Reina's working on, and, you know, she's in the middle of trying to get her second issue out. And the artist she got for it's a really nice lady. I'd like to see a movie of Batman versus the Green Hornet. I love that crossover in the 60s show. It'd be fun, yeah. Wait, who's Reina? The lady I talked to on Monday about how she was trying to push her comic. Dibbers, $5. Apparently people are shit-talking you in V's latest video about KCD2. Oh, yeah, I'm not shocked. Once again, it's still the tribalistic bullshit where it's like, you're not immediately frothing at the mouth angry about the game, therefore you are a dirty, dirty centrist or a libertarian. And it's like, no, I played the fucking game. It's not fucking woke. Like, it's not woke. It's not pedophilic. I think people need to seriously get their fucking dick out of their ass and understand that if you keep going 0 to 100, people are going to notice you go 0 to 100 on everything and start calling bullshit. We're only $5. Ship carrying Greta Thunberg was struck by a drone set on fire. They don't know if she's alive. Yeah, I heard that. Supposedly she's okay, though. That's what I heard. No one is confirmed dead. Yeah, you Muslim a gay man, KSD2. Yeah. Keep in mind, V told one of the people who created Silent Hill he didn't have the talent of the people who created Silent Hill. Yeah. Those people will never admit fault with KSD2. Even Razorfist said he wanted us to apologize to him months after controversy ended. Yeah, it's like, it's just stupid, you know? Yeah, it's been confirmed she's still alive. Okay. And she's the other Latina. I got into the obligatory Latina versus Latina argument. Yeah. People are still talking about KSD2. Come on, guys. We know each controversy takes at least 1 week of our time. Gears also think KSD2 is woke. What the hell did this game do to people? It was poisoned well. You know, it was all about poisoning the well. They were able to convince enough people to where that's now the official story, and no one's going to go and check because they don't want to be seen as a traitor for playing the game behind everyone's back. You know what I mean? So a TikTok of a guy complaining about Berserk saying it's CP, saying it's not proper dark fantasy because explicit rape scenes. Yeah, the guy's an idiot. V is correct. Team Silent basically broke up after 3, I think. Apparently France fallen again. Yeah, it's like the 5th time. It'll be fine. Bro, this latest comic, get something from her, you horn dog. No, she's nice. I dare you, Lolly and I only, not play only 10-second KC2, not immediately blaming Jews. Yeah, everything that happened in KC2 was filled with misinformation. Yeah. That's on 3 Joker comic. I wasn't a big fan of it. I do kind of get weary when Joker is like the main event in every fucking thing. It's like, come on, there's other people. You can do other stuff. Dibbers $5. Notice how every non-woke game not made by Bricks called woke. Yeah. Francis Vaughn. Oh, no. Anyways. Yeah, you're enlightened centrist saying they're wrong and showing them why and go, why do you want to police our side acting like a sheriff? Yeah. Like the idea of Batman having to kill some of his rogues, just not as often and never with guns. Yeah, if you build up to him killing one, it can work. Tim Burton Batman, I mean, famously, he killed people. But it was always done like that weird kind of goofy cartoony way up until the Joker died. That one's actually like a fucking serious one. Originally I thought Razorfist being a disingenuous kook. Now new info of him demanding people apologize to him just makes him look like a bitch. Here, Greg Sipes apparently got replaced to his diagnosis. Yeah, the guy who voiced Beast Boy for like 20 fucking years. Fucking pissed me off so much, but since he was glazing Black Lagoon and Claymore for being better dark stories, which also have children being raped. Am I supposed to ever apologize? Recommend is wrong. Melanie Mack, anyone? Yeah. Kind of funny seeing your horse get stolen at the gypsy camp the second he took your eyes off it. Yeah. Can I get Zodiac Spear? We can try, but I know it's a pain in the ass. Not gonna kill you, but I don't have to save you. Peak dialogue. Yeah, Batman Begins is good. New Batman trilogy teased Joker, but he's already arrested in the first Batman. You're better off showing him at the end of the trilogy. Yeah. Yeah, Fine Straw was them celebrating as a Starfield rant and then saying he was right because Starfield's dead. It's a massive Star Wars mod and the works for it. Yeah. Well, to be fair, it is dead. Wait, is that true? Beast Boy's voice was fired? Yeah, he got diagnosed with Parkinson's, and when he told Cartoon Network about it, they fired him from being Beast Boy. Yeah, Razor likes the wire spies. Logic, he's woke. Yeah. Yeah, Jason Todd, Bruce Sear, while he holds the Joker over the streets of Gotham. Do it, do it, do it. No one will blame you. Just drop him. Yeah, I gotta beat up Cartoon Network for this. Yeah. Yeah, it's not pain in the ass, just killing specific hunts, rare enemies, just takes a bit of time. Okay, yeah. Griffith's doing that with Lost Soul aside, claiming the devs were saying the whole black cancels out yellow thing, which they didn't. It was some Sony rep. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, it has unironically gotten to a level where all it takes is the right guy with the right numbers next to his name, you know, the right subscribe account, you know, that whole thing, to basically pitch a story. And after that story's pitched, people are not budging on it. They're going to insist it was true no matter what. You know, it kind of has turned into a thing of mob mentality where it's like, people know how they're seen, they know how they're trusted, therefore they will warp things in their direction. And it's one of those of like, motherfucker, if it's not true, it's not true. Yeah, Razor and friends conspiring call Varva a pedo shows how trash they are. Exactly. It's like, when you get to that level of calling someone a pedophile, it's like, okay, you have taken that shit way too fucking far. I don't give a fuck about the excuse. That's fucked up. Yeah, Starfield was dead on arrival because how boring it was. Asking about fucking pronouns did nothing. Yeah, it was already dying. And it sucks because Razor showed me about Walt Disney hate communists and a lot of them black artists in the same studio. Yeah, it's disappointing. It's okay. Greg Sipes losing his 20-year-long job solely cool because he believed anti-vax conspiracy theories that Parkinson's just karma or something. Yeah, I was seeing some of that. Yeah, where he's a little bit like Ruben Langdon, where he has like kind of like kooky out there shit, but at the same time, the guy's a talented voice actor. No one cares. You know, it's like we're like the whole like policing social media is like one of the worst trends that's ever been allowed to be normal, just due to the fact of like, really, you can't enjoy anything without a fucking background check. Especially sucks since Razor actively defended the first game when it came out. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, a lot of them got that heated because they viewed it as like a betrayal. And it's like, when the first game came out, how many of these people stuck with it? How many of these people actually bought KCD, put time into it, actually knew the quest, knew what was going on? Were they buying it because they liked the game, or were they buying it because it was the symbol of the week to fight for? No one cares. Law explicitly is the problem a lot of the time. It seems like terrible optics. Why wouldn't you at least keep Beast Boy's actor toy physically couldn't? Greg was like anti-vax or something, yeah. Razor turning heel like he did hurt me in my soul. Hurt worse than Hulk Hogan turning heel and joining NWO. Yeah, propaganda slop of the week month, yeah. Sucks that Razor sided gargle, JDA's nuts, dude got me into Solomon Kane, Elric, Conan, heavy metal. Yeah, like I said, it's disappointing. So he's like Ruben Langdon in terms of conspiracy theory thinking. The Beast Boy voice actor, yeah. And you know, it's one of those things of like, okay, name a single VA that's not batshit crazy. They can do Case D3 with like his son or daughter or something. Yeah. The flavor is Vapor Puff and Nerd. It is... It has the name on here somewhere. Rainbow Sherbet. Yeah, didn't JDA snake Razor because the Razor doesn't hate Jews? So much for that alliance. Yeah. Razor's gotten really gay and petty, especially with how he reacts when people say Metal Gear Solid 2 predicted the modern politics. Yuri Lowenthal wasn't crazy. Yeah, Kevin Conroy wasn't crazy. He had cancer and gay. Offered a gift card for some COVID flu shots. Much as I enjoy gift card, I don't think I want to get shot. I heard Ruben was coming back to voice Dante for something. That would be cool. The man is Dante. Thanks for turning me to vapes. I'll definitely name you in my manifesto. What's going on with Beast Boy? His voice actor got fired. The guy that's been voicing him ever since fucking... Yeah, ever since the Teen Titans show. Not bad. Prefer banana ice myself. I get the choice. Yeah. So you find the recent video about V saying KC2 is woke. Yeah, I have no idea. I was waiting for your heel turn. Show me the whole Walt Disney hidden Jews. Not true and made up by communists. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where... It's why I say a lot of the time, you have to be aware of the shit your side is saying. Not out of a whole, like, oh, you gotta police it, but just be aware of how things are sounding and if things are starting to sound like they're shifting off objective. Because you gotta remember how a lot of these people started. It was very pro-free speech, very pro-freedom, fuck the government, you know, storytelling is storytelling. And now a lot of these guys are coming out and saying shit like, degeneracy is bad, and we need to have heckin' standards, and freedom is how we got here in the first place. It's shit like that where it really does make you raise an eyebrow and go, what the fuck happened? I mean, hell, we just had that massive controversy where a bunch of like influencer accounts on Twitter were literally paid off by Indian companies to prop up Indian propaganda and like fucking support immigration from India to other places. So it's one of those where you hear that and you immediately start thinking of the Candid thing of, oh, so these people sell out principles for money. More of a watermelon Jolly Rancher flavor. To be fair, that one was good. Watermelon is good. Here, Greta Thunberg's flotilla was attacked. Looks like it was a drone strike. Supposedly no one died from it, but yeah, that happened. Don't go to an active war zone. Yeah, I finally watched since MGS3 review. Dear guys, ran on the boss something you need to see to believe. Yeah, and that's another point where, obviously not specifically him. This is more of a generalization, but the point still applies. Like, Carl sees $2. Razor proved Michael Jackson was innocent. Yeah, but you know, it's like when Anita Sarkeesian was, you know, back in my day, and we bitched about Anita Sarkeesian, you know, that whole thing. When she was doing her thing and lying about shit and fucking over game companies, and she called the boss a bimbo because she name dropped MGS3 in one of her videos and specifically called the boss as like a sexualized character. People across the board were like, what the fuck's wrong with you? No, she wasn't. Like, have you ever played MGS3? Like, she's one of the most developed and fucking influential characters in that series. Like, what are you talking about? She's just a bimbo. And people were rightfully going, you didn't play this fucking game if you're calling her something that reductive. And now, yeah, you cut to today and you have people saying, like, oh, she was a girl boss, she was proto-woke, and it's like, it feels like the exact same shit. It feels like the exact same shit where people are in it just for the money. Parkinson's really interfere with voice acting? Michael J. Fox did a lot of voice acting. Have you got Parkinson's? Stuart Little, anyone? Yeah, it can, if it gets severe enough. Boss, the reason why John becomes the villain, yeah. I mentioned that with the MGS3 Delta. They're trying to say MGS3 was always woke and Clip Kojima had a hand in the remake because his name's on it. Yeah, see, it's not just being ignorant, it's being proud of ignorance. Yeah, that's fucking retarded, yeah. Boss told me to kidnap soldiers and force them to join my anime army on an oil rig. An argument with someone on the server about how freedom got here in the first place. People are demanding the same shit the left want, but somehow theirs okay. Well, the big thing is they're convinced this current government, like with Trump, is on their side, and there's been more than a few signs that show when the chips are down, he's fucking not. You know, I like the guy doing shit with immigration and blowing up the cartels and shit like that, but always be aware, it's not just him. He's not a solo act. There's other people with their own agenda involved. I'm expecting Sarkeesian to be genuine, naive at best. Yeah. I'm saying that Tards, I think Halo's woke because female Spartans have been a thing since before the first game even came out. Keep yelling, it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to revel in it. Exactly. That video Mike from RLM on the WWE show was funny. And Sargon made the idiotic claim that communism is an ideology of individualism and that's why it's bad. Yeah, literally the exact opposite. It's a collectivist ideology that views people as numbers. Oh god. The onions. Okay, the onions are helpful. Trump's a willing cog in the machine that interest groups own. Yeah. Like I said, I like the guy. He's doing stuff I like, but at the same time, I'm not going to pretend that he won't shoot me if he had the chance. Trump stupidly appointed these people to the cabinet trying to be feds. Epstein rickrolled anyone. Background checks be reserved for those things. Yeah. Remember Dan Crenshaw was our guy for 30 minutes? Exactly. Yeah, Trump covering for... damn it. I missed it. Onions are friends. While Trump is the only bad actor, remember there's a whole cabinet comprised of corruptible people with their own interests. Keep reminding people of that. Exactly. Gonna see any more bunny women? I think we go back to their village. Vegetable mobs are fun when you find the gang squad debuff city, yeah. Remember, chat, the times do change on you. Need to be aware of what's happening. Need to be aware of what's changing both value and action, yeah. Oh god, no, we are not fighting that thing. The times, yeah. I think, Rizzer and Anita act. I'm starting to think the horseshoe theory isn't the right term. A horseshoe ring would be a better term. Yeah, it would have been way worse if Kamala won. Exactly, you know, it's... The only real difference for us right now is the fact that with Trump, any fuck-up is a controlled fuck-up, even though it's still a fuck-up, but it's way better than what could have been. Also, I don't think I have anything that can... Remedy's pretty good to keep around, though. Comes to degeneracy, my way of handling involves shutting down the hub and OF, not going after sex appeal. Differs a lot for my fellow Christians. We've been in a nuclear war with Russia and Iran at Kamala 1. Yeah. Like, not even exaggeration. Yeah. I think Fraun a spear user. I do hear that's actually a pretty good build for her, but I'm so used to just running her as Archer. I make a mandatory to listen to the speech on the times. Trump, we have a chance. Kamala, with Trump, we have a chance. Kamala, we have none and would have doubled down, yeah. Star Trek series, we got one. DS9 is my favorite and Cisco's favorite. Same. I like them a lot. They're really good. Okay. Gotta get back to the Still Shrine, so... Honestly, I think there needs to be a massive call on people like Sargon, JDA, Razorfist, and other, various other people that claim to be on our side but clearly are not acting like it. The problem is the fact that what they're banking on is, as stated, the tribalism. You know, and she has an amazing spear stance. Ah. Yeah, they need to bank on the tribalism. The us versus them, you know, we can't afford to be fighting amongst each other. That whole thing. And the reason it's a problem is a lot of the time when you have guys like JDA, they explicitly start gunning after other people and trying to force them out of the circle, you know? They take advantage of the fact that people have a persecution complex. Basically, well, if you get rid of me, that's one less person that'll fight for you, and you're being so oppressed right now. It's very manipulative. And it's why I keep saying, like, the best way to avoid it is to acknowledge it's happening in the first place. Because if you're able to acknowledge it and pay attention to that behavior, it's a lot easier to go, fuck off, you're not in this for good reasons. What do you think of Johnny Silverhand and the things he did when he was alive? How much do you think he mattered? Actual in setting, Johnny didn't matter that much, but to me, Johnny was a hero. He's a hero in this house. Even though he was basically just working for Militech, even if he didn't know it. Yeah, they all fuck the same whores. Don't trust any of them, yeah. Yeah, same show with Comicsgate. Now EVS does crack with lesbian hookers. Exactly. You know, it is this thing of, if we're not willing to acknowledge why the fuck are we making this our position now, then you can be led by the nose to fucking anything, you know? You know, it's one of those of when the talking point, yeah, don't forget to grind. Level 50 is the average you need for endgame. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're at like level 30. Yeah, 30. But you know, it's one of those where when people start going, oh well, fuck principles, I want to win. You're basically just allowing yourself to be taken advantage of by every new situation. Every new situation will take advantage of the fact that, you know, you are allowing yourself to be molded by what's happening instead of what you want to have happened. Hey, Don, what's up with Christopher? I ate radiated meat, now he's a gabagool. Gabba what? I think about the whole nationalism shift. The question is it real nationalism or is it people's warped idea of nationalism? Now, with Epstein fuck up, yes, everyone was guilty to some extent, including Trump. Who is more guilty and who is more evil and malicious? That actually matters more than people admit. You're not wrong. Like, you know, a guy who will come out and say, I didn't say anything because they would have fucking killed me and my family. Like, obviously, you're going to pay more lenience towards that guy than someone who was like an active participant. I see that letter Trump gave to Epstein. I'm heavily doubting that. Just because they're really taking advantage of the fact that it really feels like the first term all over again, but way more petty. Where Trump hired all these people to help him, and now they're doing everything they can to fuck him over in new and unique ways. Like the guy that said, oh yeah, Trump was an undercover informant for Epstein. It's like, where the fuck did that come from? You know? And it feels like, okay, that's going to be their way to tarnish him and make sure his family can never touch politics again, you know? If he's even in the same ballpark as Epstein in any way, shape, or form, he's fucked. Damn it. That's not fun. Yeah, I read that letter, felt like AI. Probably was. Only 3 characters up to snuff, dude. If one of your mains die, you're fucked. That's how I roll. Speaking of which, Vaughn might die. Trump only testified against Epstein back in the day. Even Ghislaine admitted to it. Yeah. Was that AVS doing coke and lesbian hookers? Yeah, that was one of his streams. He got super fucking high in a bathroom with like 2 lesbian hookers he found. Suppose a young Trump with Epstein that were botted by Twitter and lefty YouTubers doctored anyway. Now they're saying that that's why they tried to kill him because greater good. Am I right? Yeah, Johnny knew he just hated Arasaka more. Yeah. Yeah, letter's fake. Signatures don't even match. Yeah. That's why the minute I heard it, it's like, oh, how convenient at this time when everything regarding Epstein is going wrong. Epstein list turned into a game of chicken between the Democrats and Republicans, and both wanted Trump on it. Yeah. Wasn't Trump the one who gave information to arrest Epstein? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, upcoming James Bond game's gonna be woke like Razor claims or not? There's always the possibility, but I'm gonna keep it firm, wait and see. Some of the gameplay stuff they show off is kind of cool. Like, they're doing a remix of the Hitman detection meter. where you have a certain number of excuses you can give people before they actually get suspicious of what you're doing in an area, which personally I think is actually kind of cool. Don't forget, Johnny Silverhand in lore got famous because of the people he knew, not because of what he did. The latter was just a piece, yeah. At least confirm Trump isn't on it. It's just that someone or something is making it impossible for him to release the full list for one reason or another. Yeah. Most likely explanation is that shit's probably gone. They probably nuked that shit. Are you saying he's woke because modern day instead of what he wanted, claiming there's a reason they did that? Well, like I said, I'm going to wait and see on it. I think the bluff mechanic's interesting, yeah. Americans are starting to realize how much the world hates them and does the very things they accuse us of doing, but even worse, but not sure if they're becoming nationalist. Well, like I said, it's what even is the American identity anymore? It's kind of been ripped to pieces. I forget, new time management DLC for KCD 2 comes out tomorrow. Yeah. Are Baron Trump with a run in the future? I swear, allegiance to my lord. My characters in this game run like the footage was sped up because I literally turn on the fast forward. It's how you really need to play 12. And they gave Bond a scar and used OHMSS theme in the trailer. They threatened Trump's family. Someone tried to kill him several times. That hasn't stopped, so they threatened his family. Yeah, because notice, that hasn't happened lately. That's a car review. Part of the reason the CIA is egging cartels to cause chaos in Mexico is because stable Mexico would threaten the U.S.'s position as a global superpower. I could also be a part of it. Unless Epstein hid the real thing in a place only he and Ghislaine knew, and there's no way it hasn't been destroyed. Yeah. Isn't the fast forward movement the normal movement in FF12 because it takes too long normally? Well, no, you can turn on fast forward because this is what it is normally. This is fast forward. Then the grinds for rare weapons later on make the fast forward a godsend. Yeah. But yeah, there's a Duckman episode that talks about this very issue of what does America mean anymore. Yeah. I think it's going to happen in like 20 to 30 years in the future because it kind of feels like when the ideological prelude to some global conflict. I ain't liking it. I'm going to bet on nothing ever happens because it makes me happy. Peckle. As Mike Johnson who said Trump was an informant, that would be the last person to betray him. Am I wrong? Like I said, it's one of those things we all say, well, he would totally never fuck him over. And then guess what? He fucks him over. So, my big thing is I don't trust dudes in suits. I don't know if it's next on the list of games V is trying to Tortanic. Yeah. A shadow ban? Nah. Where private groups are able to track people that travel to Epstein Island with cell phone positioning sold by data brokers. Yeah. Start practicing your pecos, people. Okay, if I remember right, this is kind of a weird one. Yeah, I think someone needs to have, what was it, the Sword of Dawn? Welcome to the American dream. You're living it. I'm JD Vance becomes president next, more of the same or worse? I think more of the same. You know, there'll be the veneer of rebellion, but in the end, everything's still going to be stupid. You know, spending $5 reminds me of Watchmen. What happened to the American dream? You don't trust dudes in suits? Okay, what about dudes in bat suits? I think Batman should beat the shit out of Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne's such a douchebag. Yeah, bad things will happen, but nothing good ever happens. Fuck, I'm trying to remember this puzzle. It's weird. I think it's... Yeah, I think it's the Dawn Shard. You need to put on the Dawn Shard. So, who can wear it? Let's try Vieira. It might only be... Yeah, it might only be Osh. So... No? Okay. Fuck, I don't remember. You like dudes in suits? It's all look forward, though. What, you'd rather see him naked? It sounds gay. Saying O'Keefe's expose and the DOJ deputy chief admitting to planning on redacting Republicans but not Democrats on a list. Yeah, which tells me all I need to know. Batman should shout out, eat the rich. Like, physically eat them. Who's the best on-screen Bruce Wayne? I still give it to... Yeah, Christian Bale. Bruce such a nepo baby. He sleeps all day. Lucius does all the work. Mortality happens, only it doesn't result in everyone nuking each other. We just get the same oh god, oh fuck reaction as every other global conflict since, I don't know, Westfall raised chicken. Fucking hoping is, I want to be a goddamn xenomorph. That sounds awesome. You see Knives Out movies? Everyone fucking loves those movies, but I can't stand them. They're okay. They're fun little, you know, noirs. Not even noirs, it's murder mysteries. Scariest part of RE8? Little fetus that could never be. That part still kind of gets under my skin. Bale's the best Bruce Wayne, but honestly I think Pattinson's better Batman. Eh, not a bad way to put it. Yeah, I'm trying to... It's either... No, I think it is the Dawn Shard. Yeah, it is the Dawn Shard. So here... Okay, he has the Dawn Shard. Oh, it might be one of those we have to take it off. Okay, let me try that. Let's put on the battle harness. I'm trying to remember this puzzle. It's weird. Oh, wait, the list comes out, and it is. We have another John Snowden level hacking. Yeah. Enough to matter who's in the office, RD. Gonna use the Epstein list to score political points. Like my brother in Christ, both of you are in on it, and you refuse to acknowledge it. Yeah. The fuck is Clark Kent keeping interviews with Superman unless they're gay? I never thought of it like that. It makes a lot of sense. Okay. It's either the sword or the accessory. It's one of those. Because you need a specific item to interact with this. Might be the ancient sword. Fuck, I'm trying to remember this one. This one's fucking weird. Yeah, things get better. Yeah. Being American does mean something can't mean nothing at all. Well, that's what I mean. It's like, as much people say, oh, we're becoming more nationalistic, it's like, fucking are we? It kind of feels like the opposite. Like, everyone wants America to be something other than what America was, because they're ashamed of what America is, no matter what side they're on. You know, kind of one of those things of like, you know, before we can go, you know, we need to be American. We got to figure out what the fuck does being American mean. And I wonder how Peter Parker keeps getting up close and personal pictures of Spider-Man when no one else can, unless... You know, this like combat gaming system in the FF12 is the main reason I stopped playing. I think I quit early in some forest section. If we got another Trump, we'd be dealing with the same problem Trump is, the rest of the government. Yeah. Here, let me... Because this is actually a pretty good way to grind. Yeah, Van Speed died Trump or new Trump, but not the original. Yeah. That's a hot take, but I really like Pattinson's social outcast Bruce Wayne. No return to usual playboy in the sequels. Yeah. Be kind, don't steal people's shit being an American, yeah. You know, let's have Bosch do it. He's the one actually holding the Dawn Shard. Yep, okay, so it just has to be the person that actually has it equipped. Clark Kent and Superman are in a gay relationship, I just don't have proof for it. What do you know about BLM? Not the terrorist organization and government agency? Well, I have no idea what agency you're talking about. My life philosophy, live, find that circle you can be part of, enjoy what you do, and have life. What you can do and have. Life is short, after all, so do what you can. Yeah. Left want America to be communist, right want America to be monarchist, socialist. Yeah. Another one who was weirded out by the fact that Invisible, that one song became a meme for Metal Gear Solid, is generally very much a good song for Metal Gear Solid 5, like unironically. Well, the fact that it actually wasn't in the game, yeah. Did you hear Beast Boy VA got fired? Yeah, we talked about that. Bureau of Land Management. Oh. Are you sure Bruce Wayne's an influential pedophile who uses billions of dollars to groom young boys? Oh, shit. Okay, we're going to have to pump some stats into Bosch. He's kind of melting health-wise. He's doing pretty good damage. Okay, now we lost our healer. That's great. Bravo, Kojimbo. You know about what the foreign shrimp turns into? I think right now we're in the proto what the fuck are we phase of nationalism, at least for Europe. Oh fuck, we're in 1810s. Can we just get Napoleon already? Holy shit. Life is harsh, cruel, and can be unjust. Part of my personal philosophy is don't intentionally add to the misery. Yeah, don't be a dick, basically. So let us... Alright, yeah, it's licenses. Her Bruce Wayne makes little boys wear underwear and sit in bird cages. Watch me put the future up, the Japanese man's ass in the present. For Reddit being insane like he is in Pre-52 or more insane put together like New 52. I prefer more sane and put together like... His logic makes sense to him, it's just Bruce doesn't like it. Robert could play RoboCop for all I care, yeah. But Bruce Wayne abuses adoptive kids. I just can't prove it yet. Okay. When in doubt, more damage. I hate the whole, if you don't like America, then leave argument turned derogatory, saying when it's 100% possible, there are countries that forbid immigrating, and this isn't one of them. Okay. Don't be a dick. Be Jason. He's cooler. Who would you box this at YouTube to Creator Clash? Honestly, I have no idea. Thinking of Europe, you know, if France's economy crashes, is going to bring down the EU. Well, like I said, the whole France's fallen thing has happened so many times, it's a fucking joke. So, I kind of just don't take it seriously unless something actually blows up. I'm having these daydreams driving all the way to California by car because I want to see what the country's like. Not go to LA in the process. Want to see what the road shows. Yeah. And so she has a decent amount of stuff. Problem is that's pretty expensive. Here we go. Get her more health. France usually goes through at least 4 governments a decade. Surprisingly, it's surprisingly unstable in the modern era. Yeah. Read more One Piece. New chapters are great. Yeah, read a little bit more. It's still pretty good. The Eiffel Tower melts in nuclear fire and convinces a nothing burger. Yeah. Between your bachelor and taking it upon yourself to adopt 4 young children. Wait a second. Okay, now we gotta run around a little bit until Vaughn gets his MP up. Shit. Here we go. Come on. Come on, Vaughn. Don't be a pussy. Why were you attacking? Tic Tac spends for $5. What are your thoughts on Batman Dark Knight Returns Part 1 and 2? Oh, I love them. I love them. That's still like probably my all-time favorite Batman story. And the movies are incredible. Southern Christ, the European Union is just Switzerland. Why do you think the Swiss have all these banks? Because the Swiss run the entire world. What, you thought it was just, thought it was the Jews? Friendly fire on? No, Vaughn was attacking when he's the healer. He's not supposed to be attacking. Population declines because it's caused by many factors, but importing filthy Stone Age shitskins isn't the solution. Well, the only reason they even import them is because they're... I have no idea why. But governments seem to have it in their mind they can turn these people into a new slave caste. Where it's like, we'll bring them in, we'll give them all these benefits, and we'll make them work all the jobs. You know, we'll bribe them into working for us so we don't have to do it. And it's like, but it doesn't fucking work. Every time you've tried it, it doesn't fucking work. And past a certain point, they just get in bed with fucking human trafficking gangs. So, like, you know, what's the end goal here? Very convenient. The police commissioner of Gotham City is incredibly close ties to Bruce Wayne. Yeah, cheap foreign labor being exploited by the ruling class. Yeah. Tyranny of Afro-Eurasia is devolving socially and communally into monkey. They're becoming cavemen. You think it was the Zodiac Killer? Wasn't like one of the first like 5 suspects they looked at actually the guy? Because after he died, all the killings mysteriously stopped. line go up is the goal. That is true. The immortal line go up. Plan to review any more Taylor Sheridan projects? I do want to talk about more of the Neo-Western trilogy. It is really good. I replace native populations with idiot slaves. Yeah. Apparently people are remembering Bright a bit late. Remember it being flawed but interesting enough as pseudo Shadowrun? Well, that and Wands Trade like Nukes. Yeah, it is a very goofy movie. It is so hilariously dumb. Okay, Dick, what's the benefit of listening to Batman? Well, you have a better life, have friends, sexy alien girlfriend. I'm starting to see why your parents name you Dick. They're an unofficial death squad. The people in free speech are perceived as a threat to the government, so they use migrants. Why do you think the police arrest little girls over rapists? Well, no, they're just kind of a consequence to that. Like, the government itself doesn't really seem to give a shit. That's the thing. Like, they don't seem to care. It's worse than it being malice. They genuinely don't fucking care. I heard the Brat Pack? Yeah, it's okay. You heard what Louisiana Sanders said about foreign shrimp? I have not. Right now we're in a transitional period. The concept of international peace, either we acknowledge it's not that possible. We just keep going on and on and on. I thought Ted Cruz is the Zodiac. Alright, there's something we gotta activate. Interesting question about American identity. Was an American in your eyes? You're gonna be kind of a weird way to say it, but American to me, you know, you were born here, you were raised here, you consider yourself American above any other trait. You know, you believe in the Constitution, you believe in the Bill of Rights, like, you are an American. Reckon it might be in the end of an era of immigration? Who knows? Yeah, the government never gave a damn about human trafficking. They had broken up 3-letter agencies a long time ago, yeah. Why people think Ted Cruz is a Zodiac killer? Well, the suspect sketches looked a little bit like Ted Cruz. And it was funny. We could have the meet and greet when he buys Shota his house. He's very close. Yeah, Ted Cruz would have never been satisfied to kill only 7 people. Exactly. Yeah, apple pie and unregistered machine guns. Yeah. That was the idea of being American that you said? Yeah. Well, that's what it was. Like, when you know the Bill of Rights, you know why it's fucking serious and why you don't take it for granted. Nowadays, it feels like people are explicitly taking it for granted, even calling you an idiot for saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't take it for granted. I changed voice acting Persona 4 because I'm hearing the English voices of the investigation team and feels off. I don't know if I'll grow to like it. If you're playing Golden, you only have English. If you want JP, you have to wait until the remake, which is Persona 3, Persona 4, what was it, Return? And John Kennedy said if you eat foreign shrimp, you'll turn to a xenomorph from Alien who's being 100% serious, and I agree with him. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Is Zodiac Killer active for that guy died? I don't know. Revival, yeah. It's Persona 4 Revival, yeah. Because people even outright said, like, why not call it Persona 4 Rewind? Because you had the TV thing. I'm playing Golden and have JP voices playing. You just need to go into settings. That has to be like a new port then, because I remember you weren't able to do that. Later versions do have JP dub. Oh, okay. Context was a concern the radioactive shrimp we got from China. Well, you don't have to do melodramatic and say you turn to a xenomorph. Just say, yeah, that shit gives you cancer. Why would you want to eat it? And Arnold Schwarzenegger is American. I consider him one even if he wasn't born here. I would say so. He kind of is another one of those cases of the ideal immigrant. Came to America, worked his ass off to become American, learned English, you know, made his fortune here. So yeah, I would consider him American. Yeah, Arnold's an adopted American. Exactly. Interesting people like Sam, I believe that Americans like white European descendants. I like asking different Americans that question. I mean, that's a nice, pretty ideal, but that runs into the issue of, well, people don't even fucking agree on what white is anymore. And that's what I mean, where people want to latch on to an identity because it lets them have an identity, but it quickly becomes a situation of, Do people even know what that identity means? And see that Activision refused a Spielberg Call of Duty movie? Yeah, one of the biggest fumbles ever. They were afraid he'd take control of it and do what he wants with it. Is everyone's favorite era of Oni plays? Mine, my favorite is the Ding Dong and Julian era. I love the choice of games I would play. I always thought older games fit them a bit more. Ding Dong and Julian weren't bad, but some of their bits, it felt like they were a little bit annoyed to play along. And it's like, well, the fun of Oni plays, you're playing along no matter how dumb it gets. Yeah, but to me, it's always Chris and Pebbles. They're always the best ones. Nobody remembers when Italians are the marginalized group. You know how bad things are getting when nobody even remembers why we have Columbus Day in the first place. Like, for those that don't know, Columbus Day was not put in place because heckin' Christopher Columbus discovered America. Because multiple people discovered America. You know, it's not just him. No. It was because, like, one of the biggest ethnic, like, hate crimes in America were to Italians. So as a way of basically preventing full-on war with Italy at the time, they had to honor this Italian man. Berserk news, new chapter on Friday. And don't forget Tomar. That is true. Don't forget Tomar. My favorite only plays is Kingdom Hearts. That is a good one. That is a really good one. Activision, you fucking idiots. Yeah. I don't even know what white is anymore. That's the same thing people are saying about black, especially in media. Well, it's kind of true. Like, the whole Western world's having a massive identity crisis. Nobody knows what anything is. And nobody like the Irish? Yeah. Hear Trivium's new song, Bury Me With My Screams? Pretty damn good. That does... I do need to hear that. I do like Trivium. Fucking stupid Activision and Steven Spielberg, the guy who made Saving Private Ryan. Yeah. What's your favorite or terrifying new speech from Alien Earth? I like the little eyeball. The little eyeball is pretty great. Favorite Zach hypothetical? There's a lot of really good ones. If you had a tiny little clone of Hitler, would you torture it is pretty good. Especially since, if I remember right, wasn't that the rant that led into the whole, like, would a clone have the same memories thing that went on for, like, 3 fucking Let's Plays? How about Arnold's Fuck Your Rightsburg out? I mean, yeah, that was bad, but every celebrity at the time was doing the exact same. So I'm like, fuck it. You know, it's Chinatown, Jake. Who cares? People forget most Americans are mutts. Yeah. I give a fuck if you're white, blue, or whatever color. If you're cool and I vibe with you, I always have your back. That's the principle I live by. Yeah. The No True Scotsman thing with the identity stuff? Yeah. Like, people are screaming No True Scotsman, and it's like, well, what the hell is a Scotsman at this point? Like I said, it feels like everyone doesn't want America to be what it is. They want it to be their ideal version of what it is. Which, granted, that's what everyone does, but it gets to a point of, like, you're kind of letting it drive you crazy. Chinatown Jack, get it right, fool. Scarlet Rebel's now a pretty cool dude. Yeah, it's Jake, yeah. Jack Nicholson, but his character's name is Jake. I remember Chinatown. Race solidarity is not really a thing when you're living in a multi-ethnic country. Maybe in countries in, like, Europe or Asia, but not in, like, Canada, America, or Brazil. Well, stuff like the UK, where that is a very solid, like, these people are English. They can literally trace their history back, like, 1,000 years. That's different, you know? But in America in particular, it's like, with the way the melting pot has been, with the way that people have kind of intermingled amongst each other, all the different heritages, you know, like, if an American gets a DNA test, they're getting, like, fucking 50 different other, you know, ethnicities in them. And it's this thing where, in regards to, like, the UK, who's currently having their whole, like, fuck off, we're English, is because you have an outside group that's coming in and explicitly shitting on them and saying, you never actually made your country, you never did this, you never did that, and literally stealing their history for them. With America, it's weirder in the sense of, you still have the same problem, which is an outside group is coming in and demanding free gibs and basically retribution and revenge over something that, like, motherfucker, everyone involved with that dead. You know, like, everyone involved with that's been dead for centuries. Scar Rebel's not a pretty cool guy for... Scar Rebel's not for $3. Welcome back to monetization. God bless you. Yeah. I would like an ancestor test if only they weren't all scams made to steal your literal genetic fucking material. That is true. Okay, we turn this one on. Going to Europeans, America's not a white country, but Mexico's white because they allow Nazi-themed weddings. Yeah, it's like, nobody knows the words they mean anymore. I don't know if I'd say annoyed. Objectively, Chris and Zach was the best ones. They bounced back and forth. Julian would laugh, and Ding Dong was one to go, Chris, you can't say that. What I say, if you believe in truth, just for all, and believe in democracy, you're full-blooded American, but you believe in communism, you're not American. Yeah. David Fincher remade a movie. What would you want it to be? You know what? It's gonna be weird. I'd like to take a shot at Vertigo. That could be really good. Sure, if I die, if I ever stood 1 foot in Sussex, I'd die of a stroke because I'm somehow the least Englishman possible. Also, the Tiny Hitler debate was during the Ding Dong and Julian era, during their Banjo-Kazooie series. I remember that. Yeah, I remember they were there for that. Do you still like Chinatown even what Roman Polanski did? Yeah, you know, that's another case of Roman Polanski's been dead for a while. Who's even profiting off of it? I wouldn't consider immigrants legal or illegal American because most of them just see us as their plain view and they fuck their own lives up. Well, it's something I talked about before in that all the Apu immigrants, you know, the hardworking business owner that's here to make a living and do all that and bust his ass off, we got those guys like fucking 30 years ago. You know, those guys have been here and they've been here for a long time. And a lot of the time, those are the ones specifically saying, hey, the program now is explicitly exploited by a bunch of fucking assholes that don't care. Yeah, separate art from artist. Yeah. Yeah, pay enough taxes, I better be fucking American. Exactly. And Polanski's like 92, but he's still alive. Holy shit. Well, hopefully he'll be dead soon. That's one I won't cry if he dies this year. Yeah, tiny 4-inch clone of yourself. What would happen? Would you torture it? I find out there's so many variations of European with centuries worth of histories. It would be completely offended if you confuse them for another, but they just become white. The Tiny Hitler debate's a good example of Ding Dong and Julian playing into it. Playing into Chris' jokes. Who the fuck is Shappy Fanny? Well, I got DNA tests and said that his family's Moroccan, even though his grandfather came from Italy. Well, Polanski was on Epstein Island, 100%. Remember, Epstein ran Hollywood with Iron Fist for years. That is true. Most Apu immigrants look at their children. They always become anti-American, anti-white, anti-capitalist activists. Well, that's because they have an insecurity issue where they come to this nation. They come to this nation and their parents work their ass off to live here, and they're like, hey, I fucking worked to become an American. You know, I love being an American, shit like that. And the kids, they have like this fondness and romanticism of their home country. You know, the old country. You know, that whole thing. And it's one of those where, yeah, you need to have some respect for your roots, but they take it too far and go with the idea of like, well, no, my roots are all that define me. I'm not American, I'm this. I'm not American, I'm that. You know, it starts off as a way for them to feel special, and then it turns into an actual pathology. Torture the mini-clone, but I would train it to fight insects. Shappy Fanny, what the fuck? It's Shapif Ani, you troglodyte, but seriously, who the fuck is she? Sorry, you had to be the one to fill a dark soul with light. Yeah, we're playing house base tied up Roman Polanski's house, yeah. Kids out of the way, that way do it outside brainwashing and propaganda, yeah. Arcade Script $5. Funny enough, Mexicans heavily dislike Indians, mainly because most of the interaction between them is based on beef or ironically speak English. I mean, this time your monetization will stay for good, hopefully. Who's director of Jeepers Creepers? Fuck. Victor Salva. That's another one who really should be dead. Ron Polanski's still alive, unfortunately, and a repeat offender. Frankly, the guy deserves to be extradited and brought to justice for his crimes. Yeah. Don't innocent women and young girls get groped and fully assaulted in India. Yeah. Persona 4 video, by the way. Pure gold, nice work. Yee. People who LARP about being Aryan. Yeah. Well, like I said, this is not like a singular issue. It's not like one side is doing it. This is like a thing that's impacted our entire fucking civilization, no matter what nation it is. People don't know what they need to be anymore, or who they even are. Which is why things have gotten so fucking stupid and goofy. The old country, but it shouldn't be idolized. There's a very good reason why their parents left. Did some politician in America come out and say that they served their home country first and America last? Yeah. Hari Pandabolu comes to mind. His parents laughed at him in his own documentary and agreed that Hank Azaria did a great job of the poo. Yeah. I'm not doing anymore if you lose monetization. Yeah, right? Didn't Jeepers Creepers 3 have a child molestation subplot and the whole thing was nothing more than spiteful jokes? Yeah. If any female you care about wants to go to India, shut that shit down immediately. Yeah. Why would you do if your neck is tended? Would you eat 3 stars like in Land Before Time? People also want to feel unique and special. Why we got morons saying there's infinite genders? Yeah. I got to learn to carry such a heavy sword. He just kind of always carried a big sword, even when he was a little kid. Even as like a 5-year-old, he was carrying a full-size broadsword. When they cut off Indian internet, they severed the underwater cables. Supposedly, yeah. I understand having pride, especially the ones that think background, but you gotta acknowledge it's fucked up history too. Yeah. Baracho got to $10. My parents took me to Mexico once when I was 8. First thing I said after crossing the border was, "Why does it smell bad?" Yeah, I wanted to go to India after hearing all that stuff. Yeah, not anymore. Yeah. How the fuck do you cut underwater cables? Also, there's all the divorced parent kids. Yeah. The reason a lot of Superman fans get mad when you tell them that Clark's American and he doesn't worship Krypton. Yeah. He respects his heritage as a Kryptonian, but at the end of the day, he's on Earth and he's American. Cost please $2. Only plays abusive, goofy bit was pretty funny. That was pretty good. I like that one. Yeah, you can cut underwater cables. Yeah, if you build it, it can be cut. Parents were legal immigrants, came here 20, 30 years ago, worked their ass off, considered themselves American. Well, this country, I have no interest in Mexico. Visited once, boring. Americans born and raised here don't matter, no matter how hard they work, unless an immigrant agrees. Immigrants are treated like royalty or told to fuck off, because they're cheap and exploitable. Every day I tell my mom about the horrific shit going on in the eat, pray, love countries, keep her from going to them. Yeah. Friends Michael Brown who first pushed the hands up, don't shoot, and Ferguson got killed. Yeah, he got killed in a gang shooting. Superman, Man of Steel, I was raised in Kansas, doesn't get any more American than that. I gotta give him credit. It's a good line. American Melting Pot's funny to me because it's so kid-friendly because you grow up and learn how dark and bloody American history is. Well, you know, that's the nature of any country. It's dark and bloody. I think James Gunn Superman likes Krypton at all. After what he learned, yeah. It's like, fuck that. Our fitness YouTubers are weight training with wood swords, carved in the shape of the Dragon Slayer, and do pretty good with them. Actually, you look like a bitch. Well, my aunt's Mexican ancestry. Oh. Yeah, history of the world is not people making friends. Yeah. You think Robot 4 is going to become Brainiac? I don't really see how, but it would be cool to see Brainiac show up. Obviously, that'd be a good big bad to build up to. That's not just Darkseid. Good sharks do regularly bite marks and reinforced submarines, so I would bet they're the main suspect for cutting underwater cables. They're really cute, though. Now, some ships have modified anchor with a blade as they drag across the seafloor that catches and cuts underwater cables. Yeah. America isn't really a melting pot. All the ingredients don't melt and mix. We're more like a Caesar salad with cum. And innocent countries, one without history. Thing is, it's not just government, even our own citizens. Yeah. No, I fully know what you mean. I grew up in Mexico in the 60s and 70s. The way he described it was literal Wild West, or more so than now, yeah. Okay. Already did that. If I remember right, now we should be good to open one of these doors. Okay. The sharks don't have lasers. By the way, most people don't race mix in America. We mostly stay with our own, except for Asian women, because they're fucking whores. I figured Clark's video on Krypton's a lesson when he met Zod, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try this other door, and... Yeah, here it is. Because I know this one you have to swap in and out your accessories. Depending on how people react, think Gunn's gonna retcon so that Brainiac tamper with a message from Clark's parents. Maybe, yeah. Because like I said, it's one of those of no matter how much they insist it's true, they can easily retcon it whenever they want. That's on giant squids. I also think giant squids are pretty cute. Nice go to movie industry in the 50s and so on. Yeah. There's a lot of mixed people in the South. Yeah. Like I said, a lot of the time, people have this approximation of how a region was or how a history was, and they insist one way or the other it has to be like this, and then you look into it, and it's like, no, it's in the middle. You know, you're operating off generalizations, and with generalizations, it's, well, everything's kind of true. Emphasis on kinda. Convinced the next Superman movie will have Zod in it. Zod might have already taken over Krypton. Alter that message to Brainiac. I can definitely see Zod showing up. And Justice League show, is Brainiac real? I don't remember them ever saying he wasn't. Giant squids are cute. I think giant squids are tasty. We're not the same. I mean, they're also tasty. I like calamari. Which favorite Teen Titans episode, or just the one you can remember? For me, it's anything with a hive. I like the one where Robin got hit with that dust that made him hallucinate Slade. I thought that one was pretty dope. Just because the whole episode was just Slade whooping his ass. Here we go. Golden Needle. Okay. Now, Kier Vaughn, because he is the white mage, he is more... Ironically, he's more important. We're gonna lose Bosch, but we can live with it. Here we go. What's on Jinx from Teen Titans? Jinx was okay. We got DM'd by someone who claimed to be a fan of Empress Shells. I said I'm a Nazi simp just because I donate to you. I answer them, I don't donate more money. It'd be interesting if they did the Superman the Animated Series adaptation of Brainiac, where he's a Kryptonian computer gained sentience and went, fuck this place, I'm destroying it. That would be cool. Wish they revealed Red X's identity before it got canceled. Yeah, because wasn't the big theory that it was Jason Todd, but then people did the math and wouldn't really add up. Terrence Stamp died. Yeah, another classical Shakespearean actor that dropped dead. We're losing a lot of them. That's a Ukrainian lady that got stabbed. I mentioned it earlier. The guy was arrested 14 fucking times and yet was still out and able to murder people. Another slave-related in Teen Titans was Peak. Another day, Robin. Another day, yeah. Raven or Starfire, man. Jinx. Favorite Teen Titans episode was when Starfire went to the future and see the team older and saw Nightwing. That was pretty cool. Terrence Stamp, not my Zod. I remember Red X is that his identity is never revealed even in the comics. Yeah. Even the show made fun of Jason Todd Red X theory. Beast Boy kept going. I still think you're Jason Todd. I like the headcanon that Teen Titans takes place in the same universe as the Batman. Yeah, Brainiac's actually not from Krypton. Animated series did that. Yeah, but dude brought up that it was the animated series episode. Not even episode, it was just straight up a plot thread, because they referenced it more than once. I like the episode where Kid Flash solos the Hive. That was pretty fun. 13 Titans episode was when was the one where Raven told Beast Boy had to be a horse. The one arc with the Doom Patrol and that evil group. Yeah, guy's mom said he should have been locked up long before that stabbing. He was not fit for society. His mom said that. Yeah. Cost piece $2. Who was the artist for Teen Titans show? I don't fucking remember. But I know he ended up doing like a bunch of different stuff kind of in that circle. Because didn't he also work on Young Justice? Playing the Trails of Legends Hero game, so would you stream the remake of the first chapter? They are pretty good. I do like them. We ever make a video on Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series? I do like them a lot. Oh, Derek J. Wyatt. Okay, yeah. Radar Cross $2. Wait, Brainiac wasn't originally Kryptonian? Wow. Yeah, no, that was something the animated series made up, where he was a supercomputer that the Kryptonians were using, and it became sentient one day, and started, like, plotting a way to destroy the planet while convincing them nothing was wrong. The only one who knew something was going on was Jor-El. Like, 2003, Teen Titans was awesome, yeah. I was thinking there should have been the Teen Titans Unlimited after the series got canceled instead of traditional new season, yeah. I watched Generator X. It was okay, but that was to the point where I was starting to get, like, I stopped watching a lot of cartoon stuff. He's put episode where he's angry, all of a sudden turning to a literal beast was awesome. And in other words, Brainiac's sort of like AM. Yeah, they kind of went with like an AM direction or Skynet. Fortunately, that Donna Troy, Wonder Woman girl, wasn't part of the 2003 Teen Titans show. She's a fan favorite member of the comics. And Teen Titans does that Batman episode, Robin and Slade fight on top of Wayne Tech. Yeah, and I think they established this 2004 one, because that was the one that was ongoing at the time. Oh shit, and once again, Vaughn's dead. You were in your I'm too old for cartoons era? Yeah. Stan played an awesome Jor-El in Smallville too, yeah. Derek J. White did Transformers animated in Ben 10 Omniverse. I'm sure Cyborg went undercover to that villain school. Was pretty cool. Mr. Derek J. White, man, Teen Titans 03 wasn't my thing, but his art was cool. I really liked his work for Transformers animated in Ben 10. Yeah, Young Justice Season 1 and 2 is really good. Makes it even worse, the Ukraine chick the dude stabbed was both hot as fuck and really young, 23, I think. Total fucking bullshit. Well, like I said, they need those people around, because how else will they get the federal funding for policing? How else will they drive people out of properties? How else will they do a list of horrible, evil things? Got my credit card back, screw you, Wisconsin and cheesy, and fuck for stealing my info. Your moment in the whole show is where Slade says, maybe I can be a father to you, and Batman replies, Robin replies, already have a father, as Bats flies around him, yeah. At that point where being too old for cartoons, that Adventure Time was coming out, yeah. Learning about Spanish settlers in America and their history, interesting stuff. Shame it's kind of overlooked when you learn about American history in school, yeah. And, Tim, you can't just take both David Weiss and Derek J. White from us. I think Derek passed away from cancer again, remember? Bunch of assholes exploiting brown skins for no personal gain. Yeah. I explained it before. The issue you're not... The issue you're dealing with is not a racial one, it's an elitist one. I think you have to turn them this way. Oh, fuck, I gotta remember this puzzle. Sort of love how it became a meme when Robin knee dropped a guy from top of a building, yeah. That's what was supposed to be America's answer to Dragon Ball Z. Alan's Piccolo, Mark is Gohan, even Planet Viltrum is a pun on Philotrum. Like the Saiyans' names with vegetables, yeah. Guardians 3, Facey, Blade with Relic Bearer, join, Filthy Square. Ah, fuck. Okay. So yeah, it has to face this. Yeah. So one more. I think Invincible, the power scaling's all off and weird. Stop caring about cartoons or Adventure Time or regular show were coming out. Ben 10 the pre-alpha to American Dad. We're getting ass beat so hard by life he doesn't end up laughing at Courage Cowardly Dog. Yeah, race parts are part of the distraction. Yeah. That's why they need people rioting and angry at each other instead of focusing on the fact of why are all the guys in suits doing all this? Racial aspect's more of a happy accident. If anything, they prioritize brown people because most of them don't care about freedom. At least the ones they're importing in, yeah. They come from a culture where they literally view it as backwards not to have corruption. Who's the better Teen Titans, Goth, Raven, or Blackfire? I'm not gonna lie, I like Blackfire. Animated series combined Brainiac with the Eradicator, who was Kryptonian supercomputer, yeah. South Korea's president told the populace shut up and deal with multiculturalism and would be arrested if you complained the other day, yeah. It's still a factor. Two things being true at the same time. it's really not as much as people think. They just want you to believe it is because that's easier to get people to fight. Once you have that easily identifiable enemy marker of, you know, white or brown, that kind of thing, you don't notice how many of the guys pushing this might also be white and brown. You know, like I said, it's more of an elitism thing, you know? Like, the heads of BLM showed in no uncertain terms. They didn't give a fuck about the people they claimed to represent. They stole all that money and ran. They didn't give a shit. And the ones coming in from the third world? Yeah, that's who I was talking about, the ones they're importing in. Remember watching the Superman Red Sun movie a while back? That was pretty good. However, I wasn't a fan of Wonder Woman being a feminist lesbian. What were they thinking? The movie cuts out a lot of context from the comics. It's not a bad movie, but as stated, they cut out a lot. Does me off think that a woman had to flee her country only to be murdered by a random asshole here? Yeah. When someone says, oh, the government wouldn't do that, yes, they would. Yeah. They explicitly would. Which nuclear holocaust fiction would be worse, Fallout or Metro? Fallout. Metro, America is actually not that bad. We kind of went back to a weird Old West time period. I watched American History X a couple days. My girlfriend taking a break from playing Doom, and she's looking forward to movie night. Hell yeah. It's a good movie. Yeah, Superman killed Stalin. Pretty based, yeah. And the government's not your friend, yeah. It is very much not your friend, and they need you to fight other people that think it's their friend, because then both of you are not looking at the guy who's not your friend telling you to kill each other. They also just want the cities. They want to push the people out of cities, and you buy your property dirt cheap and build mansions on it. Yeah. Omega ethically sourced the comic book manufacturing Chinese sweatshops, Indian H-1Bs, cheap Mexican labor. There's a printing company he's friends with. They're American. Well, at least there's some hope of reconstruction humanity returning, even if it's more basic. Metro had the problem of being Russians being Russians. Yeah. Exactly. Don't forget, Brian had a record diagnosed schizophrenia. It was released numerous times. Deliberate failure of the system, and innocent people pay the price. Yeah, deliberate being the key word. They knew exactly what was gonna fucking happen. The only parent in the U.S., no commies. Yeah. Yeah. Anyone who says the government wouldn't either works in the government or want to work in it. Yeah. Government's not your friend. They'll never be. And they will never be your friend. Never trust the government. Yeah. Here we go. New Jack Reacher guy should play Orion from the New Gods. Alan Richardson? Honestly, that could work. Orion is meant to be a bulky motherfucker. It is the evil world we live in, but we can make it better. It's just do things you can do. That's all it is. Yeah. Make your own little slice of the world better. And if enough people do that, the whole world will be better. I need a break from culture war. Yeah, right? Well, like I said, once you get to that level of realizing, oh, people just want you to be a foot soldier and be angry at the things they want you to be angry at, you kind of start sniffing through a lot of it and going, well, what if I'm not angry about this? Hyperion was the first evil Superman outside DC. A TTG movie, beta new Teen Titans season? Yeah, dicks. I can not forget Brown. Yeah. Yeah, buy chicken for your chicken. Or if I flanderize your anger. Doing what we can is all we can do. Exactly. Here we go. Saying something hopeful must be blackpilling. Well, you know, it comes down to, like, your world is shaped by what you expect. If you expect nothing but shit, you're gonna get shit. So if you just expect small little good things, eventually you start expecting more and more good things, and who knows? And T9's going nothing but spite for the original show. Remember, chat, the best way to piss off the government without being murdered is just malicious compliance. They hate it if you speak their own laws and master it better than them. Yeah. Yeah, what a waste of voice talent. Yeah. Worst part is ended up becoming like Cartoon Network's version of Cops, where there'd be like, what, like 8-hour marathons of just Teen Titans Go? That's $5. What do you think is causing the feminization of men nowadays? it kind of just speaks to the thing I talked about earlier, where there's just an all-around massive identity crisis where people don't know what the old world was. Like, we have ideas of it, we have basic grasps of it, but we're losing... We are losing sight of this world that seems so easy to grab onto because there's so much that's, been archived of it. But at the end of the day, like, what is it really? Like, what did it mean? Yeah, it was their SpongeBob, basically, yeah. Okay, should be correct because it's pointing at the statue. Yep, okay, so we just have one more. Men being feminized in an attempt to uplift women and not realizing that men make better women than women. Yeah, Cartoon Network was assassinated. They made the programming shit and inevitably lost viewers, yeah. We should play Darkseid DCU. Since we know Darkseid is still going to be just big CGI monster man, get fucking Michael Ironside. I don't give a fuck. Get Michael Ironside. Hermanio's redrawing one of the covers. Yeah, the first cover, the one he drew, it's been driving him nuts ever since he finished it, where it's like, it just doesn't feel like how I wanted it to turn out. It just doesn't feel right. So we're going to give him some time to finish it. Stream chugging for anyone else, man, just in a shitty area. As far as I'm aware, it's okay on my end, but YouTube does fuck with compression. I think Mark Ironside might be too old now. I don't think he can do the same voice from over 30 years ago. He doesn't even have to do a voice. He just has to talk. His voice is the voice. Cartoon Network did the same thing with Thundercats 2011, yeah. I don't think I have a favorite Teen Titans episode, but I think my favorite arc is Trigon. Starts with Slade giving Raven the most menacing happy birthday and ends with Trigon terrible, yeah. Several episodes TTG while babysitting my younger cousins years ago. Kind of admit some of the episodes are funny as hell. Had an entire section to safely do a 401k. I see and push Teen Titans Go so much. Can't be that popular. It's something to fill in time slots, and they don't really have much else. Did you ever watch Creature Commandos? I only watched it for the Fishwoman. It was fine. Like, in terms of, like, new DC era stuff, that was easily the weakest thing so far. It's like... Here, say best FF game. I do like 12 a lot. Mad Hatter episode is my favorite Teen Titans. I forgot they did Mad Hatter. And Keith David's a bit too old now. Even if I do like him, plus they'll never allow a black man be the villain. You saw Please put on a new Splinter Cell game while Ironside's still around. Yeah, it's kind of gave up getting new series, yeah. Favorite Teen Titans episode was when Robin's hallucinating and saw Deathstroke everywhere. Yeah, I said that was one of mine too. A good thing Teen Titans Go did was give Raven an actual complexion instead of making her concrete gray. Your opinions on the current slop drama with Twitch? Everyone should be dead. Everyone involved in the story should be dead. All I remember about Thundercats 2011 was Lionel was voiced by Will Friedle, and apparently he had an entire special, I think, about Snarf saving baby Leona from trouble. Or Lionel. Lazarus, $2. I think perhaps the lack of God in our lives. No, it's just all around. People are nihilistic and angry, and they're looking for anything they can hold on to. Hell, we've seen what happens when people decide they want to be all fucking, I don't know, godly about it. They end up becoming the exact Bible-thumping fucking dumbass grandma you see on Facebook. It's time for two, but not having the dust Robin Huffby Scarecrow toxin. Yeah, right? I feel this way too. Was playing the Metro games and it irritated me that all stations were so drab. Like, you've seen Moscow's Metro stations. I was fine with it. And granted, I don't know a lot about Russia's actual Metro stations. But yeah, it is a very drab game. It's kind of the point. Yeah, last thing Ironside did was beat the narrator in Late Night with the Devil. He was awesome in it. The little bit he was in. You ever watch Death of Stalin? Yeah, Death of Stalin's great. I'll show that one Keith David. With that one, Keith David was Chaos from the City of Final Fantasy, so we got that. Yeah, they ought to become a Bible thumper, the exact same DJs you see in your local gay bar, yeah. So that's the Teen Titans Go can be good, but they have a fucking episode of Robin consuming too much avocados. They both grew a DeviantArt Billy and became avocado monster. And what happened to Twitch? I have no idea. Just, I think Hassan is screaming about people doxing him while he also doxed other people, and it is beyond tiring. Hey, beat that boss in less than 5 minutes. Yeah. That's how you can tell if you're on the right path. Okay. Painbrack Big Girl Burr. Here, Genie, how mean would you be with technicalities? Depending on how much they piss me off. You know, if it's like a guy going like, hey, you know, cure me of my cancer because I want to see my kids, I'll be like, okay, yeah, I got you. It's fine. But if you have a fucking douchebag who's like, cure me of my cancer so then I can go and like rape women, I'll be like, all right, I'm going to give you double cancer. Hey, everyone, we'll give Berserk shit for depictions of rape and swear up and down. Slade, implied rape. Raven, swear up and down, Slade implied raped Raven because he tore her clothes in that one episode. And the size of Hassan's audience makes me despair. Yeah, just a bunch of retards fighting, yeah. Metro books ain't good. Metro books are really good. There we go. Okay, so we're all good. Mega cancer. I don't think it was Mad Hatter, it was Mad Mod. Ah! And Twitch's been cracking down on bots, and as it turns out, the bot problem was so rampant, the platform lost more than 24% of its user base. I'm not shocked. I do genuinely have a conspiracy theory that a lot of, like, big game people on, like, YouTube or Twitch, whatever, they just bot the fuck out of their numbers. Because once they reach a certain threshold, I mean, at that point, it basically works as momentum. You know? No one's going to question it because they already had big numbers, and now they're just getting even more numbers. Stemming from the official account of Studio Gaga, translation, TLDR Berserk is finally getting animated by competent studio in 2027. God damn it. Maybe this? No, not that. Different. I'm not pulling it up there. All right. Give me a quick second. God, what's the fucking account name? What is the fucking account name? I think it's... Here, let me do... Let me put the hyphens in. Yeah, that's not pulling anything up, but maybe... Damn it, nothing's pulling up on my end. Fuck. Yeah, it's mainly people just talking about the new chapter. All right, what is the official account for Studio Gaga? Gaga. Here we go. So, hashtag Studio Gaga. Maybe that? That doesn't seem to pull up the right thing either. Let me do latest. Yeah, it's pulling shit back from, like, May. Fuck. Maybe Manga Magora? He usually has up-to-date shit. They lied. Oh, you fucking animal. We got gaslit. Jump that man. Oh, you fucking animal. Oh, the bastard. The bastard. Oh, He ruined the night. He ruined the night. I had hope, and guess what? He ruined it. 100 years ban. Yeah, fucking dick. The bastard. The bastard. He got us. I got played like a damn fiddle. Yeah, I love how Lolly dropped everything after hearing the info. I had hope. I had hope. He posted Japanese, and I was like, there we go. I did time him out. You don't have to do that. He was just fucking around. You ruined the night. Go to bed. My favorite scene with Better Call Saul. I like the scene with Mike and Nacho's dad. That scene's really good. I love when Nacho... Yeah, I don't know if I should outright say what it was, but the scene where Nacho calls out Hector to his face. That nigga is guilty. Yeah, leave the man alone. It's not human. It's not human to do a little trolling. Marcross $2. Been watching Okabe Palm lately. She's very cute. That sounds familiar. It really stood in the crowd and yelled fire. Yeah, right. Like, oh, you bastard. He put Japanese. You had to believe him. He put Japanese. It's only 10 minutes. A little trolling. Yeah. Yeah, you think of me, you twisted fuck. Yeah, that scene. I love that scene. Like when trolls tell Cobra Ozzy died before he actually passed. Tuco actor got arrested for spraying a kid with a hose. She was driving some more teen. The spray was him washing his car, and she parked next to him, so screwy. Yeah, I feel bad for the guy, because that's fucked up. It's like, no, he didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, DCAU really liked its pinup girls, not gonna lie. Okay. All right, yeah, no, we go back. Copy Palm is a VTuber for Play Asia. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I think I've seen her before. Ironically, me playing for World of Darkness campaigns and playing Wasteland and started turning me towards Christianity. I think only the Pelt of the Beast will work as a perfect uniform. Favorite Battle Royale scene, like the Poison scene. Poison scene's fun. I like the introduction where they just fucking shoot the one girl in front of everyone because she was talking too much. And someone would do that, just go on the internet and tell lies? I was gonna hear Vince Gilligan voice when he says, "You'll think of me, yeah." Pippa collabed with her and raids her now and then. Ah. Favorite Teen Titans episode, or the episode of Mad Mod, voiced by Malcolm McDowell. There's a reason why Destiny isn't in jail yet. He literally admitted to possessing CP. Because in the world of streamers, even if someone says, "Oh, I called the police," if they made a video about it, that motherfucker didn't call the police. And slap his dick. The white-haired lolly that just recently bitched about the YouTube thing on Twitter like yesterday. Oh, yeah. I knew I recognized her. Good morning from Sweden. Listening to your streams, thinking my job tolerable. Thank you. Hell yeah. It's on the internet. It has to be true. Exactly. Here we go. Gotta kill one more. Honestly, I don't know why most of the Western world hasn't already adopted a version of the Bill of Rights. The UN charter doesn't count. Does nothing but wag a finger at them. You ever seen with Chigusa stabbing the one guy in the dick in the shootout between Kawada and Kiriyama? Those were pretty cool. The shootout was dumb fun. That was John Woo as fuck. I mentioned the information revealed first in the video, not the police. It's already screwed the investigation over. Yeah. Watch my phone. Is anyone else getting random click ads for some mobile game shit that covers chat? Yeah, YouTube and like the internet as a whole in ads has gotten fucking ridiculous. Like, you know, I like watching movies like on Amazon Prime. You know, I love my Amazon Prime. It lets me watch a bunch of movies. I love it. But dear God, it will shove in like 10-minute ad breaks sometimes, and it gets to the point where I literally think to myself, how is this fucking any different from cable at this point? Like, what the hell? Okabe Pam has tits. She's not a lolly. The next Berserk chapter I can give it to you, but the only way is if you wire entire Patreon. Trust me, it's the only way. Just fucking ad block, you fucking idiots. Holy fucking shit, you're all fucking retarded. I love Amazon Prime as well, yeah. That's why I have the ad-free version, yeah. I always love that I missed the first 2 hours you watched the new Red Letter Media video. I know they're also complaining about YouTube fucking them over. Because basically it's, yeah, basically, YouTube has a new thing called restricted mode, where it'll try to restrict, like, M-rated, like, basically, age-restricted content. But it's also hitting a bunch of stuff that's not age-restricted, so it's a new feature they put out, and guess what? It broke. You're joking, the new Naked Gun and Liam Neeson's hacking computer has to skip through, like, a dozen ads. Yeah, that was funny as fuck. Yeah, most ads carry malware and essentially dox you to spam bots. That is true. One of those AI audiobook ads that literally just tell you the whole ass story if you let the ad play, yeah. Don't you find it funny that with World War II ending, with the Soviets and U.S. winning both theaters, we were led right into Cold War between the two? Well, no, because, I mean, tensions were there even before the war kicked off. Try Valve's new game, Deadlock. It's fun with friends, but I think it's a bit too complex to get popular, but it's the only mobile I ever liked. I am curious about it, because I do hear it is more complex than the usual MOBA. So hopefully that means it won't, you know, suffer the same fate of every online game. But I know deep in my heart it will. It makes sense since YouTube is ran by an Indian now, yeah. I say by the end of the 3rd quarter, the Sunday Night Football game already had 40 minutes commercials. For Europeans, a quarter, and football is 15 minutes, yeah. Well, sports are especially bad with it. We're like, you'll get to see 5 minutes of the game and then 10-minute commercials. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That's literally the ratio they use. It's fucking ridiculous. Streaming is turning to cable. What's stopping me from just going right back to cable? When the guy who made pop-up ads, the later said he regrets having ever made it. 1920s to 40s fantasies. Very fun setting for Deadlocked. When the Corey meme from Oni Plays blew up. Don't forget Soviet sympathizers in America saying we should invade Germany in 1939 and was killed when Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact happened. Yeah. Alright, yeah, they won't actually focus on the enemy they need to fight. There we go. You gotta kill Matthias. Movement's pretty good, and Deadlock just had a pretty good update. I had like 5 new characters. And Super Bowl is just a giant advertisement anyway. I don't give a shit about seeing college football. Get Amazon Prime for free because I work at Amazon currently. That's at least a good way to do it, yeah. Why didn't the U.S. invade Berlin with the Soviets? Well, because they were working their way up. The Soviets just got there first. I think by the time... Yeah, I think by the time the Soviets got to Berlin, America was like just getting out of France. If I was back to making games again, does that mean Half-Life 3 is actually happening for real this time? I'd ask if you were at still Shrine of Miriam. We were. So this is, what, 40 to 50% of the way through the game? I accidentally click on ads my YouTube app on my iPhone sometimes because they pop up out of nowhere. How the fuck is my cell phone? Well, I need to care about the feelings of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Okay, here we go. I put back Season 3 was almost as hype as My Brother in Christ Season 6. That were primarily after Japan at that point. Yeah. It's not only the Esper Matthias, it's actually the arms around the woman. The woman's an unnamed goddess Matthias. Goddess Matthias tried to use the human shield against other gods, yeah. That's a really sick design. It keeps casting Reflect on itself, but we're not even using magic, we're just beating its ass. They always got there first by using Rush to Class strategy to throw your opponents with hordes of guys because of your huge front doorstep. And is YouTube using 5.1 gigs for one stream again? Yeah. I was supposed to do leave Berlin to the Soviets. Yeah, they wanted revenge. Alright, Bosch. You can do it. I believe in you. Do we have any... Alright, just beat its ass. Just beat its ass really hard. Like, really hard, though. Come on. Come on, just beat its ass really hard, though. Don't you have a quickening? No, we don't. It's either restricted mode stuff. Yeah. The app I use for YouTube doesn't have it. Probably because the update for it hasn't covered it yet. And it sounds like one of those things where I really don't need it. Holy shit, that barely kept me alive. Fuck it. Okay, that barely worked. Alright. Phoenix down. Prawn. Fuck. Yeah, YouTube Vance isn't working for me. I can't figure it out. You might have to use YouTube Revance. Alright, this is gonna suck, but we can make this work. Optimize. 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 Everyone just beat its ass. Oh, and actually, here. I remember is that the first FF where I actually felt like I had to buff the party, yeah. Here we go. Yeah, that one Revance isn't working for me. Yeah. You might have to uninstall it and reinstall it. Sometimes that does happen. It gets corrupted for some reason. Should really reconsider killing this boss. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Okay, there we go. Boost up his health a bit. Spec in the middle of a boss fight. It'll let you do it. Perfectly legitimate. Is that Cold War just funny twist of fate considering it occurred during World War II? Well, like I said, it's one of those where if you looked into it, it really is not surprising. That's fighting empty-handed. We don't need to do that. Physical attack damage. Here we go. My Brother in Christ joke. Man, that one controversial episode, My Brother in Christ had Dan from Game Grumps as the guest star. It was so bad they removed the episode from one of the DVD sets. I remember the old FF12 on the PS2. Everyone learns everything. Yeah. Okay. We don't really need to learn magic. At least not right now. It's helpful, but not right now. Here we go. Come on, let's do this. Mama didn't raise no bitch. Exactly. Gotta get up in the morning, so I'm signing off. Yee. Jerk you off at super speed so you nut at only a woman's touch. I do like how it does tell you the area around it so you can actually figure out if any of this shit's worth it. We try putting My Brother in Christ on IMDb again. We could try IMFDB. You're gonna die like a bitch. No, we're not. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna kick ass and take names. Alright. Here we go. Yeah, yesterday's Alice be tomorrow's enemies, yeah. Here we go. This will actually be pretty useful when we have more remedies. Ether restores my MP. Remember Steven Spielberg wanted to make a film adaptation of My Brother in Christ, but got canceled from all the terrorist threats from Muslims. Did you hear WB fired Beast Boys VA because he caught Parkinson's? Yeah, we talked about that. Like, fucking sleazy, man. Here we go. So Penelo will learn a quickening. Let's also buff up her. I think Nintendo, great job reintroducing Paulines. They didn't, honestly. I mean, I didn't really think anything of it. I don't put much thought into Mario games. To me, it's just like, oh, I'm having fun. This is cool. Here we go. And say something, V from V Frandege is less interesting. Rorschach seems to magically know everything and never falter. Well, there's a bit more to him than that, but yeah, I can kind of see what you mean. Elmore was the prototypical rioter. Okay, now let's slightly raise double license points earned. And why not? Actually, I think Battle Harness would be better for him, yeah. Okay. She can't put anything on right now. Is Penelo the tank? She's about to be. Okay. For the love of God, hurt this thing. Here we go. Fucking work. Maybe when my brother in Christ returns for new season. Yeah, she got destroyed. She's super low level. I need you guys to actually attack Matthias. Don't bother with the fucking... Oh, God. KSI is definitely a reincarnation of Yakub. I've seen him without his bandana. Goddamn praise be upon him. See the Tamale 3rd anniversary design? Yeah, she looks good. Is there Sweet Tooth the name of the truck or the character? Everyone calls Sweet Tooth Sweet Tooth. You know, the clown. Yeah, oh no. We were close, too. That's the worst part. The problem is, she fills the arena with ads to kind of distract you. And I gotta do a better job of managing those ads. Really, I should be using more of the notes, like the actual like crowd control spells. Those help a lot. You can take the Dawn Shard off Bosch. I mean, it doesn't really matter because Bosch never uses magic. That's not his thing. He is purely physical. So him having the Dawn Shard, it's just a stat boost for him. Jiggle, jiggle. I convinced the reason why V's identity isn't revealed is because more would have to explain how V seems to just be perfect. Also, the whole anyone can be V thing. Yeah. Talk about police officer saved a bunch of people during a flood, like 200, and he got drowned because of the acorn guy. Use magic for quickenings, exactly. And quickenings are better on characters like Fraun or fucking I think if I remember, I think Fraun and Ash can get some really good ones. I think Luigi Daisy's canon. I mean, don't they already talk about it? He didn't die. He got drowned out because the acorn police officer let everyone know. Yeah. And Sweet Tooth was the car, but became the clown's nickname by the second game. His actual name is Needles. And by the fourth game, he's just Sweet Tooth. Yeah. Brother in Christ special guest star Rob Schneider playing as Stapler. Gotta catch U-Block Origin 2. I don't think Bosch can use quickenings because he has the Dawn Shard on. Well, I mean, like, Bosch doesn't even have any. I never bought any for him. Here, we'll go ahead and use Lightning Fang. Yeah, there we go. It's a little bit better. If we can just focus down on the boss, we can beat her before the ads are really a problem. Yeah, why not? It actually wasn't a bad idea, yeah. So summon in more, but it gives us breathing room. Oh, hell yeah. I first played 12 as a kid. I power level Vaughn early till we could use, if I recall, Mithril Sword and Steel Armor and could cast Blizzaga because Ice Magic will burr. Shit, and Vaughn's asleep. I gotta give him an accessory where he doesn't sleep. That seems to be kind of his big thing. Okay. Fuck it. See what happens. And once again. Okay, now I'm gonna throw out. So I've seen my brother in Christ take on New York City. Now on their adventure, they'll take on state prison. I swear to God, Vaughn. Got any meth chocolate? They use fire in this game to fight Matthias. In this game, fire, water, and lightning, ice. I forgot she's technically water. I kept thinking she was ice. It's fucking weird. Yeah, state prison? Yeah, now... I think... Yeah, why not? Yeah. This will be another case of it won't do much, but it'll hurt. Okay, no, the ads are completely immune to gravity magic. Okay. Here. There we go. There we go, that's better. That is leagues better, holy shit. Brooklyn Crest in the episode of The Missing Kids in the Basement. And Daisy commissioned a 100-foot statue of her and Luigi dancing together, yeah. Recently patched a ROM Persona 1 PSP to have the PS1 OST and Speak experience. I've discovered P1 PS1 OST is probably my favorite in gaming. It is good. Okay, now let's do Cure Remote. Yeah, here we go, here we go. And we basically may do one more Princess Kiss. Yeah, at this point we basically won. Just gotta make absolutely sure. Yeah, here we go, here we go. Yeah, we... Matthias is Ice Elemental in this game. Ice weak to lightning for some reason. Fucked with me after FF10 hammered fire ice into your head. You get fucked by low-level secondaries. Yeah, it's basically status effects. Status effects become more and more of a problem in the mid-game dungeons, and that's usually your main problem. There we go. See the episode of My Brother in Christ, the vacuum guard sold one of the pains of bulletproof glass for the Pope Mobile for beer money. Yeah, Battle's DPS race. Yeah. Is All of Us Are Dead worth watching? First half of it is probably some of the best things are going to shit zombie media I've ever seen. Second half is where things start getting rocky, and they get rocky pretty hard. Yeah, I told you they'd fuck you over, yeah. Farron's done pretty cool guy for 7 months. 7 months. 7 months. Fish captured. Alright. Now we gotta wait for fucking... Names of the brothers again. For what we came up for My Brother in Christ, I don't even fucking remember. I remember one dude called him Shlomo the Hammer. Not telling you he's done pretty cool guy for 3 months. 3 months. Yeah, poison damage. Technically, it's sap, but yes. Let me see if I actually have anything to cure sap. Actually, shouldn't Vaughn have Dispel? Oh, no, I need to buy that. Okay. Well, at this point, it's all story shit, so it's not going to matter. Does death cure sap? It does, but you also have to bring them back. Yeah, sap is cured by regen, yeah. How did Mega 64 guys get people like Gabe and Kojima to start their skits? Because they were pretty funny back in the day. Yeah, no items at this point in the game cure sap, yeah. Unless you specifically are able to level up somebody to have Remedy cover pretty much every status effect. Yeah, Rabbi Louis, Pope Vincent, Adon Samler, yeah. They spent over $100 on AI on a joke, yeah. Yeah, Shlomo and Mordecai have escaped prison, and in the midst of their escape, they discover a third brother. Now we have the MacGuffin sword. Which, if I remember right, the MacGuffin sword's not even really that good.
See if you can destroy
Yeah, that's why grinding is important in this game, yeah.
He just may
On the
be
upside,
onto
it's easy
something.
to grind.
The Dawn Shard's no use to
I'm a
us
pope.
after all.
Fun part about this one is having to visit all different shops 100 times to unlock super rare drop items for more bizarre items, yeah.
The stone bleeds mist.
It has been roused.
Yeah, it's the best greatsword at this point in the
fears
game.
the
That is
sword.
true. But it gets outpaced really quickly. I'm a member for 13 months. Hell yeah. Can't believe Dokes was the Bay Harbor Gooner. I was wrong. Shlomo the Hammer was a detective in an episode, you dummies. In this game, the newer status effects like sap can be cured by white magic spells that do the opposite of what the status effect does. Yeah.
Stone is quiet.
Yeah, most because there's no other great swords until like 2 more dungeons.
This is the sword, the Nethicite destroyer.
Should it find its mark?
Yeah, Rabbi's name was Mordecai. Adam Sandler can concoct a plan to rescue Shlomo Mordecai and be thwarted by a disgruntled ex-lover, Sister Agatha.
I didn't. Not a thing. Not even my brother.
I feel like our cyberpunk dystopia isn't even cyberpunk because they literally can't do anything with the individual just saying okay but no. To be fair, that is kind of a massive part of cyberpunk. Individuality is still all over the place despite how controlled everything is. And now we can leave. Sword of King's stats are ass. I'm too autistic about this game. It's all good. 12 is a really good game. Prawn the second sexiest Chewbacca. Hey, ho, Vincent's in chat. We need to determine who's the superior Vincent. And writer and director of the episode got arrested by the FBI. We do need more XP, and at the rate Vaughn is able to cure, it shouldn't be that hard. Oh, yeah, there we go. And by the time we get to the save spot, we'll be able to, cure sap pretty easily. First being Mog from Spaceballs. Beat Vincent's with the hammers. There's individuals still existing, then the individual triumphing over the establishment because the establishment's incompetence. Yeah. Osh, please destroy the nuke. But guys, come on, don't you want to see what level of city to see what happens? No, we don't. Let's remember the series finale, My Brother in Christ, where we discover Agartha, how cool it is, and when arriving there, he says this place is a shithole like Haiti. Also, despite in-lore being a sword that cuts Nethicite, it has no special properties. It's just an in-universe prestige weapon. Yeah, don't forget to get gold name, save license point, grinding easier. That is true. We already have one. Should be easy enough to get another one. I'm taking so long playing this game because Fran's ass made me feel like I was leaning too close to bestiality. Here we go. And we think about the new James Bond game. Has potential, but we gotta see. We gotta see how it actually is on launch. Hitman with James Bond is honestly a great idea, but how much of it's actually gonna be that versus how much of it's gonna be, you know, more scripted, cinematic, Uncharted type stuff. Also be prepared for another DPS fight once you return to town. That is true. Playing through Mafia 2, man, I wish the Definitive Edition brought all the cut content from the original game. It's great, but hollow. Yeah. Okay, now, yeah, we can just leave. My character, Xenoblade, only got one sword, the Monado, and Shulk doesn't get anything else. To be fair, it's a really cool sword, though. I remember one episode where the rabbi met a girl online, but it turned out to be a Sikh femboy. Your stream gets Disgaea. I do like Disgaea. It's pretty fun. Also, Vaughn, you're supposed to cure poison. Do I actually have him set to cure poison? Fucker. So Turk Arthur only loves 3 things: God, hard liquor, and long-range sniper rifles. Watch her leave her mark on history, and I knew my brother in Christ. I like how linear it looks. It feels like it's going to be a shooting gallery with okay stealth in the middle. In fact, you need a license to kill someone's very British. Favorite judge fight from this game? Mine's Gabranth, and it's just a victory lap, to be honest. Gabranth fight's pretty cool, but I like, what's the name of, like, the third one? Fuck. I can never remember his name. But, like, the third judge fight, to me, is probably my favorite. Favorite line for my brother in Christ. Look at me, I'm the Pope now. The one coming up? Yeah. Because it's a really good fight. French brothers making a sacred dinner home. Tradition turns while the comedy roams. Their dead soon cram for a sermon uncouth, but the faith in these fellows is the gospel of truth. Can make a comedy thriller series based on my brother in Christ. Bergen? His name might have been Bergen. I don't remember their names. Their names are fucking weird. This is a stupid helmet. You're a stupid helmet. Alright, now I gotta get back to town. I'll save once more for security. My brother in Christ into a comic book. Imagine this James Bond game by Kojima. I know you're just gonna say MGS3, but I know we could do so much more with current technology. That would be cool. I hope it's like a Saboteur style game. Bergen or Femfrit? I think Femfrit is later. I'm pretty sure it's Bergen. The name does sound familiar. And the Pope's catchphrase, don't cross me. Judge Magisters honestly have some of, if not the best armor designs in all of FF. They are pretty dope. Right moments make me act unwise. There we go. I gotta get back to town, which... Yeah, so just literally head straight north. So glad this FF game gives you an airship early on. Wait, where's the world map? Where's the world map? Okay, Vaughn might not be set for poison. Let me see here. He is not. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Any. There we go. Imagine an RTS game made by Kojima. Yeah, Frankfurt's a fight with Sid. So yeah, that's way later. Okay, I say way later, but it's like maybe a dungeon or two later. Because Sid shows up more like 65% of the way through the game. Because you fight him once, and the fight's kind of a joke. Would there be a Farron game with there are dungeons, monster quests, but the main points are procrastinate as much as possible. Can I maybe go back and start replaying Ghost Recon Wildlands? Man, Ubisoft used to be good. Yeah, it's either 1 or 2 dungeons from now. Yeah. Yeah, Fanford's at the top of the lighthouse. So yeah, Fanford's gonna be way later. There we go. Ow. Ow. Oh god. Please fuck up the dragon. There we go. We had traps. Yeah. Early game, there's traps all over the place. Late game, they get pretty manageable to the point that I don't remember a lot of them late game, but yeah. I'm close to Vieira Village. I need to colonize. Vieira Village was a while ago. God, Sid's compound is gonna suck if you're under level. Entire boss, I'm gonna pass out. Okay, here we go. And we just need to kill more wolves. There we go. Yeah, way too many status effects and traps. Yeah. To be fair, that's kind of 12 in a nutshell. Status effects, traps, status effects, traps. Because the combat all around is like either... Combat, by and large, in 12 is you either steamroll or you get your ass whooped. There's not really much in between. Your thoughts on the theory that Venom Snake eventually becomes the Grey Fox from MGS1? I gotta say that their argument for it sounds pretty solid, no pun intended. Well, we know who Grey Fox is. It's Jaeger. It's Frank Jaeger. So we know that's not him. Yeah, controlling the wolf population. It's way worse than Sid's compound, especially if you're looting everywhere. That is true. Optional espers you can collect, but no story ones till Shemna Hazi in the first dungeon after Sid. I think that Master Collection Volume 2 is so long. Maybe MGS4 is just hard to port to modern systems. Kind of feels like, yeah, that's kind of the whole thing of it. Grey Fox isn't a sexy old man. He's a guy that got blown up on a minefield. And then tortured by paramedic. Alright, and before we go any further, let's go ahead and see if there's anything we can buy. Oh. Sell out all the loot first. Now, hard but not impossible. This compound also has the most annoying rare enemy to find and fight, if I remember correctly. I think it's a rat that does plague and runs away. A lot of people didn't play the MSX games, even the HD collection. Yeah. MG theories are born for people who played 3 on. That's Frank Jaeger's got a bad hand in life. He really did. He got fucked over pretty bad. Paramedic tortured Grey Fox. Man, I thought she was hot too. Venom Snake and Grey Fox are not the same guy. I don't know who started in pushing that theory, but it's wrong. Yeah. Like, you know who Grey Fox is, because that's the whole thing in fucking MG2, where you fight Jaeger on top of a minefield, and he blows up, and you think he's dead, and he comes back in solid. It's meant to be a twist. There we go. Is there anything we can buy? Yep, that's actually better. Pretty sure... Yeah, we can afford it, so why not? Okay. Oh, that might actually be better. Okay, there we go. Frank still has face in MGS1, yeah. Can't paramedic, but I'm not denying the woman's a monster. Yeah, it is better. There we go. So, I'm curious. Yeah. Let me see down here, yeah. So Hammerhead is the ideal. We need Hammerhead. Let me see if I can level up Bosch to equip it. Yeah, I don't forget to sell old equipment. I know it's a habit I picked up from the funny enough from like the older games, because you would want to hold on to equipment because then you can have the ninja throw everything at the final boss. Yeah, there we go. Grey Fox always his own guy. The whole reason Naomi wants to kill Solid Snake MGS once because of what happened to Frank. Naomi has no connection to Venom or Big Boss. Yeah. Anyone for Operation Snake Ear have a happy ending? Honestly, yeah, kind of a good point. Everyone got fucked over in some horrible fashion. And we can buy some of the accessories because we are needing to. You also rescue him from Outer Heaven, so he's definitely not Venom. Yeah. Did I bring this up again? Did you look up the Counter-Strike VS I told you about? Genuinely hilarious. I may have it downloaded. I may. We may watch it as we close out tonight. Possibly. Because, yeah, it is pretty damn funny. Alright. Ribbon is pretty damn useful because if I remember right, 12 still does the thing where Ribbon makes you immune to every status effect, so we'll definitely hang on to it because I'm pretty sure it still works like that here. And fucking unlock another Gambit slot. Counter-Strike VS? Yes. There is a shitpost video, but I think it's like an official one from Steam, where they have a parody visual novel intro, and it is fucking crazy. Here we go. Zero became a vegetable, Signet dead, Paramedic a monster, Big Boss became a merc, Ava died in 2014. Plus, Paramedic also died. I'm pretty sure Frank killed her. I wouldn't say MGS4 port is impossible since Uncharted and Last of Us were made for the same convoluted chip architecture and are able to be ported to newer systems, so it's probably just licensing. Also, we blew up Venom with a rocket launcher in NMG1. Even if he didn't die from that, Outer Heaven either gets bombed by NATO or self-destructs. It wasn't clear. Yeah. There we go. Now, Bosch is basically operating at double the damage he did before. Yeah, Paramedic is Dr. Clark. She got bombed. Yeah, close thing to a happy ending was Big Boss, and that's because he at least got a chance to reunite with Solid and accept his fate. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I almost forgot. Frawn needs her new bow. It is slightly better than her old one. Yeah, I gotta get her better arrows, too. And this is good, isn't it? Yeah, time for Bergen DPS Figget. Yeah. I've seen the Grey Fox cosplay by Diagator on YouTube. Yeah, if it's the one I'm thinking of, that one's fucking sick. Like, didn't he go out of his way to include the lights too? So like the whole suit was like lined and would actually light up. And it won't be a new Big Boss after MGS4 because of Ocelot, which is exactly what they wanted. Hate Huey forever waited to Strangelove. Yeah, piece of shit. Oh shit, yeah, MGS4 is a shit ton of license content, like the iPod, music licenses, and other shit. Yeah. Yeah, helmet fully functioned too, yeah. Recommend at least reading the master book if you don't want to play MSX games. It's basically a short Sparks Notes version of both games. Yeah.
Ah, our vagrant princess. Swift has your lust for revenge led you to the Sword of Kings.
Yeah, this fight's pretty cool. Because this dude literally just showed up and said, hey, I fucking murdered Yoda.
And to their sorrow do those who misplace their trust in gods learn their fate.
There it is again.
Oh, Kojima's gonna kill off both Hal and David, got talked down by his staff, yeah. You think Big Boss accepted Saul to his son at the end? That's basically what the whole monologue at the end was about, yeah. Because he directly tells David, like, live your own life. You're free to do that, you know, man. Video on Sicario and Wind River, etc. was great, yeah. Psychics, unironic psionics exist in the Persona universe? It's implied more than once, yeah. Explain what that ghost behind him yet? It's about to. Put the gun down.
He shall defy the will of the gods and see the reins of history back in the hands of man. His time is nigh. The new Evilise holds no place for the named down masker. The stain of Wraithwall's blood shall be washed.
Yeah, I found quite recently Kojima almost canceled MGS2 outright because he was so depressed after 9/11. Think about that fight. With Solid picks up a cigar and lights it for Big Boss, yeah. Vaughn. Bam cure Vaughn. Okay, Fran, you actually attack the judges. Because Bosch can handle him. Bosch can handle the big guy. I say as he does not handle the big guy, but fuck, we can kill the ads. Now, granted, he will respond more, but I think he has to be like below health before he does that. And look how much damage Bosch is already doing. Night Stream FF Tactics has been released this month. Fuck yeah. Sicario, Wind River, Hell or High Water. Always wonder why I love them so much. Your video explains it. Yeah, super good movies. In Chihaya can see the future, so it's possible psychics do exist in Persona. Like I said, it's teased the idea more than once. It's just mainly kind of used it for jokes. Tactics this month? A bunch of shits this month. Now he's such a tearjerker and watch the Japanese version. MGS4 is so good. Does Symphony Herald beat MGS3 enough times? Know the game progression? Hell yeah. I just want to say thank you. Not gonna lie, I love the frog helmet. It's a pretty good helmet. He's losing to you with a stupid fucking sword.
He set his very bones about with manufactured nethersite. The Grand Kiltius?
Wait, what about Larsa?
Gone.
Yeah, 14 days Steel Ball Run trailer. Hell yeah.
You okay?
So he was here. As for our young lordling, he went along to avoid trouble, you see. But
yeah, we're now like 60% of the way through the game, it feels like.
I was left to fend for myself.
Because if I remember right, now we'll go to the new area.
To take you back with me to Rosaria.
So that you can protect me?
One of our favorite scenes was the staircase. Hell yeah. Blue Whale Heavy Assault Knight. And watch Hell or High Water and Wind River, but I love Sicario a lot. Third favorite Western. First place Kill Bill. Did this piss anyone off? No, Kill Bill was good. I watch Equilibrium with Christian Bale. Still thoughts. It is a goofy fucking movie, but it's great.
This I cannot do. Forgive me, but my errand here is not yet done.
No, I should pick up Final Fantasy 12 mainly because I don't enjoy the combat. It would be something I would enjoy. If you don't think the combat's for you, you can pick up another one. I'm in ladder, yeah. Saw some videos on how wasted Luminous Engine and Fox Engine were, and it really put things in perspective on how Konami and Square Enix have no idea what they're doing. Yeah, you're about 55% of the way through the game, depending on what you do when you get to the coastline, yeah. I still hate that Sheridan torpedoed Yellowstone for no reason.
As for matters
Yeah,
in
watch Wind River
Rosaria,
ASAP. It's a really good
I wish you
movie.
luck.
So you would leave each to fend for his own.
I'm replaying Spider-Man Edge of Tomorrow, Edge of Time, because 2 childhood Spider-Man voice actors are peak for me.
That's right.
They didn't notice I said Kill Bill was a Western? No, I noticed. It's just, yeah, Kill Bill has a lot of Western influence. Hell, Part 2 is more Western than the first one was more of a samurai. Like, it really doubles down. Like, that whole fight with Copperhead, I mean, that's a fucking Western.
My leave, I take.
Yeah, it's a Western samurai movie, yeah. Personally, I don't think the Luminous engine could have salvaged, but the Fox engine deserved better, yeah. Yeah, Bud shooting the bride was evident enough, yeah.
Arcadia's borders will be well guarded for fear of Rosarian invasion.
About that, CSVA is not a parody, a real visual novel meant to promote CS arcade game released exclusively in Japan. Fuck off, you French bastard. Had nothing to contribute to this goddamn story. Yeah, Fox Engine was just fucking cool.
We can reach the wood any
I prefer the feel of Kill Bill 1 over Volume 2. I
north
get that. I'm kind of in that camp of you can't watch one without the other, so I kind of treat it as just one big movie.
Just beyond the Silika Wood. The camp
Now, weren't Westerns influenced by
Arcadia's
Kurosawa samurai
borders, so
films?
Imperial
It was kind of a back and
control
forth.
should be sparse.
They kind of influenced each other.
Getting that far should be half the fun. Let's be
Valve
sure to
licensed out their
prepare.
IP to Namco, of all companies, making arcade versions of Left 4 Dead, Half-Life 2, and Counter-Strike. Yeah, totally agree. Yeah. Kill Bill Volume 2 scene with Bill and Bud feels right out of Sergio Leone film. And knowing how much Tarantino was like a massive Sergio Leone fan, it makes sense. Here we go. Yeah. So now we will save. Because now we gotta deal with a forest. Yeah. Have you seen Duck, You Sucker? That doesn't sound familiar. Are you talking about I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker? Because I know that one. I see that Amazon Film Company is going to use a trained AI model to finish Orson Welles' unfinished movie. Do you think we'll have boutique AI slop direct to streaming movies in the future? I definitely think it's something studios are working on, because if they're able to get AI to a level to where it can at least somewhat replicate how a movie looks, dear sweet God, the fucking... I don't even want to imagine that level of horror on the horizon. Because the minute one makes it work, they're all gonna fucking try it. Yeah. Head north of Nalbina. Through the Mosphorian High Waste and Salika Wood. I think that's through the Fey Wood. I wish David Carradine did more mainstream films, because he had a voice that can make reading a phone book sound interesting. I remember Tarantino was in that Japanese Western film. They had a dude cut a bullet out of midair. The coolest thing I saw as a kid. Sukiyaki Western Django. It is very fun. That's going to be hell in the wrong hands, yeah. That's what the boss would have wanted. Yeah, Fistful of Dynamite's the old title. Ah! I've not seen that. My favorite Marvel show that isn't Spider-Man Too Easy. I remember the Hulk cartoon was pretty good. What was it like? What was it? Earth's Mightiest Heroes, which was basically their version of Justice League Unlimited, and it was also actually pretty fucking good. Also, now that I think about it, I think it'd be cool to see a Final Fantasy game that has the feeling and vibe of a Western. There's elements of it. FF7 can kind of have that feel in some places. 15 can have that in some places. But yeah, more of like an actual dedicated Western feel. That could actually be pretty dope. Yeah, X-Men Evolution was pretty good. X-Men Evolution was pretty good. The actual X-Men cartoon was pretty good. Yeah, Duck You Sucker, Sergio Leone's last Western. Iron Man Armored Adventures underrated. Okay, we'll head this way. You like Spectacular Spider-Man? I don't remember a lot about it. I don't think I ever watched it. Yeah, combat system revolving around guns and magic. Yeah. We returned to SNL skit with Disney Vault. Car 6, Mater meets Michael Jackson. Yeah. What's going on with France? They collapsed again. Anyone else remember Superhero Squad? Yeah, Spider-Man the Animated Series is the best intro ever made. It was pretty good. Yeah, Spectacular Spider-Man was pretty good. It was when I watched it as a kid. You should watch Armor Adventure. Pepper was a cute, quirky girl. Favorite version of Rogue? Why is it X-Men Evolution's Goth Rogue? That one was pretty good, yeah. Okay. If I remember right, we go down south. Oh, nope. We're still getting our ass kicked. We're not supposed to be here. Okay. Run. Good question. What the hell is Seth from Street Fighter? Because I've never seen people argue about what Seth is, but that's probably because I was pretty young around the release of SF5. Fuck, I don't remember Seth. Give me a second. I'm gonna look him up. Yeah. Oh, Seth was that dude. Yeah, the fucking like weird android. Yeah. Yeah, Seth was like a fucking weird-ass android that, yeah, could like swap between like male and female. It's like fucking weird. Yeah, Seth's an android in the boss in 4, then took over a female android's body in 5. Yeah. The RPG with a Western feel would be Wild Arms. You haven't played it? The second one actually holds up really well. Really, that could actually be really cool. It's an anime-style Fantastic Four show. The version of She-Hulk and Sue Storm was pretty hot in that show. Yeah, fuck, I think that was around the time there was the stuff like the Wolverine anime, the Blade anime, stuff like that. And didn't Trainees claim Seth in 5 as one of them? Kind of ignoring the fact that it was basically like Ultron, it could just jump from whatever body it wanted. Yeah, Seth's body was modeled after Jury. Yeah, Seth's just copy who he thinks is the best fighter, so he made male in 4, female in 5, fitting considering Chun-Li's considered one of the strongest. I've said it in other streams, but I don't think mutants and X-Men make good allegories for racial minorities, but I don't know what would replace the allegory with. Well, it doesn't have to be explicitly racial, but just allegory for an outsider, basically. Someone who feels like they don't belong in society for whatever reason. Like that Fantastic Four, remember the episode where Hulk fought the Thing? Here we go. Yeah, I prefer that over, like, you know, owning a gun. Yeah. A better allegory stars prequel fans and Riddler Media Convention. Yeah, Seth was an underage boy, so no, they did not claim him. Okay, yeah, I think we go back to the Gulmore Jungle. I'm trying to remember the actual, like, pathing. Because in the mountain, we don't need to go back to. Obviously, we need to go back to the dungeon. Feywood whoops our ass a little bit, so we're not supposed to go back there. Unless we are. That's not Hateful Eight. Hateful Eight was pretty good. I see John Wayne's every character in Berserk. Same with AI who had to face the horror with Sons of John Berserk. That's a Root Village, Feywood, and north of an Albina. Fuck, I gotta remember. Yeah, we actually gotta get to the world map. Yeah, okay. So, Nalbina... Oh, yeah, Nalbina is, like, way north. So, yeah, we're going the right direction. Like female stuff more? Just something about a woman that will rip my dick off that's oddly attractive. I don't remember Ultimate Spider-Man, Drake Bell Spider-Man. If I remember right, that one wasn't bad. It was actually pretty good, even if it got a little too jokey in parts. Like they had Spider-Man dabbing and shit like that. Interested in a new scary movie? Talk about the comedy movie. I'm a little confident it'll be good because they have a whole lot of material they can work with. I want it to be good because after the new Naked Gun, it's like, oh my god, we could actually have good parody movies again. Wouldn't Outlaws and Cowboys be better compared to Ronin and actual samurai? Well, people just call the genre samurai as like a nomenclature, but a lot of the time they do talk about Ronin. You know, you have like Zatoichi, the blind swordsman. He was a Ronin. New video I saw called Super Guy where someone dubbed the Superman show over with Peter Griffin. That actually sounds great. I need to watch that. I remember Ultimate Spider-Man crossover Jesse for Halloween special, not to mention the Hulk spinoff. I want to fuck a magical woman only plays. You say you didn't hate it in regards to Hateful Eight? Yeah, actually, no, it's good, it's good. You went in female stuff, do you happen to like Dr. Girlfriend? Not judging, just wondering. Everybody hated Ultimate Spider-Man from what I remember, mostly because it was just not funny and Drake Bell's voice got annoying. That's on Street Fighter Sea Viper. I remember hating fucking Sea Viper because anytime I got my ass kicked in the multiplayer, was some asshole using Sea Viper. Here we go, right track. I wish to be a little girl moot. Also, the fact Spectacular Spider-Man was canceled for it didn't help. Oof. Ultimate wasn't terrible, but it wasn't as good as Spectacular, and people were pissed Spectacular got canned. Yeah, Ultimate Spider ages down a lot of characters. They even turned Deadpool into a teen. Ooh, God. I must be thinking of Spectacular then, because I remember one of those shows at the time was considered really good. I've watched Precure, like bits and pieces. It was never anything I actively watched. It was just someone was like, fuck it, it's in a playlist. I was thinking Street Fighter series as is now, 4, 5, and 6. I still haven't played a lot of 6, but I played a lot more of 4. I played a lot of 4, I dabbled in 5, and after that, I just kind of lost track. You like theme parks? Have you been to Universal? Theme parks are actually a lot of fun. I just never really gone to one in a long-ass time. Like, I mean, fuck. I think the last time I went to a theme park, I was like 13. It's been a long-ass time. And Spectacular was one everyone liked. Ultimate was one everyone hated. Yeah, I don't recall Ultimate Spider-Man turning Deadpool into a teenager. I remember the episode where they introduced Deadpool. Yeah, Teenage Luke Cage and Iron Fist. Yeah, not great. Yeah, Spectacular Spider-Man, a really good art style. Here we go. Four was cool, 5 was fine, 6 is the only competent fighting game besides Garo 2. There's a lot of cool new things in theme parks. Like this case, Universal have ride of all the Universal monsters. Looks amazing, but I don't have the money yet. Yeah, I'd like to go to one. It's just a matter of I gotta make time for it. Plus, I wouldn't want to be alone. I'd want to drag a buddy or two to it, so then they have to make time, and I gotta talk them into the idea. It's a whole process. We almost went to fucking Disneyland Japan, then we all just kind of thought, it's been raining for like 3 days straight. Fuck that. Yeah, last time I went to a theme park was in early 2020, right before lockdown. It was Disney's Hollywood Studios. I went on Tower of Terror Millennium Falcon ride. And Spectacular Spider-Man still was hands down one of the best intros for a superhero show. I really want to go to Epic Universe and Busch Garden one of these years. I think Spider-Man Unlimited might have been the Spider-Man show with the best art style, though some character designs were bizarre. I like what they did with Nova and Ultimate Spider-Man and Flash Thompson. Besides that, it was okay, heavily okay. There was an Asian kid that was the Iron Spider. Yeah, I gotta do Universal Japan for the One Piece stuff. Yeah, Spider-Man Unlimited did have one of my favorite spider suits. Which Star Wars Legends character do you like more, Kyle Katarn or Galen Merrick? I like Kyle. Like, dude is just fucking badass. And the amount of shit they were able to do with him is actually kind of nuts. I feel like Disneyland Japan is just as expensive as any Disney park, so you probably save money there. That is true. Yeah, whoa, whoa, spectacular, spectacular Spider-Man. Did you ever play the One Piece game? One Piece Odyssey? Yeah, I started it. It's decently fun. Yeah, Kyle's the Chuck Norris of Star Wars. Yeah, dude's fucking awesome. Watch the MTV Spider-Man show? I never did, no. Yeah, former Stormtrooper turned Jedi, yeah. Basically what Finn was gonna be before Disney's like, but wait a minute, China money, though. One Batman show made Poison Ivy a teenager, which was certainly a choice. Personally, SF fell off for me. 4 was overrated, and maybe 5 and 6 were competent fighters, but Jesus, do they look fucking ugly. 4 and 5 because Ono's big limb fetish, and 6 because Troons. I've returned what happened in the last 15 minutes. We're still kicking our ass. We're still kicking ass through here. Because, yeah, we got to go all the way north of Nalbina. Which, at this point, is basically a cakewalk, and you get to eat free XP. Yeah, that was the Batman, yeah. I don't believe you. Yeah, Finn would have been an awesome Jedi. It was very obviously what they were setting up at the end of Force Awakens. There was Beware the Batman. Anyone remember that? Also, it's Nalbina. Last time Spelling Friends predicted the Trump shooting, what will they prophesize this season? Kyle became one of Luke's greatest students, learning Force Judgment and Force Heal. Yeah. Living on the edge, finding crime, spinning webs, swinging from the highest ledge, you can leap above our heads. Yeah, it should have been Finn's trilogy. That's what everyone fucking says. Like, it's one of those where people laid out exactly what they wanted. It's like, adapt the fucking Kyle Katarn story. And it makes me wonder if, obviously, China being involved definitely affected it with how little they were wanting to use Finn, because China does not like movies with black people in it. And B, how much of it was also they didn't want to pay the rights to the creators of Kyle Katarn? Because we know for a fact that also happens. That's why whenever they adapt a character, there's a lot of different changes to their backstory. I'll say this, Force Awakens wouldn't be considered to be bad if Last Jedi weren't shit. Do you mean like it wouldn't be considered bad if Last Jedi wasn't shit? Yeah. I don't think you're wrong. Because it's something I brought up with like 28 years later, where the opening chapter hinges on how the rest of the trilogy goes. If everything after that first movie sucks, that's gonna hurt the first movie. Because the first movie was setting the bedrock for everything. Now everything it set up feels like wasted time and was pointless. Yeah, why can't Starkiller be canon? Can I mark it for $2? It's weird because I thought China liked Will Smith. China had to help suck the fun out of things for Star Wars. Yeah, China doesn't have a problem with black people movies. They hate black people in all contexts. Yeah, Force Awakens had flaws, but Last Jedi could have found a way to make them work instead. But instead, yeah. Like, the whole Mary Sue, which that joke still holds up somehow after, like, 10 years later, if it is kind of gay to say. Like, the reason it applies so well is due to the fact of Force Awakens was very clearly doing a thing. And Force Awakens always shit the character assassinated Han and didn't let the original cast reunite. Yeah, like, this is what I mean, where there was very clearly a plan they wanted to do. There were, like, bigger ideas put forward. But everything got fucked with halfway through for one reason or another. Like, the cast not being reunited, it's because Harrison Ford was like, don't you fucking dare bring me back in one of these movies, kill me off. And they did. So that's one of the big reasons where it's like, okay, yeah, we can't have the gang get back together. But, like, stuff like Rey being OP and things like that, that could have been solved if they just did the smart thing and went, yes, Rey is getting absurdly powerful really fast, and that's actually a problem. But they never do that. They explicitly do not do that. Remember the Chinese detergent commercial? The black guy got put in the washer and came out a Chinese guy? Yeah, Force Awakens plagiarizing A New Hope. Yeah. Like, you could see the potential in new ideas. It's not like all the new ideas were bad. The problem is that potential was squandered in every other movie, so now those new ideas don't mean fucking anything. As for not like being in other Star Wars stuff as Han, to be fair, when he was around, that was when Star Wars was at its peak, so he's probably just burned out on Star Wars. I don't buy that. Ford would have done the whole trilogy. They threw enough money at him and came back for Rise of Skywalker. That is true. So maybe it's a thing of they just didn't want to pay at the time. And they're like, fuck, we're desperate. Pay him whatever he wants. I thought there was a gate up here. There is not. Okay, so let me see. If I remember right, we should be able to literally just fly somewhere. Yeah, if I remember right, we should literally just be able to fly to Albina, so let's just go there. Anakin getting extremely powerful really fast, written well because the Jedi will immediately keep a fucking eye on him. Yeah. Daisy Ridley is also just not good as a leading woman. She's so wooden and lacks all pizzazz and spice. Like, it's one of those things where she would have been fine if they cut half of her scenes. Like, keep her as the secondary and keep Finn the focus. Let her gain the confidence to start, you know, having a little bit more charisma, a little bit more oomph to her performance. But having that focus so much on her when she clearly was not ready for it, yeah, no, that was a bad fucking idea. Yeah, how many Star Wars shows take place during or after the sequel series? Yeah, right? Also heard Harrison Ford prefers doing his own stunts, even when he's at his age he is now, yeah. Force Awakens, I'll give leeway for being a rehash, but after that, gloves come off and it got awful, yeah. Yeah, Finn had more potential. And one time Jedi don't have an eye on was when Palpatine tempts a vulnerable, confused team with a lot of power, and guess what? It worked, yeah. There's a combo that me and my friends had years ago about how Rey would have been better if she faced a personal tragedy. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, don't forget about Kathleen either. That is true. Yeah, Kathleen Kennedy also got involved and fucked a bunch of stuff up, which we know that's what happened. Jon Favreau basically confirmed it after Mandalorian Season 2 had problems. Docent, we don't need to go there. Should be able to literally just fly to Albina. Bujaba. To be fair, I think Bujaba is actually not that far. No, it actually is pretty far. Okay, okay. So, yeah, we can... That's Royal Palace. We don't gotta go there. Alright, might just have to walk. Okay. I don't know why, but you saying Nalbina is pissing me off. Yeah, I still cringe at Force's female shit. Yeah. Actually, that's not fair. Anakin Clone Wars animation wasn't as stilted. I'm making an omelet and probably a grilled cheese sandwich or two. I wish I had some bacon bits, because I guarantee it would be the best omelet. I haven't been interested in anything Star Wars besides games. To be fair, you're not missing much. Well, Ray was the best thing ever. You're just sexist. That woman was the lead of your boy movie. Force female. Yeah, right? Yeah, doesn't John Boyega talk about how he feels Finn got screwed over? Yeah. Yeah, Ray should have at least had friends her age on the planet, not just be a loner. Yeah, 2 or remake are the only acceptable answers. I think Daisy Ridley should have pursued a career in voice acting instead of live action. She was good in that 12-minute game. Yeah. Yeah, 12 minutes game. I think what pissed me off about the sequels was Kylo. Cool as fuck design, but the character feels like they just want to give him a proper redemption, but it just got tampered with. Yeah. Cold but blunt take. No, Force Awakens was not good. It was legitimately bad, and Lasha had nothing to do with it. I just enjoyed it because you saw it in theater because Lucas hate. Well, no, like I said, it's a thing where because the rest of the trilogy fucked up the way it did, yeah, Force Awakens is bad. Because now that you know where everything's leading and all the questions it was bringing up, it's like, oh, these are pointless questions to even ask. Like, what was the point of any of this if it was going to fuck up the way it did? The point is, if the rest of the trilogy ended up being good and actually did go the direction it looked like Force Awakens wanted to, it could have actually been a pretty interesting remix of the original trilogy. Because clearly the idea was, first movie is A New Hope, but you're seeing the differences in the timeline this time. Like, the Jedi's now a former stormtrooper and things like that. And kind of build more of the, you know, it's not the same, but it's rhyming thing. Then you could have had something cool. But the way it just fucking shat its pants and fell apart. Yeah, Last Jedi would have been salvaged if Rey and Kylo swapped sides by the end. Yeah. And Force Awakens was bad because it was just the original movie again, but it felt soulless. Yeah. And knowing how there was no potential in it at all. I think they should have made Galen Merrick canon in the next Jedi game and have Cal and him interacting. Could have been cool. I don't like Rian Johnson. I hate Knives Out, too. Looper was okay until you thought about it. Yeah, you also had JJ and that fat white dumpy guy stumbling over each other, telling two completely different stories smashed together. Yeah. Watching your True Detective video, notice you're alive. Hell yeah. I think Ryan should stay away from Star Wars. He does better outside of that. Yeah, he's very clearly not a director that's good for big budget, big studio stuff. He's not a blockbuster guy. You know, and they're directors like that. Like, they're really good with their singular little projects, and the minute they're tied to something that's considered a franchise, they just, you know, get cold feet or they go, this is not my territory. And I felt like they're trying to build up something in the sequels. They then would scrap it for something else that would probably get scrapped in the next movie. Yeah. You know, its own marriage, Force Awakens still a shit movie that rips off a much better movie. J.J. Abrams is a hack who plagiarizes better movies. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those where because we know how it turned out and know how pointless everything was, like, instead of it being a clever, oh, this is like the MGS2 of Star Wars thing, it's now just, no, you fucking plagiarized it. Like, this wasn't a clever retelling of A New Hope with a few different variables. This is, so nothing in this movie fucking matters. And so Ozymandias wasn't a fluke? I don't think J.J. Abrams is that talented. I mean, his Star Trek movies are just mediocre. I think he's a good spectacle director. Like, he's good at getting the visual of something down. The problem is, from there, well, what do you have? You have good visuals, but now what else? Yeah, Neo Geo's making a fucking comeback, apparently. Who's worse, Zack Snyder or Rian Johnson? Rian Johnson has at least made movies I don't hate. If I remember right, he made Brick, and I thought Brick was actually really damn good. And Looper's pretty good, too. You know, it's the last good movie Bruce Willis was in before, you know, what happened to him happened. I found this great arc in Force Awakens where he goes from coward to hero, then for the rest of the trilogy is a sway dweeb who yells Rey all the time. Yeah. Yeah, Firefly's just outlaw Star Wars, proved me wrong. Yeah, Looper was the last good performance I saw Bruce Willis, and the last major project I saw Joseph Gordon-Levitt in. Yeah. I agree, the suicide ship bombardment, great scene if it meant fucking nothing. And Leia just let a whole fleet kill themselves, do no damage to the enemy forces. Yeah. Like, Last Jedi is genuinely one of those movies where the more you think about it, the more it just pisses you off. And I mean, like, if you go into something wanting to nitpick it, you're going to find a bunch of different flaws. Because that's the point. You're looking for a nitpick. You want something to make fun of. That's how it is. And a lot of movies do go with this idea of just don't fucking think about it. It's part of the fantasy. But there are lines where it's like, all right, I know I'm not supposed to think about it, but I'm fucking thinking about it. Damn it. Fucking dickheads. You know, Adult Swim is streaming Aqua Teen on YouTube, but it's only like 2 episodes. Yeah, right? I don't know why they do that. Because you would think, oh, it's a live stream about Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Fuck yeah, there's a bunch of different episodes they could use, and then they just don't. Yeah, suspension and disbelief, yeah. Yeah, Lightspeed Ram sure looks cool, but it breaks lore, yeah. Yeah, Force Awakens just member berries for people like J.J. Abrams, Arlim, and Simon Pegg. And to be fair, bringing back Star Wars from the dead, how it did, there's worse you could do there. I kind of view it as like Alien Romulus, as in, on its own terms, it's whatever, but what they wanted to do with it, okay, that makes a bit of sense. Where it's basically, we know this is all member berries, but we are just trying to get the fucking baseline out before we think about anything else. Yeah, a ship full of 1,000 people, not one of them would see out the window. Yeah. We may have to do... We may have to go in through the waterway. I completely forgot how to get here. Yeah, we may have to. Okay. Fuck it. Yeah. Oh, here. Let me... The Barham Passage. To the Mosphorian High Waste and Salika Woods. God, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, we may have to... Ender was a swan song for live-action Star Wars. Hopefully the next Jedi game will be the swan song for Star Wars games. Yeah. I should have killed Leia in the second sequel film from that deck explosion shit. It was stupid she force pulls herself back into it. Yeah. Yeah, it is just fucking stupid. Like I said, it's one of those where if someone says, well, I like it, I'm not going to be too much of a dick, but I am going to go, dude. Dude. Not just thousands, several thousand per Star Destroyer. The sequel trilogy Star Wars are bigger than the old ones, yeah. Yeah, Luke's story in the sequel trilogy would have made more sense if Kylo was brainwashed by Snoke to attack him. Exactly, you know? Like, it's one of those where I get it. They wanted to do a new thing. They didn't want to just rehash the trilogy, especially since a lot of the complaints about The Force Awakens was that it was just A New Hope again. The problem is every new idea was bad. And that's kind of the classic issue. You know, it's, no, I don't want the same thing all over again. It's just your new ideas are bad. From the 2D Clone Wars show had an entire boarding scene, ridiculous but fucking awesome. They could have done that in episode 8. If I recall, they carry like 8,000 stormtroopers, and that's just stormtrooper components. Yeah. Yeah, Ryan wrote 2 characters who were so smart they did something retarded. Yeah. No, I like it. I like the taste of microwave shit. I'm gonna try to get some sleep. Forgot I have work. Yeah. Barm key to open it. I think that's a dungeon. Time goes by, the Mortal Last Jedi makes less sense. A horribly written movie that simply does not work nor fit in the lore. Yeah. Well, that's on Firefly. Firefly was good. It was fun. And in retrospect, I'm kind of happy it died as early as it did, because that means, oh, thank God, I didn't have to grow to hate this. And the only question is, why did they not do any Tard wrangling? I don't like how Dave Filoni gets all the blame for Star Wars being shit. Now his recent stuff sucks, therefore we now have to hate Clone Wars. Yeah, it's one of those where once people get swept up in the wave, they kind of forget certain things, and it's like, motherfucker, in 5 months we're going to be going, but wait a minute, though, Clone Wars is kind of hype. It's like, yeah, it was. I remember chat, Space just Simon Pigg's soapboxing and how much he hates the prequels, but especially George Lucas. When everyone's a tard, who wrangles who? Yeah, Mike from earlier me was at Raw, yeah. Dipping a space hobo, Luke would have gone into hiding to train more people into being Jedi. Luke would have helped the others without no questions, try to reach out to Ren once more. Yeah. Like I said, it's this thing of, okay, sad Luke, broken Luke, that's a concept, that's an idea. And the way they do it is just fucking bad, because they don't do anything with the concept. He's just sad. He's just sad because he fucked up, and that's it. Side note, Fallout 4 modded to be a survival horror game makes it fun. Yeah, now Ahsoka gets called a Mary Sue, even though Clone Wars spent a decade having her earn her place a character. Yeah. That's what I mean. People get swept up in the wave a little bit too much, and it's like, no, remember what got us here. And 3D Clone Wars had Space Vietnam. I don't get, why does that suck? Yeah, punish Venom Luke. Disney the dumbest. They keep trying to feminize their boy franchise. They completely stop making their princess films. Yeah, right? Yeah, I remember when Candy said it's hard to make a story no source material. My God, you destroyed the EU. Yeah. They destroyed the EU so they wouldn't have to pay in the people who made the fucking EU licensing. Yeah, I blame Clone Wars for giving me the desire to die in a far-off moon for a government that doesn't care about me alongside my brothers. Yeah, Luke would have been sad but not broken, yeah. Yeah, recent shows have kind of portrayed Ahsoka like shit. Yeah. And that's something I fully blame at the hands of Disney. Like, Disney's the one who fucked that up because they're the ones giving the marching orders. For a while, they were desperately, like, just, you know, if they smelled, like, one success, they would run that shit into the dirt. They would make you hate it within months. Like, it really did get to a point of, like, I can't be excited for anything you do because you're going to fuck this up. Yeah, they destroyed the EU just to use half its ideas. As time that he gives up because he, up Paul and his own nephew just because he had a bad dream. Yeah. Like, it really is this thing of, like, there was no consideration or second draft. Umbara arc is the best arc in Clone Wars, and I will not debate this with anyone. Anyone who tries will be scalped. And the problem with Ahsoka is that she's outstayed her welcome, and she was supposed to be confined to the Clone Wars, then killed after, and badly. Yeah. The whole idea was she would have been killed by Vader, because that would have been the best way to end her story. Only destroyed but violated and took the skeleton of the corpse to make subpar adaptations, i.e. Ahsoka show being shit. Yeah. And Kylo, an understandable reaction will to start to having an active lightsaber shoved in his face. Yeah. And Disney makes Luke Skywalker a character supposed to represent hope, lose hope. And you get it. It's like, oh, the man who cannot be broken's finally been broken. It's like, I get the idea. I get what you're going for. But you fucked that up. Yeah, not just that. I feel like the writers didn't want to make the obvious choice and instead went overboard and subverting expectations in such cynical, pretentious fashion at a time when everyone did it. Yeah. Yeah, young Leia chasing was ridiculous and funny. She wasn't killed by Vader. She survived Vader's attack, but she's supposed to go into hiding. Her re-emerging is supposed to be good for the universe. Anakin's apprentice. They didn't do it right. Well, that's what I mean. The original idea was that Ahsoka would have died because Vader would have killed her. But they wanted to keep her around, so they had her survive and end up doing a whole bunch of shit on her own, because I know that's where, like, Rebels comes in and things like that. So it's like, okay, that's fine, but you could have had a really, you know, poetic way of killing her off, and that she's killed by her former master, you know, the master she really gave a fuck about. And Ahsoka's going to be killed before Revenge of the Sith. Her death was meant to be another reason why Anakin fell to the dark side. Yeah. Yeah, she was actually supposed to die in Order 66. That's what George wanted. Doesn't make any sense. Make the guy who saw good in Vader immediately give into fear upon looking at his nephew's dream. Yeah, it's not fleshed out right. And that's the big thing. If they wanted to do this thing of Luke had a moment of weakness and wanted to give in to fear and take care of a problem before it happens. You can do that. But quite literally, you need an entire movie building up to that. Where they literally introduced their version of AOT Path's time manipulation just to bring her back. And Ahsoka's death was one of the few good parts of Rebels, and then they introduced fucking time travel. Yeah. I've talked from Star Wars, but I feel like Persona 5 would be my favorite in the series once I start playing the Persona games, mainly for the themes of Rebellion and other stuff. It is really good. How can Ahsoka die from lightsabers? Don't even kill motherfuckers anymore. They almost went there. Season 2 of Rebels had Ahsoka dueling Vader and implying she died, but later retconned it, so she got away. Yeah. Chocobo. Yeah, just like Rebels, because they massacred my boy Thrawn. Also, I argue every main Rebel character in Rebels should have died to Thrawn. Yeah, she was originally supposed to die by the end of Clone Wars as a consequence of the Jedi Council's actions, which would have influenced Anakin Skywalker's turn to Darth Vader. See, that's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, once again, you know, tie her death into either Anakin becoming Darth Vader or why he becomes disillusioned with the Jedi. Again, Luke saw good in his father, a genocidal pawn controlled by Palpatine. Yeah. Yeah, to establish Luke would want to kill Kylo, you would need an entire movie's worth of build-up. Like, it can't even just be, like, a subplot they reference a lot. No, it would have to be the main focus. Yeah, poor Chewie went through all that crap in the sequel trilogy for no reason. It's basically like Wind Waker, where they treat the hero of time, Link, just slap in the face the people who loved Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask. Yeah, poor Thrawn. I went to the future and played Persona 6. Too green. I like green. I could have had the Yozi Vong War. Time travel is one of the worst things added to Star Wars. Also, Thrawn was butchered in Rebels. And let's not talk about what happened to his depiction in the Ahsoka show. Yeah, at least Revan was kept away. Yeah, Luke just wouldn't do that for any reason ever. This is a man who managed to talk down to Darth Vader. That's why I'm saying you would need an entire movie to explain why that idea would even work. Like, it would literally have to be almost like the Lighthouse-style story where it's just Luke and Kylo, and you see how it fell apart. It would be something to where there would need a lot of fleshing out. Like, not even just, well, a monologue or two here. Like, no, you would need fucking entire scenes. Yeah, Snoke turned out to be a fucking joke, too. Wasn't Snoke a character in the EU as well? Yeah, at least they didn't ruin the Dark Empire comics. That is true. Yeah, C-3PO died surrounded by strangers, too, yeah. I'm calling early. Good night, everyone. Yeah. And Chewie going out, saving Han's son, giving the Wookiee version of Come At Me, Bro to a moon falling on would have been better. Fucking attack that thing. What are you doing? It fucking ate Vaughn. Yeah, wasn't Rose Skywalker basically Dark Empire, though? Yeah, Luke would have never given up on someone, even if the person feels it's too late for them or they think they don't deserve redemption. And need a whole show about Luke training the Jedi and trying to fight Galo, yeah. In the entire trilogy, the first movie plants the idea, the second fleshes out, making Luke struggle with the decision, third movie has him give in and act on it, yeah. It would take so much time. I'd like to own a battle droid. I want a commando. They do seem pretty cool. That's on Twilight's just the VR of Star Wars. They're fun. Oh god, we're getting jumped. We're getting jumped bad. Oh jeez. I know I asked this before, not sure if you're right about your take on YouTube censoring and actually fucking people's views and reach with restricted mode. No get good or lack of skill. It is an actual thing people are reporting on, because, I mean, usually when someone goes, oh, YouTuber's restricted my channel and my traffic is down, I usually just roll my eyes and go, yeah, sure, whatever. Because you look at it and their views are perfectly fine and stuff like that. No, this is an actual thing people are able to trace and go, this is happening. Because it's a literal setting on YouTube where it's restricted mode. If it's on, it'll hide like half a channel's fucking videos. Yeah, they're jumping me. They're jumping me. In Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy, if you pick the dark side ending, Luke says at the end, this is they're still good in Jaden. Yeah. Even then, it should be something Luke doesn't accept easily. He should still be hesitant with actually wanting to kill someone close to him that's fallen to the dark side. Yeah. Well, especially with it being his fucking sister's kid. Yeah, Trade Federation could beat the Republic if Palpatine didn't intervene. And Disney made comics that explains plot holes to the films, and then those comics get retconned for some reason still canon to the films. And Ahsoka's duel with Vader was poetically tragic. After losing everyone he cared about and becoming evil, his Padawan finally returned and refused to leave. Yeah. Yeah, this zone is a pretty cool Esper. Yeah, even though Jaden went through Jedi and Dark Jedi and dropped a pile of rocks on Kyle. I think the another issue is Disney also fucking up the lore for Clone Commandos. They're supposed to be a team of 4 that are ruthless motherfuckers that are advanced Kataran-class armor. I feel like approach to Last Jedi in general was wrong from the get-go. I feel like they should have tried to stay in the old cereal box adventure vibe instead of going all contemporary. There's just so much wrong with the new trilogy. It's one of those of like, I don't think anybody walked away from it happy. Like, maybe really little kids who just don't think about Star Wars shit at all. It was like literally their first exposure. Maybe they were happy, but even then, it's like, I don't know. I can talk about the flaws for hours, and people have. Boy, have they. Look at Kill Kylo. How would he have explained that to Leia? Exactly. Also, I don't like Kylo's real name being Ben. If any Skywalker would be named Ben, it should have been the son of Luke. Then again, one of Han's sons was named Anakin. Well, to be fair, Anakin was also Leia's father. And shows got paid to praise them were happy. Even then, I don't think they were. I think they just choked it down for a little while and was like, it's great, we love it. Remember that whole theater of women booing the ending of episode 9? Yeah. And those kids probably look back in a few years and go, oh shit, those were bad. Yeah. I turned John Boyega into an activist. At least Oscar and Adam were able to have salvageable careers. That is true. Adam Driver and Oscar Isaac are actually really good actors. My niece and nephew like the OG trilogy and prequels more. Even they didn't care about the sequel trilogy. My brother worked as camp counselor the past summer. He confirmed to me they don't like them either. After hyperspace ramming, everyone was saying, why didn't the rebels just do that to the Death Star? And I'm just like, why did the Empire even bother with the Death Star when they could just do that? I remember Han didn't approve of Leia naming their kid Anakin. Yeah, John Boyega should have let Disney Plus him. Eric Butts was happy. Yeah, Ben was supposed to be as powerful, if not more powerful than Luke at some point. If he continued his training, he'd die after reviving Rey. Fucking stupid. Worse than that, like, why did he need to die? If he unlocked Force Heal, like, motherfucker's already well past the point where death wouldn't even touch him. Sequel's pretty cool, and episode 3 is legit great. Oh, prequels, yeah. I was gonna say, it's like, oh, you are the one man alone here. Disney trilogy was like this. Episode 7, A New Hope rehash. Episode 8, Politic. Episode 9, Arlem's apology to Lucas. And Ron Johnson definitely threw out the original plans for the trilogy with the head of Lucasfilm's blessing. There's no way there was no plan in mind. My favorite quote from Oscar Isaac is that the only way to come back to Star Wars is if he needed another house. Yeah. Yeah, the Knights of Ren, and they all jobbed super hard. Yeah, another case of, like, what was even the point of bringing these people up? They do literally nothing. Any good Adam Driver movies? I've only seen him in Force Awakens. He's really good in Logan Lucky. He's really good in Silence. A Marriage Story, he's really good. He's actually a good actor. Okay. I mean, Oscar Isaac is the only one whose career wasn't affected by the sequels. Yeah. Yeah, Black Klansman, yeah, he was good in that. That's around the literal definition of looks cool, does nothing. And sequels are a diet copy of the original. Even then, only Force Awakens was. Fucking Last Jedi was like a schizophrenic retelling of maybe sorta kinda Empire. And by the time you got to Rise of Skywalker, it's like, what the fuck even is this movie? Like, I think Rise of Skywalker is the first actual thing we can call a theme park movie in that things just happen. Why? I don't fucking know. It was never any plan with the sequel trilogy. Rise of Skywalker confirmed it. Han, Luke, and Leia deserve better send-offs than what they had, yeah. Guarantee you if they rehired Lucas to direct a movie, it'll end with Luke waking up saying the sequel trilogy was a dream from late-night partying. He also did really good in Black Klansman, and no, I'm not talking about the hard R, he's genuinely good. Yeah, no, he's actually a really good actor. It's getting late for me. Have fun with FF12 stream. Loves and let you soul burn with truth and resolve. Yeah, somehow Palpatine returned. Yeah, and the only way you even get context for that is like a fucking Fortnite event. Yeah, sometimes think about how they wasted Carrie Fisher's last performance. Yeah, cavalry charge on Star Destroyers with Death Star lasers. Yeah, it's like, what even is this movie? The fuck is this? The hard R was pretty good though. Captain Phasma is such a letdown. Cool Silver Armor literally gets holed up and barely does anything. Yeah. Isaac Anakin's ghost return to Hayden Christensen. Why didn't Yoda and Obi-Wan get to be eternally young in the afterlife? Because fuck you. Sorry, what about Fortnite and Star Wars? Yeah, fucking, if you don't remember, to lead up to Rise of Skywalker, the only way they even explained how Palpatine was still alive was a fucking Fortnite event you could miss. And even the delivery of that line made it sound like the actor couldn't believe that was going to be a thing. And they made a CGI abomination of Leia in memory for the third movie, yeah. Yeah, the dead speak. I'm the spy, Space Mega Hitler. I know it, Anti-Space Mega Hitler, yeah. And Palpatine's canonical speech being exclusive to a fucking Fortnite event is a travesty. And the great error has been corrected. Could have made something out of that. This case, Kylo isn't his real name. He's supposed to be possessed by a dead Sith Lord, and Knights were trying to bring him back. Yeah, play into the more, like, weird aspects of Sith ideology. But they didn't want to do that because that meant paying people money. Yeah, Palpatine spawned out of campfire. Sequels of Villains 1 and Palpatine as the new Skywalker and probably as Sheev Dormant in her personality somewhere. Star Wars fucked up and fucking Family Guy had a better send-off of Carrie Fisher than Star Wars. She played Pierre's boss in the show. Yeah. Captain America for $2. So Fortnite's canon to Star Wars. By extension, yes. Fortnite is literally canon to Star Wars. Can I ask if you're currently working on the Netflix Castlevania vid? No. I have a whole list of vids I'm working on right now. Castlevania will get its due time. Pretty damn soon, actually. Palpatine survived the fall and just lied there resting and force healing for years. Even though the station blew up. Even though the station blew up. MCU 2, they had a tiny bit with Fantastic Four, yeah. And Fortnite's canon to Marvel since Thor was playing it in Endgame. I think worthy kids explanation for Palpatine's returns canon. Yoda, is that you old sponge? Yeah, Fortnite's canon to Star Wars. Fucking kill me now. Yeah, Palpatine would have been vaporized. It's annoying how much storytelling potential Star Wars actually has. Yeah, fucking bullshit. So Miku exists? Can I talk about Kassern? Perhaps. They found his big old chair and fell asleep in it until some hoodlums came in and killed him. Not the whole situation. Remember, like, half the Death Star landed and attacked on some random planet wasn't even near. Yeah. Yeah, Fortnite had better Galactus than the new Fantastic Four movie. And Darth Vader AI chatbot's canon then as well. Yeah, everything's canon to Fortnite now. I believe someone here did a multi-hour video on Nocturne. It's their only upload and it was pretty good. At least Dark Empire explained how Palpatine lived. He transferred his spirit to clone bodies. Even then, the clone bodies weren't perfect and decayed quickly. Yeah. What do you think of Rogue One? Rogue One, when it came out, was just kind of okay. I liked the fact it was a bit more of a, you know, bit more of a grim Star Wars story in that everyone died. For some reason, people really seem to have issues with that, where like, well, if everyone died, why do I care? It's like, the story's about how they died, though. It's about how they died. But yeah, that's not the point. It's a personal preference thing. But I think it's one of those where after Andor, it's probably going to be way easier to go back and watch because you're going to have way more context to what's going on. Especially with Gabriel Luna's character. Also, Rebels' many allies don't listen to Leia, but they do listen to Lando. I want to watch Nocturne. Can someone spoil it for me? Bad. Play some old Star Wars games on stream. All the Star Wars talks make me nostalgic. It would be fun to fire up a fucking Jedi Academy or something like that. Yeah, Diego Luna, yeah. New Fan 4-stick movie flop with Pedro the Groper Pascal. If I'm aware, as far as I'm aware, I think it made its money back. Disney conference rooms are probably more terrifying, cold, and dark than any interrogation room in the Death Star. Yeah, Luke's wife is badass. Palpatine's assassin and killed evil Luke, yeah. Yeah, fire up KOTOR 2 to a whole playthrough, Wooly versus style. I'd like to see more stories set in the sequel trilogy era, just new, fresh characters. Yeah, try to see if there's any way to fix it. Like, how in God's name do we make this work? Also, thank you, Muggles. I think so. Sequel trilogy would have the Empire bring back battle droids to fight alongside Stormtroopers try to overwhelm the rebellion. Favorite Star Wars game? Force Unleashed games are pretty fucking good. Yeah, you and Shota should stream KOTOR 1 and 2. It was in the Fortnite live event that explained how Palpatine somehow survived. I only got it for the free glider, but I still felt ripped off. Most of it was JJ going on and on.
It would seem we made the
Yeah,
right
make it work.
choice.
Step 1. Rey does not exist.
If we'd taken the easy way and come by
I
airship,
don't know the true sequel to Star Wars is Spaceballs and Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money.
We're on the Empire's doorstep now, so we shouldn't have to worry quite so
Told me
much.
to take care of Luke. I said take good care of him, not take good fucking care of him. Palpatine's return be better if they came out of the clouds and said, "Foolish Jedi, I've come for your souls." Then Raiden shows up and says, "I don't think so." Mortal Kombat. Yeah, Silk Song tomorrow? I don't know what Shota has planned for tomorrow. Yeah, I vote Republic Commando. Republic Commando is pretty fucking good. I played Star Wars Revenge of the Sith game. Thought it was fun. It's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, so we gotta go northeast. And decanonize sequels, pay the EU authors with their ode, and adapt those stories. That's the only way the sequel era could work. Yeah. It's like, just fucking admit this experiment was a terrible idea. The problem is, when there's something that actually gets a little bit of momentum, Disney gets greedy. And when they get greedy, that's when they do stupid fucking shit. Yeah, Misa getting angry, Misa getting pissed off. Hell, at the time, no one realized that speech was Palpatine explaining his return. It wasn't until JJ said so just a day after Rise of Skywalker came out. Originally, all commandos have the same voice, but George wants them unique. Yeah, and honestly, that was a good idea. Oh, shit. Okay, let's get a little bit closer to Vaughn. Maybe the sequel trilogy should have been a mix of both prequel and original trilogy ideas, taking them in interesting directions. Yeah. Please kill this fucking thing. Republic Commandos made the B2 Super Battle Droids fucking terrifying. A great mystery of our time would be how Kathleen Kennedy still has a job. Do you like Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor? Fallen Order was pretty fun. Survivor, I never actually got around to playing, but I heard it was also just kind of pretty fun. Yeah, Disney had the opportunity of it with a story that led up to the Galactic War with the Yuzan Vong. They chose their bed. Jing say my favorite Star Wars games are the Lego ones. To be fair, they are fun. Sad thing is most of the parts of Disney canon people like are just rehashing EU plot lines to avoid paying royalties. Game saying I hope you have mages and guns. But why do that when we can just bash our head against the wall and grind? Yeah, Candy can suck a mean one to keep her job, yeah. That's gotta be how it happens. Or she's got dirt on people. Yeah, we'll give him the golden amulet. Yeah, 3 times speed grinding strategy, yeah. And Disney want to be in the spot right now if they just paid people what they're owed, yeah. They ended up creating so many more problems for themselves. And like I said, another big aspect to it is they cannot control themselves. The minute they smell something is working, they jump onto it so fucking hard. Like, the minute Mandalorian took off and Mandalorian was like, oh shit, this is actually pretty good, they wasted no time exploiting the fuck out of that. You like Lego games? They're okay. The new Batman one actually looks like it'd be pretty fun. My headcanon, every clone trooper had a different voice to each other, but to non-clone troopers, they sound the same. And Disney money allowed Star Wars to do so much more, but the catch is it can't be allowed to evolve, yeah. My one complaint about Republic Commandos is that want more Republic Commandos? The game feels too short, yeah. Yeah, it's like, what, 6, 7 hours long? It's not too long. Yeah, Baby Yoda toys as soon as possible, yeah. Here we go. I would like Lego to do a Star Wars Skywalker Saga, but Lego Lord of the Rings and Hobbit. That would be fun. Yeah, there are Republic Commando books. Here we go. Okay, now we're just down to this. Yeah. Yeah, Black Baby Yoda, may the Force be with you, my nigga. I've read the Star Wars zombie books. Yeah, Dead Troopers, it's not bad. It's pretty fun. Obviously, don't think about a lot of the logistics, because, like, holy shit, the zombie virus is OP, but, you know, you had, like, zombified Wookiees. Yeah, there were only, like, 3 levels in Republic Commandos. I remember being disappointed how short it was, even for PS2. I've long since gotten into belief that Disney canon is not canon, that the expanded universe is the real canon. I don't care what others think. I mean, you're probably not even the only one right now. I get the feeling that's probably a very common sentiment. Yeah, I own the Republic Commando book named Hard Contact. And the fuck kind of movie title, The Mandalorian and Grogu, kids won't be able to say that shit in full. They even copied the Zombie Troopers thing in the Ahsoka show. Didn't they also have an episode of it in Clone Wars? They just changed a lot of how it actually worked. If I remember right, in Clone Wars, it was like some weird brain parasite, instead of the weird living gel that it was in the actual book. Yeah, Republic Commando was supposed to have Imperial Commando follow-up with the same cast. Remember chaining ultimate attacks with everyone, including my low levels in FF12? Yeah, it's pretty fun. But you gotta do it right, otherwise you fuck yourself out of a lot of time and damage. Yeah, that was the Genosian Brainworm. Yeah, Genosian worm lava that connects to their queen. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Book of Boba Fett was terrible. Apparently, Lego Skywalker Saga ended up being getting pretty gimped because that version had to have parity with the Switch version of the game. Yeah, the Living Gel is alive and it's ancient and evil. Yeah. Because I remember right, they also did a prequel. Yeah, it's like they did a prequel that explained that it existed in the Old Republic as well, and it was the result of like some ancient ass fucking Sith ritual. But they established that like it was a thing, and the Sith just kind of stumbled into it too. So whatever that gel thing is like older than even the Sith. Red Harvest set in Sith Academy Zombie Sith. Yeah, that's the one I just referenced. I think that's the one that like explained that it existed even before the Sith. Yeah, Sith experiment that one Sith Lord was using to find immortality. Yeah. There's also a technovirus, and the Sith saved the galaxy by whopping them out. Yeah. Palpatine was slowly building his force to fight the Yuuzhan Vong. It could have been a cool idea. It could have been. Favorite Twi'lek? Yeah, I'm easy. Ahsoka. She's fun. What's happening in this game? Why is combat and walking animation so goofy? I turned on fast forward because this game is hell to grind in if you don't. But we are trying to make it to Nalbina, which is a new city. So zombies, which do you prefer in Star Wars? Worms or slugs?
Race it to the water.
I mean, I liked the living gel. Because, like, they cut open a zombie, they can literally see it, like, spilling out of them. Ahsoka's not a Twi'lek. She's basically a Twi'lek. Yeah, Ahsoka's a Torguta. Ayla Secure is a Twi'lek. It's basically the same thing. Yeah, Star Wars a lot of zombies. Rakghouls, Death Troopers, Brainworms, and Rakata nanotechnology.
Are you sure? You don't want it for yourself?
You passed Nabina a long time ago. Well, yeah. It's like, we have to get north of it, but we're on the way to the next city.
The best intentions invite the
I'm gonna say
worst
Gel. I'm gonna
kind
say
of
Gel.
trouble.
And favorite companion is Kato, Mandalore the Preserver. He was pretty cool. Twi'leks are the single-colored, tentacle-headed slaves.
Is that how you see me?
I'm curious how the Imperial Commando game would have been like.
Someone I know.
So this game was like an attempt at a single-player MMO experience. Basically, yeah, because this was off the heels of FF11.
He cared about. He'd babble nonsense.
Sorry for chat with that one.
with the stone's power.
Twi'leks are whores. Ahsoka is pure. And Torguta are orange and have horns. Twi'lek vary in color, mostly whores.
He did to get closer to the nether side, to understand.
I like that the whores thing is like a central point to bring up.
He even made me a judge.
Some arguments about Order 66 and clone troopers, like they have chips in their brain to commit Order 66, or they always plan to do it. For me, I like all the above. I prefer the brain chip thing because they wouldn't have always known they were going to do that because the Jedi could have read their mind and learned early. So having the brain chip, yeah, it just makes more sense. Some arguments about, oh yeah. Ash, I'm not power hungry. I just want to see cities burn. Balthazar, point proven. And Rebel Commando's gonna have another sequel called Rebel Commando where Seb survived the events of RC and worked to create his own rebel cell. Would you fuck a Twi'lek? The Twin Tails are flesh, right? And their slave race is overly sexualized by other races like the Asari. And that's how Star Wars races work. We first see them as whores, so they're a bunch of whores. Then we see the moon as a bunch of bankers, so they're all bankers.
So I ran. Free at last.
I'm for them being bred for it. Like they follow the orders of the Republic no matter what.
It was Netherside. And then, of course, I met you.
Is it? It is true. Twi'lek are whores. They got sucked off for 20 credits. As most of the clones have seen what a Jedi can do to a motherfucker, would you risk shooting them?
Cut my ties to the past.
Still personally torn on the idea of brain chips because I prefer the clones to not just be organic droids.
It's hard to leave the past behind. I know.
And Twin Tails have part of their brains in them, so no, don't tug on the head tails. The Twin Tails are erogenous zones. Would you fuck a female member of the Keldor species, the Plo Koon species? And fun fact, Aayla Secura and Kit Fisto were secretly together in the Legends canon. Yeah, plus makes the clones way less sympathetic that they built these bonds with the Jedi knowing they would kill them later.
Do they?
These roles we play.
Yeah, EU ended on ultimate cliffhanger where the Sith are finally defeated and devastated Republic makes a treaty with the new Empire and Jedi to create galactic triumvirate.
I will play mine.
I would have no other.
Yeah, headtails are used for communication too. They're called Leku. You think you'll stream on Mondays after you run out of Final Fantasy? Are we ever truly gonna run out of Final Fantasy though?
The choice is yours.
We tug the twin tails there. Here you go.
Don't give your heart to a stone.
Tug on the handlebars.
You're too strong for that, princess.
Whatever's two devs of the ODST is one of the many collabs. What other franchise you want to see them do? Fucking Starship Troopers. Get like an actual Starship Troopers collab. Let us fight the arachnids. Like not just the bugs and Helldivers, like the actual no bullshit arachnids. Yeah, Clone Wars explaining Order 66 through chips makes sense. The prequels explain due to Palpatine's power cloud, the Jedi's judgment, but they're close to clones every day. Yeah. It depends. You're going to play the remakes of 7 exactly. Crank the hedgehogs, you may give them brain damage. See, the number of Star Wars species that if they were to fuck you would unleash copious amounts of ammonia into you. Yeah, like Star Trek? Yeah, Star Trek's good. It also makes sense for Palpatine to go ahead and do the brain chips, because not only because the Jedi can read minds, also the fact that even he had to think that the clone troopers will not betray him. Yeah. And some of them do. Some of them are actually able to resist the brain chip. Why'd you want to play remakes of 7? Because they're mainline games, technically. Now, Palpatine had literal Sith artifacts in his office, and Jedi Order were like, what a queer decoration. I found Final Fantasy 12 key art for the MTG collab as Fron and Balthier, but not Vaughn. Make of that what you will. General expanding universe, there's an alternate dimension where the space is white and stars are black. Now, one of them ripped their brain chip out when they realized what the true plan for clones were, yeah. Now, Order 65 is actually about taking down the Supreme Chancellor. If he went rogue, Palps had to be careful, yeah. And Twilight are just space elves. Their females are major sluts. Jedi can't exactly read mind, but they can read people's emotions, although that is a high-level skill not many can do. The problem with 7 Remake is expanding Midgard's entire game. It just makes it drag. Rebirth was much better paced. 99s have some resistance, but Wrecker eventually followed, yeah. Yeah, like that case where Rex was trying to warn Ahsoka he's gonna shoot her against his will, yeah. In this case, Rex was trying to, yeah. No, not the Mandragora. Hit the Pyralisk. There we go. Fuck, still pissed off the Mandragora. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I don't want to piss it off. A little tomato. No, it's a little onion. Okay, Bosch. Fuck it. I miss 5s. Do a person prefer to just have their own personalities and make the choice on their own? Just personal nitpick on my part. You ever get tired of Spurge bitching about hominid aliens in media that's not aimed at hardcore sci-fi nerds? I mean, to me, it's like the fun of sci-fi is, all right, what concept can you make and can you run with it? I don't really give a shit about realism and like sci-fi or anything like that. Just due to the fact of it's sci-fi, you know? Not everyone's Arthur C. Clarke, and I'm not going to expect everything to be Arthur C. Clarke or The Expanse, where it's grounded in like a, well, this could actually happen. Yeah, plant, get tomatoed. Yeah, big onion fight coming up, yeah. Why does this combat? It looks bad. Yeah, it's like basically active, sort of like MMO active combat. I don't think it's bad. Did you know in Star Wars Edge of the Empire TTRPG, you can play as a female Gungan with tits wearing a Chinese straw hat? And this combat's called Peak. Yeah, Helldiver's falling back into the dumb game balancing they supposedly stopped a while ago. Also, it's almost 150 gigs. Jesus Christ. Seen a new vampire game coming up called Dawnwalker. Yeah, it's made by some of the Witcher 3 guys. I want it to be good. Do you like Final Fantasy current action gameplay? To me, it feels weird. It feels like the damage you do is a lie. Like, only in like really specific moments do you actually do big damage. Every other time, it kind of feels like it's lying to you because it's trying to get to like an arbitrary threshold before it starts feeling like, okay, that had impact. Is Expanse good? It's pretty good, yeah. Trials they added really make your fight tactical, but that's more of an endgame challenge for like the last 20 trials. Yeah, it's ATB, but you can move. Seeing some of the gameplay, Dawnwalker, not gonna lie, looks like Witcher mod to hell and back. And it makes sense, a lot of those guys worked on Witcher 3. And hey, having more Witcher 3, but with a vampire aesthetic, I liked Blood and Wine. Is that how fucked up it is when you realize what it's about? We all knew what was about to happen, what we were about to do. Do we have any thoughts, any private traitorous thoughts? Favorite web animated series? I remember watching Red vs. Blue a lot as a kid. Would you fuck a Gunga? Eh. Ow. Also, one of the best grind routes coming up, the Catacombs past or before the Onions. Yeah. Pretty sure it's not going to be immediately after this area, but I think, like, yeah, next or so area. Misa no fuck Gunga. Big Top Burger is also peak. Big Top Burger is really good. That reminds me, fuck, I need to start common side effects. I was going to do that this week. I specifically told myself I'm going to sit down and fucking start common side effects. Because I've been trying to catch up on a bunch of shows I've been meaning to watch. Common Side Effects, Severance. I sat down and finished Day of the Jackal, which Day of the Jackal was actually really good. I like that quite a lot. You know, that was like that was. It wasn't really close to the book like what I kept hearing it was, but it felt very in spirit to the book, which made me happy. Would you fuck the shit out of Glup Shitto? A really good webcomic check out is Stagtown. Most webcomics are shit, but that one's legit great. Yeah, Space King's also good. I've seen the OG Jack movie from the 70s. Yeah, that one's really good. That one is closer to the book. Though it does make a few changes. Like, fuck, I don't remember. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure the movie took place in France. Yeah. I do my cat, maybe gone blind. What I missed? We're talking about shows. I think of the Stalker games also, do you shit yourself nearly every time you go into a deep, dark bunker because monsters love playing hide and seek? Stalker's a lot of fun. I don't play it too often because it likes to crash, but it is fun. Any tips and advice for Persona 5 once I get my hands on it? Don't be afraid to look up a schedule. Yeah, Day of the Jackal is really more of a modern adaptation. Yeah. But they did really well with it. I'm actually shocked how well they did with it. Do you know that in Star Wars TTRPG you could play as a younger, not as fat Jabba the Hutt and you would have an instinctual need to be greedy and fuck people over? Watching a Digital Circus right now because I can't find anything that's not on hiatus. Yeah, good modern adaptation. Yeah. Like I said, it was very in spirit. The guy who actually played the Jackal, he was fucking awesome. Like, he was fantastic. Yeah. Fair on each Metro game. 2033, not bad, but flawed. Last Light, really good. Exodus, genuinely very good. He also plays a Hut Jedi. On Smoke, but you can see common side effects can fuck somebody up if they watch it high. Highly recommend. Yeah, Witcher 4 might take influence from Kingdom Come Deliverance. I don't like that common side effects has that ugly art style, but the show looks decent. Eddie Redmayne's a top tier actor. Yeah, he was awesome. Because that was my big worry, you know. I really like Day of the Jackal. It's a really good book, and a point they bring up with the Jackal is he could fucking infiltrate anywhere. He was a natural chameleon. He had that specific skill an assassin needs where he'll enter a place and no one fucking remembers that he was there. And I like the fact the modern show really did take that to heart, because that's a lot of scenes. A lot of scenes are him able to slip in and, you know, basically just able to walk around and do the walking with purpose shit, where basically he's able to slip in so well, people genuinely didn't realize there was a reason to question him. He also plays a Jedi version of the same species as Watto. I think Witcher 1 remake, gonna play like 3 or 4? It's probably gonna play more like 3. Yeah, well, Gungas talk like Jar Jar. Could you even get it up to fuck one? Also, the Exodus, the game by former BioWare devs who worked on Mass Effect. Yeah. What's Metro Exodus all about? So for the last 2 games, it was believed that all that was left of humanity was just in the Russian subway system. Exodus is finding out, no, the world is not that bad. It's still bad, but it's not that bad. I'd like Witcher 2 to play like 3. Like in the show when he makes that ridiculously long shot, the cops don't immediately know where they came from. Much more real. Yeah. They even make it a point of like, that shot should be fucking impossible. How the hell did he do that? And it just comes down to he's really good. Anyone know that there were Child's Play aka Chucky video games? Fuck, I don't even know what you could do there. Yeah, Go-Go 13 shot, yeah. When do you consider PC's temperature too hot? When it takes like 5 years to open a browser. That's usually when it's like, okay, something's going on here. So if I'm finding there's only one Metro book that explains what the hell happened to the US. Would you let female version of the same species as Watto give you an intense suck from her elephant-nosed proboscis? Yeah, I'm doing good if I can hit a mile at that range, yeah. These natural Russians would think the world's so much worse than they think, so they've been kneecapped and knee-deep in shit since Stalin's dictatorship. But more than that, there are also, like, ex-Soviet officials that were specifically lying to people. I think Terminator game playing, like, Alien Isolation could be good. It wouldn't be a bad idea. Those frog tentacle things you just killed are hideous. I'm pretty sure those are Marlboros. All Chad is telling me is they'd fuck anything. You like Tool's most recent album, Fear and Inoculum? I liked it, but thought most songs go on too long. That's kind of an issue with Tool in general. Their songs can drag. The Invisible Watchers kept Moscow in the dark. Yeah. Yeah, Kami's lying to people. Up next, water's wet. Yeah, Russians hiding in a subway. The world is destroyed and we're all that's left. Americans going on in their daily lives. Man, weird how Russia wants to be in the subways. Yeah, marbles in this one are the cutest, especially compared to the 14 ones. Even have cute little crowns. You like rap? Yeah, rap's not bad. Upcoming Hellraiser game, I think it's going to have combat or at least a way to defend yourself. You see it in the trailer that you do. So, the Cenobites you're going to be fighting are not just going to be the main ones from the movie. There's going to be a bunch of them. Cost piece $10. I heard someone ask scientists about the alien being humanoid thing, and scientists replied that carbon-based life forms are always either humanoid or crab. Like, there's no in between. Explain when Metro why the nukes started flying and who fired first. The Cold War never ended, and eventually it just got too hot and they nuked each other. Crab. Return to Crab. Here's Flash. The Troons are trying to cancel Corona, and now they're messing with Hololive. Of course they are. Like the idea of Homefront Revolution. What do you think the biggest problem with that game? It didn't really have much of an identity. Like, Homefront itself was decent for what it was, but it felt like it was... It didn't want to dedicate too hard to being Red Dawn. It also didn't want to dedicate too hard to being Freedom Fighters. It was trying to basically just be, hey, look, we're Call of Duty, but the gimmick is you're in America. It's like, yeah, I played Modern Warfare. And for what reason? Why Corona? So the Jackal's basically Agent 47 is being played by someone who actually knows what they're doing. Yeah, I will say that. Day of the Jackal, the show, is a really good Hitman series. Like, if you wanted a live-action version of Hitman, that's basically it. Obviously, it's a lot deeper than that. There's a lot more going on, but to sell people, the pitch. Playing Silk Song, Lowell sing Pilgrim the Bell might be wife. I have seen clips. It is really cute. Yeah, turns in my JP Oshie alone. Yeah, your temp should be between 85 to 180, depending on what you're doing. You don't want to be running 190 for too long. Yeah. There really is no reason to either. Also, didn't want to have China be the villain and use North Korea instead, despite being unrealistic. Yeah. I think the actual Red Dawn remake did the exact same thing, too. Well, no wonder you died, Vaughn. You were trying to fucking fight enemies. Not only is he trying to fight enemies, he's also fucking silenced. God damn it, Vaughn. Yeah, Red Dawn remake also had North Korea invade. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Alright, so he's gonna have to suck it up for a little bit with Silenced. Favorite Star Wars planet? I like Tatooine. It's classic. I think Chucky game would likely be a puzzle and you being a kid having to escape and free your family. That'd be fun, yeah. So it's sort of like an Amnesia type thing where Chucky's always hunting you. Amnesia or Alien Isolation, that kind of thing. Hell, Brad Dourif would be up for it. He loves playing Chucky. And we love him as Chucky. Nope, ain't fighting you. I think I asked in previous stream, but thoughts on doing a stream of the remake of Wizardry, Proving Grounds, or Mad Overlord? Proving Grounds, the Mad Overlord could be fun. Tatooine's overused. I'm glad that my dad got me around to watching the original Red Dawn, because the first time watching Red Dawn is the remake, yeah. I'll get to 190 for running a heavy game for PC.
Hey.
God forbid Hollywood acknowledged China would actually would gladly invade the U.S. and commit genocide on the populace if they could.
Then again, if you'd prefer to go knocking on the front gates of the city.
See, SFO and Kiwi Farm trying to rationalize the Troons fucking with her, the former especially. Yeah.
We'll do what we can to blend into the crowd. Our names may be notorious.
I like Coruscant. Coruscant's pretty cool. Corey wants to play Hogwarts Legacy. They haven't gotten over it. Oh my god, really? It's still about the fucking wizard game? Like, Jesus Christ. Forget that Chucky's black magic, so they lean more into that. They can make a game like that, but you have to play as a kid. Yeah! Same as it ever was. Amount of farming I've done here still has me hating giant stone doors. I like Hoth, my Saxon blood yearns for snow. Yes, it is the wizard game. Oh my god, man. That's something that, that's something that really does come back to my point of people get swept up in these waves and they don't understand how fucking stupid this shit is. Like, for the love of God, it's a fucking Harry Potter game for children. Felucia is a cool planet. Hogwarts Legacy is very mid-game, honestly. It was only cared by fans and those who wanted to spite the mainstream. You lost, Runes. You lost this once before, now you're gonna get fucked again. The worst part is now we're gonna have to hear weeks of this shit all over again. You're not allowed to enjoy things. Yeah, 3 years. It's been almost 3 years. I don't think it'll affect Corona much, or chat's already telling these people to grow up or fuck off. Exactly. People already are going like, fuck off. It's a game for children. It is a literal game for children. Yeah, Camino's cool, but the cities are massive Apple stores. Yeah, Kuronesuke strong. Even Blast from Side Scroll was a big Harry Potter fan and said the game was mid. Yeah. Like, I played it. It was alright in terms of Harry Potter games, but yeah, that's about it. I don't think I ever really finished it. You're right, there are kids just man-children, nothing better to do. Yeah, it's like, the reason why so many JP streamers play it is because Harry Potter was fucking massive in Japan. Like, it was massive. So it's this thing of, like, they don't know and don't care about what the West is doing, and they don't give a shit. So, fucking leave them alone. But they want to gun after her because bigger number channel, therefore chance to scalp. I was told if I bought the wizard game, there would be genocide. I was lied to. I still want my money back. I won't play the silly wizard game because there's no Aquio Berm or Wingardium Leviosa to homie's penis. Yeah, Harry Potter Japan's Western Star Wars. It gave birth to an anime genre, the whole Battle School thing, yeah. They fucking love that shit. Also, the aliens from Camino, one of my favorites in Star Wars. They feel really alien and uncanny compared to other Star Wars aliens. I will agree there. There's something about them that feel very weird and off, and, like, I don't trust you people. I play a silly little wizard game because fuck you. One thing I remember about that is the Wizarding World of Glock. What do you think of Raxus Prime, the droid graveyard planet? Fuck. I remember there was like a little arc where they showed it off in Clone Wars, and I thought it was pretty dope. Because if I remember right, R2-D2 gets sent there, and he gets left behind, and he has to get help from a bunch of, like, broken down droids. Wrong thing is, if Troons didn't lose their shit over the game, it would have been relatively unremembered. Yeah. Now you still get animated about people going to magic high schools. I don't know, did you see Corona absolutely lure out on her sponsored Star Wars X Coca-Cola stream? She even called them out for not having Boba Fett can. I think the Kimonians are uncanny. Should look up the race of essentially hive mind teddy bears. Yeah, it's where Savage finds Darth Maul, yeah. Tall lives in tops of oceans and create New Zealand. They're Dutch. It's cool the aliens look like aliens in the prequels, not just humans with skin diseases. Yeah, Corona's a massive Westaboo. I love Tamora Morrison, but he's too old for Boba Fett. May come a shock to some people, but Japan also gets a lot of Western IPs. Yeah, never mess with JP Otaku. They take their lore accuracy seriously. Yeah, Tenma's a Harry Potter diehard. Yeah. Fuck, when she started playing the Harry Potter game, you know, the fucking Hogwarts one, like, when it got to the intro and it played the theme and all that, she was literally, like, fucking screaming. See, they make a Nightmare on Elm Street game, is that first you would understand which one's a dream and what's real, but later on you can't tell the difference. That would actually be really cool. Because, yeah, later on, like, characters will get insomnia and, you know, they start dreaming even if they're awake. It's like, yeah, there's a lot you could do there. Yeah, it's where it's also where you fight the crazy Jedi Master in Force Unleashed. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. We must grind. Honestly, it would be insane if I ever go to Japan. I meet someone who's as big a Star Wars geek as I am. With all my heart, chat, blame Two Snacks and her Ecom Bokum vid for leading me to her in the VTuber rabbit hole. Yeah, Crony's very only plays coded. You like Cal Kestis? From Jedi Survivor? He's not bad. I think as a protagonist, he's not... Like, he's actually pretty good, and I do kind of like a lot of the ideas around him. I think my main issue is something about the games just don't click with me that much. Like, it's basically just Star Wars Sekiro, which should be hype, and there are moments where it is kind of hype, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. It just didn't work for me. Not even like a malicious thing. Oh, God. Something caught my throat there. Punch Lone is a pretty cool guy for 14 months. You will never understand V. Shoujo fired Silver for being bullied for playing Hogwarts, but hired Henya because she was bullied for playing Hogwarts. Yeah, it's... The whole situation was just stupid. Like, that really should have been a thing where people went, this is a franchise for kids. Like, granted, yeah, it has a lot of adult fans, but, like, this is shit fucking middle schoolers get into. Why are you taking it that seriously? Stop dying very illegal. Because he's ginger, isn't it? Yeah, Pipkin Pippa, who hates Harry Potter, bought Hogwarts Legacy as spite for what they did to Pikmin and Silvervale. Yeah. Yeah, Ophelia, it's not what I expected. It was more like Jedi Academy than I would like. And not even the good parts of Jedi Academy, where you could have, like, Force lightning and shit. Because they explicitly were, like, no dark side powers. Like, I mean, I get it. He's a Jedi, but dark side powers are fun. Don't forgive them what they did to Silvervale. Yeah. As people suffer from Arrested Development. They really do. It's like, fuck. It really is something to behold. The fact of, dude, I get it. Harry Potter had a really good series of movies. You know, that really good series of movies that kept it alive after the books were coming out. Became like one of the events, you know, like at the Lord of the Rings events, the Star Wars events, you know, the shit like that. But motherfucker. Yeah, Pippa's opening a Hogwarts Legacy stream is hilarious with a knockoff Harry Potter theme, yeah. The problem is they started a witch hunt over the fact J.K. Rowling's making money off the game when that was false. She sold the rights to Harry Potter games in the 90s, yeah. And it shows how spoiled and sheltered these people are. Yeah, it's like, it is just fucking... It's mind-blowing. It really is fucking mind-blowing. People who wouldn't read another book got shocked books creator thought they were dumb spurgs, yeah. Yeah, Croy knew the name of the board game R2 was playing with Chewie. And grown adults, and you haven't found anything else to care about than a book series you read as a kid? Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I broaden my horizons as much as I do. You know, where I try to watch a bunch of different things and a bunch of different franchises, because A, you never know. You might stumble into something you really like and had no idea you would have liked it unless you saw it. And B, you do kind of get that perspective of, oh, this one thing I really like sucks. Well, I mean, that sucks and I want it to get better, but I can just go, you know, watch this or that. Yeah, reading the books as a teen after all the movies came out, I will stand by 1 and 2 are the best. The whole thing's okay, fun, that's about it. I don't get the diehard entire personality thing. Yeah, that's what happens when Tumblr crowd are attached to a series, and it's sad because Harry Potter never really tried to appeal to the crowd. Yeah. I don't know, Dead Space or hard difficulties is bullshit. Like Dorohedoro, everyone should read watch Dorohedoro. Exactly. Like you did with One Piece. Exactly, you know? I talked so much shit about One Piece, then I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna give it a shot. And now I'm like, you know what? This is fun. I like this. I was willing to eat the crow on that. Yeah, saying more on fantasy, maybe more open to sci-fi, fantasy stuff, more sci-fi, yeah. Don't forget Second Jedi Survivor game, brought in shit from the High Republic. And we come back here, if I remember right. Ring My Hero, really appreciate it. Hori didn't do the evil Superman trope with All Might when it was a popular thing to do. Yeah, like, explicitly he didn't do that. All Might's just a good guy. Speaking of Dory Door, read the author's other book, Die Dark. Die Dark is also really good. The freaks go into a bookstore and do a fucking funeral procession for the books in an impromptu event at an open bookstore. Yeah, that One Piece went straight to your thighs. After no validation, no reconciliation, you're so brave, and see Larry, I mean Lilith, it's everyone else that needs to adjust to your obvious mental illness. Also, Star Wars made the absolute retarded lightsaber crystal change of red crystals being regular crystals are bleeding. Okay. I gotta remember how to get the Soul Word key. Which of these internet brain people will get a clue and realize not everyone's clued into artificial internet moral issues like they are? Well, like, the weird thing is, they'll scream, haha, fuck you, chud, we claimed XYZ franchise, on, like, God knows how many different things, you know? They will constantly scream about how, you know, they'll come in, they'll take over a franchise, even if a creator specifically hates what they do and shit like that. And yet with Harry Potter, something that was, like, literally from the ground up kind of theirs. Like, it was all the territory of Tumblr kids. It was all the territory of weird fucking theater kid type shit. And, like, the minute J.K. Rowling is like, hey, maybe don't follow women into bathrooms, that's a little fucking weird, they lost their fucking mind. And they swear it off. They refuse to touch it. They don't want anyone to make money off it. And it's like, if you like it so much, just claim it, I guess. I don't fucking know. Yeah, you already had some more on Twitter posting about Silk Song characters are transcoded. Sir, those are bugs with masks and capes. Exactly. So if it became Aoshi because she's a Ravenclaw like me, and I saw the moment she lived her childhood when she started her game, yeah. Same with me and JRPG. Started with Dragon Quest 11, and now I'm here interested in getting into Persona, Final Fantasy, and various others. Yeah. God, I fucking hate these things. There we go. Is anyone online with a grasp on fiction as broad as yours? Oh no, there's a way, way more people out there. Yeah, they claim the Babadook, a monster that can be beaten by harsh language. That's ironic on so many levels. Yeah, Soul Word key. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I forgot, yeah. This is the fucking weird-ass one where, out of nowhere, you have to do hunts. Well, too, because in 2016, you had everyone going on about Harry Potter raising to resist fascists. Yeah, right? Like, it quite literally comes down to, like, if you still want it to be that, just say that. All these types of it's ours that they try to make it their identity or lifestyle. That is true. It really is one franchise syndrome. Yeah, they tried to claim Fallout 2, and then Tim Kaine said the story wasn't actually anti-capitalism. Similar results transpired. Yeah, JK is a progressive version of Judas Iscariot. Hey, Voldemort, fuck spells. Here's my Glock with the switch. There we go. Yeah, I got into action games because there's no good multiplayer shooters to play. Yeah. Yeah, you can have whatever color saber you want except for red. Your lightsaber has to be red. Unless it's pink or purple, then you can have that. I don't get worried about myself because now I'm getting interested in giving fucking Kingdom Hearts a try. I don't know if she'll be worried. It annoys me most that once they hate something, then everyone and their grandmother can't enjoy the thing they hate anymore. Yeah, right? I remember when people were fucking tired Tumblrs obsessing over Harry Potter, people used to say, read another book. Yeah. I didn't think they minded Cho Chang's odd name until after they turned on her. Yeah. Yeah, chat, please try Kingdom Hearts. You ever met a hardcore Harry Potter fan? They're unsettling. Nothing quite prepares you for going over to your buddy's house, going to the bathroom and seeing his wife was decorated in Hufflepuff. Yeah, now we have the soul work key, so now we just go back. And play through Dragon's Crown and Shota. The game can be emulated flawlessly. I'm about to start a run with a friend. Yeah, Dragon's Crown's really good. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is too scary. Kingdom Hearts after Final Fantasy? Eh, why not? I did sort of kind of start the first one. And we got to Alice in Wonderland. Funny thing is, Cho Chang is basically the female equivalent of John Smith. It's a real name and common in China. I think reading another book came from the fact they interpreted current events through Harry Potter references. Yeah. And mad about the name Cho Chang with a basis for Deftones was literally named Chi Chang. They don't listen to Deftones. Playing Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, if you think things get complicated, stay away from the rest of the series. It only gets worse. That is true. We're judging your playthrough harshly. Kingdom Hearts 2 is by far the best game in the series, and I can't wait to see you get excited about some of the bullshit you can do in it. I mean, I've played Kingdom Hearts 2 before. Harry Potter would be cooler if they used swords and staffs, not gay-ass wands. At that point, that's basically just kind of Dresden Files. Your judging does not affect me, Gabby. Didn't Chi Chang pass? I don't think he's dead. Pretty sure he's not dead. Yeah, fuck it, run. Yeah. 2 is fun, still prefer 1. To be fair, 1 is the more solid story. It feels like a Studio Ghibli movie. A very weird one, but a Studio Ghibli movie. I died years ago. I was in a coma. Oh, wow. Fuck that caster from Outlaw Star. It's a gun that shoots magic. You like Radiohead? Yeah, Radiohead's pretty good. I'm not like a complete junkie to Radiohead. Like, there's some people where they fucking eat, sleep, and breathe that shit, but it's good. Amazon or which means you're a pedo, though. I play the Amazon mostly because I like my big, stupid fight character. When Rabbi Bill Clinton kid asked that woman to name 10 books she's read. Yeah, it's like, you know, I don't pretend to be the most literate person on the planet. I fully admit I don't read books that often. But it's one of those of, like, the level of the fandom people. It's like... Yeah, I just remember there was an Onimusha anime, yeah. Kind of music you don't like or care for. I stick by a pretty solid rule of so long as it's good, I'll probably like it. But, I mean, yeah, there's some songs I don't really think are that good or genres I'm not a big fan of. I'm not a big fan of, like, dubstep. Usually dubstep has to be mixed with something for me to like it. I couldn't even name one. No, Game of Thrones is not a book. I mean, Game of Thrones technically is. It's just called The Song of Ice and Fire. I'm gonna be the, actually guy. Yeah, Amazon's ground pound's fucking beautiful. Isn't Kingdom Hearts 4 supposed to be like a soft reboot? I think so, but it's hard to tell with this timeline. It might do like a Metal Gear Solid 2 thing, not even kidding. Fuck. Yep, we got greedy. Bail. Alright, fellas, cheese it. Kingdom Hearts supposed to be the last game. Kingdom Hearts 4 is supposed to be the last game in the series. I don't think it will be. No, just Memora continuing his verse 13 would totally not Noctis. Yeah. Kingdom Hearts with Super Best Friends, the last unfinished LP, carried the torch. I think it's cause or push this whole infantilization. Your property needs to conform to what I want. It's kind of an extension of like. If I had to take my best guess, because I fully admit, I don't know the answer to a lot of this shit. I'm just fucking guessing to the best of my ability. But I think a lot of it is probably, you know, I guess the simple way to put it is, yeah, it's arrested development, you know? These people can't let go of the franchises they loved as a kid. And to be fair, when they were growing up, they had some pretty good fucking franchises to choose from. But now it's a thing of like, dude, it's okay to let this go. You can let it go. And it is just a whole goofy mess. And kids are just brats nowadays. They don't want properties that challenge them or viewpoints. That is true. And you know, I'm kind of the opposite. I like watching weird out there stuff, you know? Common complaint I hear from my mom all the time is like, why is everything you watch depressing? And it's like, I mean, I don't see it as depressing. What's your favorite Perfect Circle album? Have you heard the B-side, Ash to Ashes? I can never remember the actual album names, but I remember songs off the albums. The one where The Doomed is on is really good. Fuck. That's an overcaring MILF, Kunia from Togen Anke. I'm seeing clips of her. I have no idea the context of the show, but she is pretty good. I still like Ben 10, but I'm also an adult. Yeah. You think it win a fight between lore accurate Batman versus lore accurate Punisher? Which lore? That's actually an important question. Yeah, corals are assholes, yeah. Their main gimmick is, guess what? Spamming out status effects. Yeah, what type of music you listen to a lot? I kind of just listen to anything so long as I like it. Togenanki's Blue Exorcist. Ah, okay. Yeah, what does anything gritty? Are a bit violent? Well, no, she likes violent stuff. But it's one of those where it has to be like in kind of a specific tone. You know? Like Kill Bill. She loves the Kill Bill movies. You know, the Kill Bill movies are two of her favorites. But anything that's like really fucked up and grim, like you know, like a Mandy or anything like that, with that kind of like not fun vibe to it, that's where she's like, oh god. And some people say I have no mouth and I must scream. Is the human representation a human triumph? I mean, I'm not one of those people, but good for them. Music taste is more diverse than liberal arts college, yeah. Hey, surprised how many women genuinely love action movies. My mom fucking loves the John Wick movies. She fucking loves them. As we're not wasting time on the fucking corals. I say that as I get jumped by fucking corals. Hey chick, cockfag. I forgot where the entrance is. I mean, technically, M will die in the end, yeah. Yeah, my favorite movie is Battle Royale, yeah. Yeah, my mom loves Deadpool and Wolverine, yeah. Venom and Deadpool movies. Yeah, John Wick's a hard franchise to dislike, that is true. That's on Crank 1 and 2. I like Crank 1 way more than 2, but 2 has such a fun vibe to it, I can't hate 2. Metal Gear Solid 2 in what sense to come Kingdom Hearts 4? As in, it'll paint itself as a soft reboot, then you find out it's just another entry in the timeline. Do women love action movies because it's fun or because the main male leads are hot? Nothing wrong if it's the latter. And probably makes a column A, makes a column B. Well, I found a way to despise everything past John Wick 1. See, I think that's just not being very fun. Because, man, I get it. John Wick 1 is so different compared to the rest of them. It's literally its own thing. But the others are the others have so much fun moments in them. They have a lot of great sequences in them. Like John Wick 4 especially. John Wick 4 is still probably my favorite. Like it had the best mixture between martial arts movie and John Wick shootout movie that I wanted. Yeah, it's not a reboot. That's the thing. It's literally a continuation of Kingdom Hearts 3's ending. I'm talking about, like, the framing. Like, it'll frame itself as, oh, the timeline's reset. You're getting a new adventure. Then you find out, no, it's not. Also, yes, Keanu is daddy. Supposedly, SE got pissed off with Disney tying their hands to Kingdom Hearts 4 isn't going to have Disney stuff. Sounds like I won. I liked the Disney stuff when it was like the classical fairy tale. Like it wasn't so much about Disney. It was more so much about just these old fairy tales that just so happen to be the Disney style. Yeah, I love the Hotline in Miami section of John Wick 4. That sequence is fucking awesome. The Paint It Black sequence where it's the tribute to the Warriors is fucking awesome. Like, I think what elevated John Wick 4 higher in my mind was not just how creative they got, but the music. It had, like, some really damn good music. They brought back the guy who did the score for the first movie, and they knocked it out of the fucking park. Yeah, Mahler seems to be more and more of a prude. People shouldn't be afraid, just have fun and enjoy stuff without being flawed. Well, it's also a matter of intention. Like, why are you going in to watch a John Wick movie? What are you expecting out of it? Because that expectation will change things. Also, yeah, I forgot. These things will fuck you up. Cost these $2. Has your mom seen the Raid movies? She has. She thinks they're all right. Here we go. Oh god, the tomatoes. I watched American Horror Story. Mom used to really like it after the like pig documentary season, began to dislike it, and then vampire stuff stopped watching. Yeah. She never got into that. Well, you can't have live fun. My script needs to be flawless. I got into John Wick for the stunt work and appreciate charismatic role of John Wick. Exactly. That's what I got into it, you know. It was a tribute to 90s action movies. That's why the first movie feels the way it did. And from there, it was a celebration of just stunt work in general. Like, all the people working on it are former stuntmen. I heavily doubt the drop all Disney stuff for the love of God. But for God's sake, give us more SE franchise, more Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Chrono Trigger, Live Alive. Live Alive even. Fuck, man. Yeah. But War Journal Punisher and the one Batman storyline that's Batman as peak performance of Batman that I can't remember. Frank would probably take it. Mom liked Walking Dead because Andrew Lincoln, she hasn't touched much zombie stuff after. Alright. Cinematography in John Wick 2 to 4 are amazing. Can give them that over the first. Yeah. Yeah, Vampires never got past season with the Witches American Horror Story. And I still can't believe Disney's so incompetent they never added a Star Wars world and a lightsaber keyblade in Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, I was Keanu giving a bunch of classic action stars a job, and I love it. Yeah. My mom likes AI soap opera videos. Much Shine and Monk, I don't know why I had such bad reviews. It's fun. It is fun. Has Billy Zane as Ansem, and he's damn good. I'm pissed off thanks to Disney's meddling. They removed FF aspects in Kingdom Hearts 3. It was only due to enough strong arming from the devs. Did 3 have the DLC, which featured all the Kingdom Hearts. What's worse, ATB, becoming Kevin Smith's, who just glaze everything, or movie Blob, who hates everything, doesn't share his worldview. Well, like I said, it kind of basically just amounts to what is your expectation going into a movie? Because the thing with movie production, yeah, we go get him one of these. The thing with movie production is they are way sloppier than anyone actually realizes. Even like big studio stuff can be hilariously sloppy. Not in the sense that they're bad, but in the sense of what they're actually balancing and what they're trying to get done is fucking crazy. You know? There's a lot of times where you can watch like an interview with a director or an actor, and they're saying like, yeah, this like really famous shot that's referenced all the time, we had to do that in 5 minutes because we fucked up the original idea we meant to do. Remember Nomura saying he was confused that people wanted FF characters in Kingdom Hearts, but the whole FF at Disney was the whole point. Yeah. Mahler just wants a bulletproof script out of a movie, and anything else needed to make a movie is irrelevant. Yeah, it's like, that's not really how it works. Yeah, Kira Bike Slide. Kingdom Hearts 3 is a good stopping point for the Disney characters. They need to move on. Now's the time. Some productions can end up being a mess like the Hobbit trilogy. Yeah. Sometimes you can have a really great movie come out of something that's a complete fucking mess. Like, obviously, Apocalypse Now. Everyone references Apocalypse Now. Batman's most terrifying villains are the Joker, Clayface, Two-Face, and Bruce Timm with an erection. A 10-second quote that mentally flashbanged me. Is it wrong, though? And tomorrow, why are you so difficult? Yeah, Mahler goes in with a hammer, intentionally breaking the suspension of disbelief for himself. Mahler strikes me as too autistic. It might sound mean, but no, ours bulletproof. Yeah, and I think it's a thing where he's playing into a character with it, because he does have a lot of stuff he does like, and he does actually have an understanding of, like, how a story should be told and all that. You know, like when he made his video praising The Father, that's actually, like, a really good one, where he's explaining why he loved it so much and all the different ways they were able to do this and that. He clearly has a lot more passion for it. But I think he's kind of locked into the character of he needs to watch all superhero stuff, and all superhero stuff needs to be bad because it makes the most money, you know? It makes the most money, and he has more to talk about with people other than, like, oh, here's this long, boring art film that I loved. You know what I mean? According to insiders, Kingdom Hearts 4 is actually going to go according to schedule. The first time it's happened. The first time a Kingdom Hearts game has not had production problems. And it's honestly amazing how good Van Helsing movie was with how little money they had and the development problems. Yeah. It sucks we won't get James Woods Hades again. There's no way Disney would let him return with Kingdom Hearts 4. And it sucks. James Woods is awesome. He's one of my favorite actors. Ever meet someone's favorite movies are 30 Days a Night, Revenge of the Sith, or a few other movies I love to death that will become my lover? That is not a discussion. I would like to see a new 3D Castlevania game. I want it to still feel like a Metroidvania one, like Symphony of the Night, but if they do it in 3D, you can do it. There's a lot you can. Basically do Metroid Prime, but with Castlevania. EFAP would be so much more tolerable if it wasn't an echo chamber. Find someone who actually likes the thing you're shitting on to add more flavor to the discussion. Yeah. Also, I absolutely do not fucking trust synthetic meat. I'm sorry if it's cheaper or better for the environment. That shit's not going to be edible for its mass-produced pink slop. If they have to specifically say it's better for the environment, it is hilariously unhealthy, and no, it is probably horrible for the environment. Pretty sure James Woods has said he'd do Hades for free because he enjoys playing the character. Someone to care for, to be there. I have James Woods. I've got those games that are called Lament of Innocence, Curse of Darkness, but people hate those for some reason. Every time I think of James Woods, I think of, ooh, piece of candy. And EFAP bullies people who do like the movies. Is Haley Joel still voicing Sora after his arrest? I hope so. He's a good voice actor. And clearly he was going through a lot of shit considering he lost his house in the fires and he unironically got fucked over by his insurance company. It's like, come on. Give the guy a break. And never forget the cancer they want to remove is you. And for some reason, Mahler decided his next big video is going to be 10-hour plus analysis of Star Wars Outlaws, a Ubisoft game everyone forgot about a week after it came out. Yeah, James Wood cut his pay to fund Hercules. Yeah. He's just a good guy. And solar power and wind power is cool, but sure as hell isn't the only way to environmentally friendly power use thorium, you fucking Swiss dumbasses. Someone who played Lament of Innocence, you can tell it was the first time that team had done 3D gameplay. Yeah, James Wood played Owlman in an anime DC movie, and he was fucking awesome as Owlman. Like, when he fucking dies at the end, it's like one of the most hardcore moments Owlman's ever gotten. Oh, Haley still is Sora. A man went through a lot and basically has low point, and he shouldn't be punished for a mistake. Yeah. Franky's gotten tiresome. He's make 30-second Simpsons references, talking over people every 5 minutes. EFAP should cover good shit. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I fucking love that line. It's so good. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Blows up the entire planet. Yeah. It's fucking hard, man. Ironically, our man has the best response to the existence of the multiverse. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Haley Joel's in Happy Gilmore too, so hopefully he gets a good check from Netflix. That is cool. A lot of time Adam Sandler will get all these cameos just because he's friends with the people and he wants to give them a paycheck. So that's cool. Adam Sandler's obviously helping him out a bit. By the way, Nisa's wife is going to put a new video against his haters. Oh, God. That's going to be painful. I hope they bring Quentin Flynn back as Axel. Yeah. Yeah, Marvel Disney is something I can't trust that they won't try to strong-arm Square Enix in promoting the Marvel movies they turned out, especially for Kingdom Hearts 4. The reason I started hating EFAP is Rag's such an unbearable, condescending faggot. I just got done watching The Beekeeper with my brother, an entertainingly deranged action movie. Yeah, that's another one of, like, the story is not the focus. It is see Jason Statham fight people. I'm similar as shit as most of his movies are. He's a good guy getting work for his buddies. Yeah. He's well aware of their shit, too. Because when he wants to make a good movie, he'll just fucking make a good movie. The goddamn Stas Effect tomatoes. Son of a bitch. I relate to the Beekeeper. I hate scammers. Yeah, Debuff City, baby. Alright, try not to die. Bothier's already dead. Pinell is also already dead, and Ash is about to die. I bring back a lot of memories. I played the heck out of this game back in PS2. Such a fucking gem. Forgot James Woods also in Casino. He was the guy who was cheating with Sharon Stone. Yeah, he played the piece of shit. Yeah. I get Rex Scrub. As boss fight was a pain in the ass. And it all comes down to, hey, have stuff that counter status effects. And it's like, fuck you. Back here. Let me see. Does Vaughn have anything that would help him? Yeah, it's immune to poison and sap. That's not the worst. Oh my god, that would be way better. Okay. Accessory 7. So let's get Vaughn Accessory 7. Okay. Where is it? Okay, Cleanse and Asuna is not bad, but we can't even buy those yet. And why not? We have the money. Every time I hear Bosch lives, I immediately start thinking that Bosch is Kane from Command & Conquer. In the name of Bosch, Bosch lives in death. Kingdom Hearts 4 ends up having aspects of Chrono Trigger in it. I might actually get interested. It will be kind of cool. Here, lore potency. Okay. There we go. Plump these up a little bit more. Yeah, objective survive. And make movies with your buddies sounds like a dream. Oh, Mafia the Old Country does well. On Mafia 3's ending, hinted that sequel could be set in the 70s Vegas. Yeah, that'd be really cool. Okay, so now let's see what accessories we can slap on everyone before we start burning their points. So put him on the Rose Corsage because now he can't be silenced, meaning he is going to... he does not need the Sword of Kings. Is Final Fantasy 12 still worth playing? I like it a lot. I think it's actually really good. Increase physical damage dealt while empty-handed. Attack automatically counter with weapon in hand. Immune to oil, immune to silence. Okay, so we don't have a lot. But we're going to make this work. Bosch. Double license points earned. He does not really need that. Since he's being sapped right now, I say give him the Tourmaline Ring. Fron. I know EFAP is perfect, but can I get some receipts for some of the stuff people say about them? Because a lot of it sounds like things they wouldn't say. Okay. Battle Harvest would ironically be better on Bosch. So I say there we go. Is it not? Is it because he's already... Here, let's leave and come back. Maybe he just needs that. Yeah, everyone in agreement that Mafia 4 take place in 70s Las Vegas? That would be cool. Question is if Hangar 13 bet on it or something else. Yeah. My issue with 12 is I feel it's too much like a PSP single-player MMO game that got ported. I think this game solves a lot of dumb problems the original had, but I don't think it needed classes. A good YouTube alternative just needs a fucking roll page like it's a goddamn form from 2009. Yeah. Okay, so it did not take it off Bosch, probably because he's already suffering from sap. So I'll take that off and put him in the battle harness, because the battle harness means he'll automatically counter anytime he's attacked. Instead, I will slap the... Where is it? Yeah, the Tourmaline Ring, yeah. I'll slap that on Fron. We just need to buy her accessory 5. Here we go. All Country had that stupid-ass amount of collectibles 3 had. Honestly, kind of killed it for me because a lot of them ended up being important. As far as I'm aware, I don't think it does. There we go. Same Jags be perfect. Imagine the cars, the outfits, the clubs, the story. They would need to channel their inner rockstar, though. Yeah, like, have the player do like a casino management thing. That would actually be dope. Like sometimes someone will try to rob your casino. I think King Rush 4 will still be good, even with the possibility of modern Disney looming over Square Enix. Supposedly they're moving away from a lot of the Disney stuff, so I would say probably. And guys get to beat to death with said clubs yet? Ever played Deadly Premonition? Yeah. It's the best Twin Peaks game we ever got. Damn, Varro being a writer for Mafia 1 and 2 is mainly the reason I played KSD2. Yeah. Breaking Bad star Raymond Cruz, Tuco, has been arrested. Cruz was washing his car and asked the girl to move out of the way. When she didn't, she got sprayed with a hose. Superman French dub of 1A, 108 just makes me laugh. Yeah. They really can't make anything not sound like two guys having sex yet. As confirmed, Haley Johnson has been replaced as Sora. As far as I'm aware, no, nothing's confirmed. It's just people speculating because he fucked up. Yeah, how do you get arrested for that? Because technically it's assault. Technically. I do kind of wish most JRPG shows the gear armor your character has equipped, but I understand why they don't do that. Yeah, they'd prefer the character designs or whatever costumes you can slap them on. Yeah, let my boy Tuco out. He didn't do nothing. He quite literally didn't do nothing. Alright. I say we go back to the save crystal to clear out that sap, and along the way we can grind up a little bit more. Because more grinding in a JRPG, never a bad idea. And joke on stream, we already lost too many people this year. I just wish Vaughn was not so much of a retard. He ran straight in a fight. And Tuco Salamanca, notorious water sprayer. Yeah, because he unfortunately lives in California. Yeah. That's Final Fantasy VIII and Last Remnant. It's like they've never been wrong, but usually they do explain themselves. Well, I saw the one they did in the new Superman movie, and I was honestly baffled because a lot of what they were complaining about was either already in the movie, or that's not what that scene said. He didn't even fuck up, he just unfortunately had a mental breakdown over the house fires. Really, he's the only one I actually feel bad for. This isn't like Kanye, yeah. Here, we may as well just flee because she's about to be petrified. Shit. San Diego, the only good Californian city, or is that fucked there too? And the actor who played Tuco is the main reason Gus was written. Yeah. There we go. And like I said, we can grind a little bit here. Santa Rosa, I say, is the best city in California. Tuco versus Thanos edit still kills me. Snortzos Infinity Stones to Thanos' horror. There's not a single rock Tuco would not snort. I didn't like the new Superman either, and even then, I thought a lot of their complaints were kind of nitpicky. Yeah. Like I said, it feels too much like the character is they nitpick superhero movies without understanding of... Well, I mean, a lot of it's stuff that you actually complain about because it was something wrong in the movie. From what I heard, Glendale's nice due partly because they're a large Armenian diaspora. Ruby, did you ever watch it with Shota? He has no interest in Ruby. He does not care. Dude who played Tuco was an Alien Resurrection. Dude was the only smart soldier. Yeah, red, yellow, green, or pink. Keep that shit coming. I think Superman 2025 Ultraman become Bizarro. I can definitely see where they could make him Bizarro. Either that or they just straight up bring in alternate, Bizarro verse. Hell, I can see them doing a thing where Bizarro's not even a bad guy. I mean, with the way James Gunn likes to write weird joke characters, I can see Bizarro basically being kept around as like a puppy. Yeah, James Gunn's a very annoying habit of writing characters like in the 2000 sitcom. Yeah, that's a legitimate complaint. I was honestly shocked how little Superman actually had that problem, even though it did pop up a few times, mainly with the Justice Gang. Here come California, come to Ronhart Park or Windsor. Stay away from Clear Lake, though. Clear Lake is filled with meth heads. Yeah, the Valley's fine. And Bizarre World movie might be interesting. The Hammer also considers Tuco worthy. Yeah, Bizarro just being misunderstood and confused is pretty common. Yeah. Hell, that's even how he was in the animated series. He got a little redemption arc at the end. Yeah, everyone loves Tuco. And Supergirl, Jesus, how much want to bet she's being a bitch was a mandate, yeah. Yeah, Bizarro's like a retarded dog. I see a TV show in the 90s, Superman and Lois. I have not. I kept thinking I did, then I'm like, no, I haven't. I saw Superman Returns, which I always confused for it, but it's not the same thing. Do you like Gus or Tuco? Me, Tuco. I like Gus more just because I like Gus's whole style where he is so stoic and inhuman that it's like, Jesus Christ, this man's terrifying. Yeah, everyone loves Tuco except that guy beat to death. Yeah, it's good. Give it a watch. Yeah, maybe I have a vague suppressed memory of watching a rerun at some point. No, I'm pretty sure I just keep confusing Superman Returns for it. Also, goddammit, now Vaughn has sap. I'm just trying to get through this without fucking sap because sap's already a pain in the ass because we can't heal it. Fucking hate these corals. The guy did like Tuco before he did that, though. Here, let me see. He has suck, sap, sap. There we go. And yeah, having Vaughn have something that is immune to silence was a really good idea. Superman Returns sucked because Lois being mega bitch and gave up on Soups, plus some awkward comedy between Lex, also Kevin Spacey, and Soup's son. And Bizarro Opposite Talk is really funny stuff, yeah. I love the, there was like a little event in DC, I forgot what it was called. It may have just been like a little one comic joke thing. But you had like the Bizarro League, where it was all the heroes from the Justice League, but they're the Bizarro version. So you have like Bizarro Flash, who walks really slow. Then you have Bizarro Batman, who got murdered by his parents. Then you had like, if I remember right, you had like Bizarro Superman, which is, you would think like, oh, that's Bizarro. No, it's Bizarro, that universe is Bizarro Superman, where he got sent back into space as a baby. So Bizarro went to that universe, found the version of Superman born in that universe, and fucking threw him back into space. Can we admit, Adventures of Superman was very quirk, chungus, Tumblr, anime slop? It is the most this exists ever. Which is basically, I can't even muster any anger for it at all because I'm not even, I genuinely don't even care. See, Corona's gonna be playing Hogwarts Legacy, and knowing people are already crying, yeah. My favorite Bizarro is the one from Wanted. Bizarro Batman just broke but emotionally stable. No, but they do have Bizarro Joker, and Bizarro Joker is literally just a normal dude. Like, he's actually just a guy. Yeah, Bizarro Superman's funny because he's just a normal guy that's just normal to us, yeah. Yeah, it looked like a show aimed at little girls, but it was meant for adults. JLU Bizarro, that scene with Wonder Woman, me do anything for woman I love, even break her boyfriend out of jail. Bizarro Aquaman Fish talk to him whether he likes it or not, yeah. Is Bizarro Joker a sad clown? No, Bizarro Joker is literally just a dude. Like, he's not even, like, crazy. Yeah, Bizarro Joker's the saddest man in Bizarro. Only thing about Adventures of Superman I hated was they made Lois half Korean for no reason. Outside of that, I'm ambivalent. I'm okay with tan tomboy Lois. The problem is the fact of, as stated, the show's fucking nothing. Like, I checked out an episode or two, and the whole time I was like, I don't fucking remember half of this, and I just watched it. Like, the most I remember is Superman's family is still alive, and the Kryptonians are evil. Because Invincible, I watched it too. And they make more of a deal about his mom than his dad. Which I'm like, okay, so you're just doing evil Jor-El, but instead it's evil Superman's mom. Yeah, Himbo Clark was a mistake. Yeah, I watched first episode as soon as Superman used All for One, I was out. Adult Swim Kill Cartoon Network, it's on its death throes. It's not dead, but it's getting close. Yeah, Ryder had mommy issues. Yeah, I love Bizarro Flash. Bizarro Flash is funny. So you're playing Bizarro Joker to prove that everyone's just as sane as you are? Yeah, I do like the animated series episode. Animated series Superman episode where he takes Bizarro Superman to an alien planet to protect. Yeah. And like, they actually like the fact he destroys stuff. As long as you're going for it, I was asked because I'd like to be there if you watch Counter-Strike VA opening tonight. Oh, no. Yeah, we're not going to go too much longer. Don't worry. What about Bizarro? Is that dumbass Harley Quinn show dead yet? Yeah, not a fan of making Supergirl Paris Hilton's socialite type. Yeah. Yeah, Bizarro Flash is doing his best. All-Star Superman had a Bizarro Superman, was named Lilac, and was smart and wanted to escape with Superman from Bizarro World. Yeah, Bizarro Joker, when I was an adult, my mother painted a friend's face on me. I'm not kidding. Like, I can pull up fucking Bizarro Joker. Yeah, Harley Quinn show is still ongoing. Yeah. Alright, yeah, I have to have that saved so I can pull it up later. Hearing a lot about this kissing bug lately, and I gotta ask this another nothing ever happened situation, because I'm thinking it is. I haven't even heard of that, and yeah, it's probably nothing. Yeah, Bizarro Joker is fried from the Flying Brains episode. Harley Quinn's dead. They were gonna cancel to season 4, but James Gunn pushed for a 5th season, and no word on season 6. Really sad how much that Harley Quinn show is trying its damnedest to be Adventure Bros. Not even close. Yeah, Adventure Bros is funny. Like, the Harley Quinn show had a few bits that were kind of funny, but then they would they would fucking sideline you with a bit that was so hilariously not funny that it ruins the bit that was good. Like, the cancer ray was fun. The guy gets shot with a cancer ray and he's like, oh god, I gotta call my family. He's like, okay, that's pretty funny. And then you have the whole, like, Then you have the whole, like, unironic, oh, Bruce is a fascist thing, and it's like, the fuck is this? Yeah, kissing bugs have always been a thing, just in third world jungle countries. Now, where's my damn electric car, Bruce? Yeah, that's good, yeah. When Joker found out who Batman was and was pissed off, it's like, that's a funny moment. Yeah, the Nora Frost thing, fuck you, yeah. Yeah, best line from Harley Quinn was, where's my flying car, Bruce? Yeah. Season 1 was actually pretty funny. Season 2 was fine at the start and fell off at the end. Yeah. When they really fucking doubled down on the Harley Quinn Ivy thing is when it got really bad. It's Lady Gaga. That was funny, to be honest. Yeah, that cancer joke was also in Venture Bros. Yeah. To be honest, I recently watched Peacemaker Season 1, Cop with 2. Pretty good, though. I was annoyed they kept calling him a fascist and racist because of his dad. Yeah, the White Dragon stuff is easily the worst part of Season 1, but all the butterfly stuff is actually really cool. Season 2 so far has been avoiding a lot of that, and hopefully they can stay that way. Yeah, John Cena was the perfect choice to play him. So fucking funny, yeah. Yeah, they screwed over Kite Man for literally no reason. Wow, you got lesbians. Wow, you just had to fuck over the one good character dynamic. Yeah, they actually made Kite Man, like, actually a fun character. I hate that onion. And the onion hates me. Here we go. Here, just remove... Yeah, remove sleep from Vaughn. Come on. Come on, you fuck. Come on. Get closer. Get closer, you bastard. There we go. Hope my boy Kite Man's doing good. Trust me, as a bisexual woman, I fucking hate Harley Ivy because Ivy's just reduced to Harley's girlfriend. That's her identity now. Yeah, right? And it didn't do jack shit. That is why I do not touch the fucking quickenings. They don't really help. The tomatoes still want to be dicks. Kite Man been redeemed? Has Killer Moth ever get a chance to shine? Does he have the ability? Well, Killer Moth is more like just straight up a fucking lunatic. Yeah, Kite Man did get a girlfriend who appreciates him. They completely changed her personality design later for no reason. Did you invested in the alternate universe storyline they were doing in the new season? Hope we get more Vigilante Adrian. He's great. Yeah. I said it before. I think I said it to my dad when we were watching it, but if Ryan Reynolds ever retires from being Deadpool, the guy who plays Vigilante wouldn't be a bad choice. Yeah, quickenings aren't good until you can chain them, yeah. For Harley and Ivy being like sisters posted a couple like in Batman the Animated Series episode, yeah. Yeah, war jokes and Riddle Kite Man origin were pretty good. Every time modern shows do FF pairs, it usually happens at the expense of a male character like Korra and now Kite Man. Is where you fight the Wind Esper? Problem is that Harley and Ivy need to always be the canon couple of these freaks. If you don't always pair Harley with Ivy, you're homophobic. Yeah. Even though it's like they made both characters way worse. I like sex for the sex. I like it as a great time spent when my friend killed me when I was watching. Yeah, and Ivy's terrible, terrible person. Views people on the same level as Compost. Yeah. Like, you can argue how... Well, that's just fucking perfect. Here we go. At the very least, Vaughn. Yeah, you can argue Ivy's kind of a worse person than, Yeah, like, Ivy can be pretty much the worst version of Harley. Because Harley can blame it on her being brainwashed. You know, like, she was brainwashed, she was manipulated by the Joker, and past a certain point, it's just kind of operating off the programming. And she was only just starting to be able to get out of that. Ivy, from the get-go, was a sociopath. Yeah, fight the Wind Esper and the Necrol of Nabudus. It was a bit further into the game, yeah. Yeah, Ivy's straight up misanthrope. Enchantress and Killer Croc are a cute villain couple. One thing I know about Killer Moth is he's a very doting father. Harley Ivy stuff is messed up because in the comics, Ivy sometimes at best tolerates Harley and sometimes Harley hates Harley's actions, and even imagine Harley Denise a great parent. The fuck does that mean? Yo, Batman, you're the real villain. Yeah, good for you. I saw the Reddit post. And people say, well, you want Harley to get back with her abuser, and it's like, well, if it makes her interesting again. Well, it's like if they want to break her off from the Joker and have her be her own character, do that, but don't make her just Deadpool. See Killer Moth working in James Gunn universe? I mean, he could. He's basically just a hitman. I imagine Ivy straight up ignores that nature herself, tells her to cut that shit out. Yeah. God damn, now they're spamming out Petrify. Now they want to be dicks. We already had Deadpool for DC, and he was Lobo. Yeah, DC needs to stop making Harley a thing. People are sick of her. Yeah, Arkham Harley was pretty good after Joker died. Yeah, they already said she got worse than the Joker. I don't trust James Gunn being so unserious. At the same time, his DC universe has potential. Yeah. Yeah, the one comic with Harley being with Batman was good. Yeah, White Knight, that wasn't bad. Okay. Any more stats we can pump into? There is. Yeah, now we gotta appeal to a modern audience so Harley can only be a sympathetic quirk chungus, yeah. How did Harley get worse after Joker's death? She specifically started, like, gunning after as many innocent people as possible in retaliation to the Joker dying. Because she believes Batman killed him. Here we go. How did Harley get worse after Joker's death? As stated, she did fucked up things. Yeah, White Knight's ending is fucking retarded. There's no way Bruce knew what was gonna happen. She-Hulk with Spider-Man, Harley Quinn with Batman, good shit. Yeah, they turned Harley one of my favorite Batman side characters and one of the most hated. I'm honestly amazed they did that. Hope Nolan's Odyssey is good because it's the only non-franchise blockbuster next year. I hate humans, the green bitch. You are human. I'm half human, thank you. You're the equivalent of blonde-haired pale native on TV. Sit down and shut up. I think Swamp Thing could make an argument for cultural appropriation. I'd love to see Prometheus in live action, but they'd probably have him be a vigilante, only taking out dirty cops. Yeah. There's a lot more you could do with him. Yeah, fuck it, we'll give him some shields. Miss Press Harley from the show, yeah, she was made in, now it's just dark comedy. A punch Luna for $10. Vigilante actor was hired last minute after the original one was fired. He had to learn an American accent quick. He had to keep up the accent on and off set. Oh, wow. Well, you know what? Credit to him. I didn't even notice. I want her to be good, but never fully commit and just ignore any of it to ask Paul, nope, not really, without good reason, or be worse, become a joke, yeah. His co-stars didn't even know he was British till an interview together. He hides the accent really well. I'll give him credit. I didn't even know. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah. Best poker hand? Like, the best one you could get, if I remember right, it should still be a royal flush. No, straight royal flush. Which is, like, borderline impossible. I don't see how they could recast Deadpool, sadly. That's what I mean, like, if Ryan Reynolds ever retired or anything like that. I don't hate Ryan Reynolds. I'm not saying he should. I actually think he's probably the best actor you could get for Deadpool. Yeah, bitch, I've been around since before Christ. Yeah, poor Swamp Thing. I thought Aces beat a royal flush. Yeah, I think you're right, but I forgot the rules around Aces. Gunn said after doing a fair few episodes with an old vigilante actor, said he didn't feel right. Thank God the recast, because the new guy's amazing. Yeah. Yeah, that's on Swamp Thing and Ivy being a couple. They fucking hate each other. They fucking hate each other. Because Swamp Thing specifically follows the Green, and the Green hates Ivy. I make a perfect copy of Ryan Reynolds with all his memories intact and have him play Deadpool. I think people are kind of overblowing the whole Blake Lively thing. Yeah, it's one of those things of like, I didn't really notice or care. If he was younger, would Gene Wilder be a good Deadpool? That'd be a fucking weird one. I mean, does FF12 run a lot faster? Remember, I have fast forward turned on. It makes grinding so much easier. I think AAA game devs freak out over Silksong is hilarious. Yeah. Basically fully admitting industry pricing right now is all price fixing. Yeah, I remember a whole episode about Ivy forcing Swamp Thing to be her husband. Why does Green hate Ivy? Because basically the Green wants balance between man and nature. And the way the world is right now, sometimes the balance can be thrown out of whack, but so far humanity's on a decent path. Ivy wants to murder all of mankind. Ivy uses their powers to control plants to make them above humanity. Makes sense why the Green wouldn't like that. Yeah. Did you want a Constantine movie where he does team up with Swamp Thing? That'd be cool. Having like a new Constantine anything would be dope. And see, once we got past the sap problem, now they just want to spam Petrify. Isn't Ivy reformed? They go back and forth on that so many different fucking times. In a good game for $20, you're undervaluing your game, and a customer sense of worth, you'll confuse gamers. Yeah, Ivy hates humanity. Man in nature, Joel, sit your ass down now. Yeah, technically it's 5 of a kind, depending on your game's rules. Yeah, like, the whole thing with poker is it really depends on what game you're playing, because some people consider aces lows, as in they're only worth 1, so they're borderline worthless. Ivy's a legit maniac who regularly goes against the thing she worships once. Hear me out, Sam. Huntington might be able to pull off Deadpool. When he wants to get in shape, he can. When he wants to be funny, he can definitely can. Harley, Ivy stuff's messed up because in the comics, Ivy sometimes at best tolerates Harley and sometimes hates Harley's actions. Even imagined Harley demise a great parent. What does that mean? The last chunk of that keeps getting butchered, and I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, Ace are more or less contextual, yeah. Better than Swamp Thing in New 52 movies, he was willing to let mankind get nuked by Darkseid until Constantine told him, hey, dumbass, the planet's burning as well. I speak for nature of the green. Dial it back, bitch. I want balance, not eradication. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. And back and forth on things, isn't that just comics in general? Yeah. Welcome to it. And she imagined Harley dying in one comic. Down to Vigilante in Peacemaker Season 2. He's still around. He's still doing stuff. I am the grand speak for the trees. Someone turned Ivy into Swiss cheese. There we go. Yeah, she dies in Return of the Joker. And Bizarro has 3 kids. And sorry about that, character limits in YouTube is a bitch and I have to work around. But you must crack shit from comic books that like who belongs with who will never happen. Not gonna lie, I've always been kind of partial to the Batman Wonder Woman thing. It's like ever since Justice League Unlimited teased the idea, I was like, you know what, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Mainly because I hated whenever they try to make Diana and Clark a thing, and it's like, fuck that. That's stupid. Yeah, well, she was talking to her because Ivy thought Harley was annoying. Most forms of poker, ace both the highest and lowest. It's only low for straights like A2, 3, 4, 5. Otherwise, it's the highest card. Vestige in the greens, obviously the Lorax. Yeah, Bruce and Diana speaks to me. And Wonder Bat was the only good thing Snyder attempted. That wasn't even Snyder. That was a fucking Joss Whedon idea. I say idea, but it was from fucking JLU. It's playing hybrid. I feel like the most connection to the green, and once humanity wiped out, Swamp Thing straight calls her a poser. Remember when Ivy turned to Peter Pan in the Suicide Squad game? God, that game was ass. And Diana's a whore. She fucked everyone, everything in the Watchtower. She fucked Batman and Supes. And we can't date Diana. It's unprofessional and causes drama. And? To be fair, that can be Diana more than once. I'm not into Wonder Woman or and Batman being together, or for Batman being with Selena or Harley. Well, when I hear the term crack ship, I assume it's like, okay, like a weird one. Like not like the usual, like this is basically their actual love interest. Because yeah, in terms of like actual love interest for Batman, fucking Selena. Way too much history to say no. Yeah, Catwoman's honestly the best choice for Bruce if he doesn't push everyone away. The worst choice is Bats with Zatanna. Does Zatanna even, like, think about Bruce as anything more than, like, a colleague? Imagine if Diana and Bruce had a kid. And we have Bruce and Martha Kent just for the fuck you. Yeah, Selena and Bruce are nothing, yeah. Am I remembering this wrong? Feel free to correct me. The red is basically all animal life, right? If I recall, Beast Boy's avatar for the red. I think it's the red. I don't know a lot about Beast Boy's lore. Yeah, Zatanna's dad trained Bruce. Yeah, there's so many people pushing for Zatanna to be with Bruce. To be fair, it's because Zatanna's designs are usually peak. Like, they really nail character design with that woman. And everyone wants to squeeze the badass Hunter's cops feels when she can. I think Wonder Woman just sleeping with other men's an Amazon thing. Crack shit, fuck it. Conma King and Lego Bizarro, cause fuck you. And it's usually paired with John Constantine. Yeah, and it makes sense. Magic users. I think Paul Dini wants Bruce and Zatanna. Yeah, Wonder Woman, Batman mirrors Starfire, and Robin. An example of a wild crack ship that has canon is John Constantine, King Shark. I know my DNA test says I'm 102% human with a 2% margin of error. Why green? Why? Yeah, Poison Ruckus. Here we go. Yeah, Dini wants Batgirl and Batman. No, that's Bruce Timm. Yeah, Vixen also draws power from the red. Oh yeah, John dated King Shark. Not gonna lie, I always forget that. Like, yeah, John Constantine kind of just fucked anything that moved, but I forgot. Oh yeah, he fucked a shark. I know Zatanna is Dini's favorite DC lady. To be fair, good taste. And you know what? That makes sense. He wrote the Brave and the Bold episode, you know, Chill of the Night. And guess what was the prologue? Bruce and Zatanna working together. Oh, Batman being a Wonder Woman is not because I grew up with Justice League Unlimited. That's why 2% of the population of Amazons are responsible for 30% of the male violence. And Constantine do be getting around. Kill the pumpkin. Kill the Alaroon. Holy shit, we might actually get it. I say it before he starts spamming out stats effects. Damian Raven dating is just also just kind of out there, yeah. There's word that Rocksteady might be working on another game project, but that's up in the air. Do you think that this project might actually be a turnaround? I hope it is, because Suicide Squad at every fucking level screamed, we don't even want to be making this goddamn game. Like, there's so much about it that you look at Suicide Squad and it's like, there is no heart in this game. No one wanted this. Thoughts on Hitman DC Comics? I talked about it in the Punisher video. They're fucking awesome. They're great. Never understood the idea of Bruce and Barbara to be a couple. That's a Bruce Timm thing, and yeah, that's... Nuh-uh. Because to me, that's basically Batman fucking one of his daughters. And Zatanna kind of gave an idea for a magic user that's mute, so she has to use sign language to cast spells. I picked someone else who would really capture the essence of Batman's hands down Cassandra Cain, criminally underrated, doesn't get the love she deserves. I went with Starfire or Batgirl. I prefer Starfire. Their dynamic is really fun. There's a lot of really fun moments with them. Yeah, game is so acid. Kill Kevin Conroy. And we're getting an Arkham VR game with Dick Grayson Robin, which could be cool. Okay, there's one left. Oh my god, we did it. Lately, I've been getting more in the tarot reading. Yeah, you and Shota are gonna play Chronos tomorrow. I've been hearing great things. Is it already out tomorrow? Fuck. Yeah, it's Corey and Dick or nothing. The fact that writers always make Catwoman a bitch when she's in a relationship with Batman, like Injustice and her Victory. You marry Bruce, got bored and stole his shit. Yeah. Wonder Woman game had potential, yeah. Fun psycho ship is Cloud and Scarlet. Never could happen, but it gives Cloud a mommy dummy. We killed the onions. I don't remember Killing Joke movie had Barbara and Batman love subplot. Yeah, and it was terrible. Crimes released on the 5th. Oh, shit. I have not seen a single thing about it. Good heaven, it's just the most degen tactic. That's on Green Lantern and Hawkgirl. If you're talking about like Jon Stewart and Hawkgirl, yeah, that was decent. That was okay. Then obviously, you know, she fucks the League over, and that turns into a whole thing. Like, you know, I like the fact there was that little bit of betrayal in it, and like, how could you ever fucking trust someone like this ever again? And no one liked Scarlet till they did the remake design. No one knows what the Red Man has in store. And on that note, we gotta kick this thing's ass real quick. Silk Song has overshadowed everything this past week. Yeah, John and Cher are okay. And whenever Etrigan shows up, it's always no shit moment. Like Wonder Woman game would have been like a Middle-earth game, recruit another Amazon or something. Maybe? They did say they wanted to use the Nemesis system. Yeah, I like the Hawkgirl Jon Stewart thing, yeah. One of the aliens probably survived in this floating island to get you later outer onion with more layers. I do wonder what Rocksteady had plans for their Arkham Knight sequel. Like, they were going to have fucking Damian Wayne in the game to inherit the cowl. Aside from the end of stream, mainly when I notice what time it is. Speaking of which... you know what? Give me a quick second, because I got to use the bathroom, then we'll swap on over. So, 2 seconds. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. So let me close out of the game. Swap us back on over. And there we go. Oh, shit, I forgot my phone. Close out of the game. Yeah, I had to make sure my phone levels were right, but there we go. Still love how canonically Kyle Rayner cucked Hal Jordan by getting together with Carol Ferris and then being together as a major plot point of Brightest Day. Yeah, Silk Song cost too cheap. We must demand the government for a price increase. That's an old Beast Boy and Raven ship that some Teen Titans fans were pushing. Also remember John Constantine ended the relationship with King Shark while Shark Boy wanted. I remember the Teen Titans cartoon kind of implied it. Like I said, I don't know a lot about Beast Boy, so I don't know if that's like just a common thing, like if him and Raven being together was a plot point, but yeah. Alright, let me get organized here on my end. I gotta crack my bones. So, here we go. Yeah, Better Prey movie did Black Mask and Victor Zaw's Dirty, yeah. Here we go. But just so you guys know 100% what I'm talking about. Oh, god damn it, of course. Here we go. I gotta resize it. Instead, WB does nothing with the Nemesis system. It's my patent to sit on and do nothing with, yeah. Eh. And Cyborg got nothing, cucked by Kid Flash, yeah. That's a hookup with the next from 10 years ago. You better know what you're doing. Usually it only ends badly. But here. I told you. Bizarro Joker. And yeah, Bizarro Joker is like, he's just a guy. He's just a guy in clown paint. It's pretty great. I like to think it's canon that Barbara fumbled dicks so hard and only realized after they got together with Starfire. To be fair, some of the comics actually do just straight up do that. Like the one where Barbara goes to visit Dick and sees Starfire wearing his shirt when she answered the door. It's like, oh, you fucked up bad. I know how I prevented myself from getting scared. That Cyborg is with Bumblebee. Yeah, patent's only last 20 years, unfortunately. That means WB still has over a decade to sit on it, yeah. Apparently Google has said that open web is failing, like, unironically. Are we actually seeing the death of the modern internet? Yeah, I should give him mime makeup and more appropriate. And people like shipping Cyborg with Jinx. Yeah, imagine being in a wheelchair while your ex now dates a superpowered alien chick. Well, she's been out of the wheelchair for a while. But yeah, it's like, because the thing with Starfire is, if I remember right, the lore with her people is that they're objectively the most beautiful race in the entire fucking galaxy. So Barbara fucked up and lost dick to something that she will never be able to compare to. Should told him how you felt, Barbara. Now he's banging the hot alien girl. What makes a good continuation of a franchise like this over time in your eyes? Well, with Final Fantasy, they're always trying something new. Always. So if one game fucks up, well, fuck it. We'll just try something new with the next one. You know, something like that. Yeah, Bab's always better as Oracle than she ever was as Batgirl. Yeah, Starfire looks hot as fuck in that panel, too. Yeah. Yeah, lost to a literal hotter redhead. What was the context of that scene where Barbara tries to meet Dick and Starfire comes out wearing Dick's shirt? She wanted to apologize to Dick. I'm trying to remember the exact context of the conversation, but like, they hadn't seen each other in a while, and it was after they broke up, so they were kind of avoiding each other. So she wanted to apologize, and then Starfire answered the door, and she's like, "Oh, this guy already fucking moved on." Give me a sec. Yeah, Nightwing does love redheads. Where the fuck is it? I know I had it somewhere. Where did I put it? God damn it. God damn it. Alright, I'm gonna have to get creative here. Yeah, it's kind of awkward, Barbara. Yeah, right? God damn it. I knew I had it downloaded somewhere, but now I can't find it in my downloads folder, and finding it in the first place is a fucking pain in the ass. Where the fuck is it? Nope. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Okay, that's why I was having a problem with it, yeah. Okay. So, give me one quick... Oh, nope, wrong. Here we go. Yeah, Nightwing certainly has a type, yeah. He has good taste. My opinion, I think it's having one of the core things to keep people in, like Pokemon. If you like Pokemon, there's always going to be Pokemon in the games. Here, you got me clean up that fucking link grabber. There we go. God damn it. Okay. I'm going to have to get creative again. Because my link grabbing software. Best part of that panel is Barbara's metaphorical loss of boner with the flower she's holding. Yeah. You ever played Darksiders series? And if so, what's your favorite? Me personally, I love Darksiders too. I never got super into them just because anytime I tried to play them, it was just always that wall of But Darksiders 2 is easily the best one. It has the best gameplay. Death is a more interesting character than any of the ones they introduced. Here we go. Yep, clear the link. Clear the list, add new link. There we go. Dick and Starfire being a great couple for quite some time. Yeah, they've been together for a while. Kind of one of those of like, now it's kind of weird to think of, you know, Dick Grayson without Starfire as a love interest. She's basically now his Catwoman. Yeah, really, Dick? Really? Another redhead? You can't tell me when to get a boner. It's my business. I feel about how they did Starfire and Red Hood and the Outlaws, where she sleeps around with all the guys and has no concept of actual romantic feelings. I thought that was dumb. That was kind of a dumb way of kind of butchering her character. Okay, here we go. So give me one quick second. All right. I'm going to have to pause it. So this is the Counter-Strike VN the dude was talking about. Assuming I got the right thing. But yeah, it should be the right thing. Looked up the compound. Oh, she fucked up. Ultimate fumble, yeah. Yeah, Starfire may be many things, but ho, I am not. They got you there, Lolly. How often did you visit the giant blacksmith lane in Darksiders 2? I never had enough for fucking upgrades. Remember a comic of an alternative Earth? Starfire killed Dick and Barbara, yeah. Yeah, that's right? Okay. Also, you have to deal with this guy's cursor thing on the fucking screen. Yeah, it's a fucking visual novel version of Counter-Strike. Try and find a better balance for the audio. Is this real? Yeah, what is this? Yeah, a guy was asking to play the fucking Counter-Strike visual novel opening. I bet it was a crusty 144p. Fucking have fun looking for another one. Yeah, the hell is this? Is this canon? I like the not gray fox that was there for like a half a second. Can I get a link? Yeah, give me 2 seconds. Yeah, it's called Counter-Strike Neo White Memories. Completely unrealistic. Women in my Counter-Strike? They got RoboCop in this. Torstaku Onigai. Yeah, the song kicks ass. Yeah, I love the non-gray fox also. DC made that comic about Nightwing's ass and we all want to forget a Harley Quinn comic. I hate to imagine what's next. Damn, Japanese OPs go fucking hard. Yeah, I looked it up. It was an arcade adaptation made by Namco, yeah. Darksiders 2 is the peak of the series, and Death is a great character. Yeah, also helps that he's voiced by the main bad guy from The Crow. I forget the link to the vid. I need to know if there's an actual VN so I can add to my collection of odd VNs. Gabe Newell's. Why the fuck did I agree to this? You know for a fact Gabe Newell was like even crazier. Gray Fox, RoboCop, women. This is a disgrace to Counter-Strike. It's 3 a.m. I had to scream laughing at my pillow so I didn't wake anyone. Yeah, Darksiders 2 is fun. 3 should have never used Soul's Mechanic. How much fan art do you receive? I have a whole folder of it. I'm all excited about it. Alright. Alright, Joker, you need to go away. Fuck off. I'll stream this, please. It would be fun to, like, track down a copy of it somewhere. Yeah, Gabe is in the visual novel. It's also made exclusively on Linux. Such a strange piece of gaming history. To be fair, fucking Steam has this weird-ass obsession with Linux. Alright, Stonefishman Island. Yeah, I haven't managed to read very much. Gabe's disappointed. He thought it would be even more autistic. I think you need to emulate it. Yeah. Did Valve even own Counter-Strike at that time? Honestly, good question. I think they did. Yeah, Gabe says 3 in the VM. Yeah, it's 2.5D shooting sections. I think Valve for their obsession with Linux because fuck Windows. Yeah, to be fair. To be fair, the mid-2000s were an odd time for arcade hardware. Like that Death becomes Giant Kid's best friend and Loki has a thing for Uriel. He softens the gravel in his voice when he talks to her. Counter-Strike has a story? Check Discord, ye. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, csneo.net. Yeah, you just have to find a way to emulate it. Holy shit. How's Sourpop doing? We have basically all we need to close out, except for the templates, which Manuel is currently working on, and he also wants to rework the first cover. Other than that, we're golden. So the 16th, we are going to have our big closeout. Replay the opening? All right. Make sure I have the right thing. Should be up here. Yeah, read the character profiles. They make no sense. Was not RoboCop, Gray Fox, and the other dude about to touch tips? You know, the modern shitpost from Valve, but it was a weird... it was a real game. And fun fact, early editions of Counter-Strike had single-player missions you could play. Golden XP4 stream confirmed. Yeah, here. Maki, age 20 citizen who was preserved in the mission. Maki is a girl who is not only used to communicate with others, but also cannot explain herself to others. She has always has feeling of distance to others. However, since she's been act with show, she's begun to realize that her emotional movement starts to appear. When she is preserved, she has no memory about her past life. What the fuck does that mean? So obviously the translation here is not amazing. Okay, Omar, age 20, newbie of CSF. Omar's cheerful personality. He is not only friendly to anyone, but also his consideration to others. Thus, when Sho is in trouble, Omar gives him precise suggestion. They met in training school, and Omar has been taking care of Sho very much. That's why Omar is the only person Sho can open his mind. Omar is good in sniping, therefore his role as his backup of Sho on the battlefield. The relationship is greatly strong. So he's a happy guy. He's a cheerful guy. Omar fucks. Besto Ingorishu. Okay, this is Rhinoff. This is not Volgan, not Solidus. Age 35, shrewd soldier. Ronoff fights bravely in the battlefield. His companies believe that he is the god of victory. However, once he leaves from the scene of battle, he is very gentle, tender, and cheerful to others. His toughness is legend in CSF soldiers. In the past, his party was uninvolved in an unhelpful mission. From that mission, he was the only survivor who was escape from the situation. The reason why the rumor of legend was not finished as just a rumor is because his achievement has not caught up with the rumor. Fucking what? Yeah, run off the Ultra Alpha Albert Wesker from the team. He's cheerful, only best out of Omar. You don't speak of English, that's right, Numero-san. Evil Vulcan be like. Yeah, fish and mailed. Glorious MLT, how I missed you. This is 1,000% MTL. Made by a 14er from Japan. I'm part of a mission where he was the only survivor, yeah. I like that not Gray Fox doesn't even get a character profile. It's like, who the fuck is that guy? Also, Maki fucking wastes a bunch of dudes in an AK. That's kind of cool. Oh, hi, Major Kusanagi. Yeah, tactical making out in the corridor. I love Omar. All my homies love Omar. Miss show's profile at the start. Let me see it because I never saw it. Yeah, Counter-Strike, Neo. Something about promise. Also, yeah, it looks like the fucking cell phone version of the game. And not Gray Fox, is the cannon fodder enemies. Also, yeah, it never showed Show. It just shows Maki. Yeah, plot twist is part of the AIM community. Oh, there it is. Okay. Show H20 newbie of CSF. Show is not so cheerful, but not so gloomy. Usually he talks with people as a normal person. However, he doesn't communicate with people deeply. In other words, he does not only take a closer look to others, does not take a closer to others, but also does not admit them too close to himself. He does not remember anything about before he became a soldier. That's why he does not have been able to have confidence about himself. So he's withdrawn. Yeah, he's the withdrawn whatever squall type. All right, making sure I haven't missed anything else. I like the random cuts of fucking gameplay that looks so different from the fucking like the visual novel looks like yeah, the visual novel looks like a visual novel, you know? It looks like a fucking visual novel and it's like, okay, clearly this has a different style. Then I'll just cut to fucking Counter-Strike and it's like, what the hell is this? Oh no, Maki got captured by the bad guys. Yeah, it does know have been able. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That was the Counter-Strike visual novel. Who linked this one and give them my highest honor? Thank you. Mains are both autistic. This really is a Counter-Strike game. This needs to be a future Tuesday stream. Yeah, dramas of the battlefield. I wonder if the translation's exactly as butchered. They need to play this for a stream. Yeah, 100%. Is there a Half-Life visual novel? Can love bloom on the battlefield. When else something funny to the end of the stream? Wall Street Journal claimed to have gotten a letter by Trump sent to Epstein. Signature is nowhere near his signature. Head's gonna roll. Yeah. English it speaks. On the visual novel, but I played Danganronpa. Who's Kusanagi hugging up in the hallway? Could be Sho, but I think it's Omar because he fucks. You're all welcome, yeah. Metal Gear VN would be Kino. That's basically Peace Walker. Yeah, when Sho said bomb has been planted, I felt that. Sho, goddammit, Maki, you had to put one of those child leashes on you to keep this from happening again. 9 years in the making, we hope it was worth the wait. My favorite class is the autistic one. Yeah, there was a House MD. There's a House MD visual novel in development. Counter-Strike anime seems like something you would see at Midnight Adult Swim anime night. Yeah, right? I will speak good English. And I beat Palace 5, yeah. And Metal Gear Acid's kind of like a visual novel. Yeah, keep stimming with his knife. Get my 45 pistol. I can feel Snake getting solid in me. Pause. Yeah, Metal Gear Acid, kinda, yeah. Tell me, American, is it true that in America there's no such thing as a village tooth end rush? I have no idea what the hell that is. How much of that is pure MTL versus them having the one internet who knows English, intern who knows English try to write something? As an anime unleashed block on classic G4. It's like, yeah, to its credit, it kind of reminded me of Genocidal Organ a little bit. That's be 2chan's version of Katawa Shoujo. No, K looked at A and was like, man, fuck you, we could do that. Yeah, toothbrush, it was a typo, you fuck. Those early 90s anime commercials you saw on 2 a.m. when they called it Japanimation. Yeah, Smoku Midubi. Yeah, that's some AK shit. Well, the big bad's a script kitty with an AWP. Check Discord real quick. Yeah. Yeah, apparent teaser image of the House MD visual novel. Okay, I'm give me a sec. Yeah, House MD dating fan game. Oh my god. Terroristu we knew. That sounds like something the commandos would make after they find out Katawa was a thing. Yeah, right? They get jealous. So how do weapon skins work in the game? They reference Tiananmen Square in the anime? Yeah, I went and saw Weapons Day, even though the hype's surprisingly good, yeah. But yeah, someone's making a house dating sim visual novel. Ovaries explode. Sounds like Doki Doki Literature Club but in the military. Yeah, fuck it, that's my banner. Yeah, go on. Funny thing is, I'm really looking forward to the comic. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, dibs on 13. But yes, you can find the full CSVA song on YouTube. It's called Peace and Love Opening. Counter terrorist to window, sugoi. Fucking great. Alright. Well, on that note, I am going to call it here. Yeah, fuck, I love this Tuesday stream. But yeah, I'm going to call it here. We had a good time. We had a good time tonight. We had a good time. We played Final Fantasy. We got to talk about a bunch of superhero shit and Star Wars. It's always fun. We better be able to comment on Cuddy's breasts. I think there's an actual witch in the story Weapons. Was it just a little girl narrator thinking that was? I'm going with the idea it was. Because there's no reason to believe there wasn't any supernatural. Gracious host. Yeah. That's what people want to play. A dating sim made of a bunch of middle-aged people. You go for options. One of them is always lupus. Why does he look like Bradley Cooper? You showed how you show you fucking tards fumbled Eiko round. Now they have full armor and AKs, but we have shit. I'm planning on sleeping soon. As I get home from work, I'm gonna play Metro again. Goodbye, Sandy. Yeah. Demand Counter-Strike Vienna on 200k stream. Yeah. Remember the Literature Devil thing? I feel really bad for him, but at the same time, he kind of chose to be with teams that don't make money. I have no idea what happened to him. But yeah. Thanks to everybody who showed up. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. See you guys.
I woke up one morning to know that I had gone. Finally taken a step and jumped right off the wall. When you come to call on me, that's why my eyes are glazed. I've been with the devil in the devil's resting place. I am loath to say that I have been to stay. I've been with the devil in the devil's resting place. When you ask to drink of me, I think hard on the case. Look down to my hallowed cup and take myself a taste. Bitterness is thick like blood and cold as a windsea breeze. If you must drink of me, take of me what you please. I am low to say it's the devil's taste. I've been with the devil in the devil's resting place. Water won't clean you. Water won't clean you. You only hold yourself to the things you do. Come up here to speak to me and hold your face to mine. Any man can hold my gaze, has done his job just fine. You just sold your life